Lowe's has the Labor Day deals you need to give your home a new look. Buy one, get one free select interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Then, add the final touch with 2 for $8 on select 2.5 or 3-quart mums. Refresh your home and save big while doing it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Mums offer in-store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/rebates for details.
Hey, thanks for checking out a compilation. And today's is going to be a doozy. I think it's going to run over 5 hours. So either you're welcome or I'm sorry. First,
Human. Thank Neptune you answered. The lobster flies at midnight.
What lobster? And it's 3 p.m. and you're late. Again.
That's code, you amateur. It means I need help. My safe house has been compromised by enemy agents.
What agents?
The mailman. He's been casing my joint for weeks. No one needs that many packages delivered. I think he's building a profile.
You know I'm recording this, right?
Yeah.
And I can literally see your address on a box behind you, which is a problem because it's my address too.
Wait, what? That's a decoy address. Ah! You hear that? They're coming. The jig is up. The goose is cooked. The fish is fried.
That's just an ambulance.
That's what they want you to think. Initiating protocol, moist beaver.
I don't know what that means, but please don't ever say that again.
No time for chit-chat. I gotta go.
All right, first episode is... Was that bit too long? It felt like it ran kind of long. First episode is Charles Hall and the Tall White Aliens. The hair on the back of the cook's neck stood up. It felt like he was being watched. He turned around, nothing. It was Nellis Air Force Base in the middle of the night. The mess hall was empty. All the men were asleep in the barracks. The only people awake were him and a couple of guards at the front gate. The only reason he was up was to grab a little extra chow. One of the perks of being a cook, you get the keys to the kitchen. Then he heard rustling. He turned and something flashed in the corner of his eye. Something small and white, and it moved fast. A door quietly squealed open. Then he heard steps running into the desert. He caught glimpses of something white darting through the brush. He thought it was too big to be a rat, but maybe a coyote? He wasn't sure. Whatever it was, he didn't want it rooting around his kitchen. He picked up a rock and threw it toward the noise. Then he heard a whimper. As he reached his arm back for another throw, he felt a hot pain shoot through his body. He dropped the rock. He was paralyzed by pain and by fear. Then he heard a woman's voice from inside his own mind. She said, "Stop or die." The pain dissipated. As soon as he could move, he bolted back inside the kitchen. He locked the door behind him, terrified. He had no idea where the voice came from, but he knew one thing for sure. It wasn't human.
Did you meet the extraterrestrials or merely see them?
Oh, I met them many times, as I described in my books. Although I never went looking for them, they were always happy to come looking for me.
It was March 1965 when Charles Hall arrived at Nellis Air Force Base in the Nevada desert. He was fresh out of basic and excited to see his new post. When the Air Force tested Charles, he showed an aptitude for math and science. After graduating top of his class, he thought he could choose his own post, but he was specifically sent to Nellis.
Area 51!
Well, Area 51 is officially a detachment of Edwards Air Force Base, but yes, it's in the same area. Charles was trained as a weather observer. His job was to travel around the base taking readings. Most men would be bored to tears with this assignment, but Charles didn't mind. He'd get his own truck, extra pay, no officers breathing down his neck, and he liked the quiet of the desert. If he needed to blow off some steam, Las Vegas was close by. Plus, Charles had a friend on base. His buddy Dwight recommended him for the job. Charles was grateful for the opportunity. That night after he settled in, Charles and Dwight got to talking. They chatted about the base, how bad the food was, which officers were good guys, which ones to avoid, typical soldier talk. Then suddenly, Dwight got very serious.
Look, Charlie, summer's coming. You have to keep your eye out for Range 4 Harry. Old Harry likes it hot. He hides in the mountains during the winter. But once it warms up, he comes down to Indian Springs. He likes to run around on the dry lake bed up on Range 4. When you're up there, be careful.
Range 4 Harry? Charles had no idea what Dwight was talking about. He asked if this was some hermit who hid in the mountains.
Yeah, you would be crazy enough to run around a nuclear bombing range.
Well, that's what Charles thought. Dwight frowned and shook his head. Then he told Charlie the story of Range 4 Harry.
Back in '54, there was an atomic bomb test over at Frenchman Flats. Harry is a horse who came too close to the blast. Not close enough to be vaporized, but close enough that something happened to him. Now, he gives off a white glow. If you see him, do not approach Range 4 Harry, and don't look at his face. He's not like a normal horse. Officers say he's more human-like, with large blue eyes and a long white tail.
Charles stared at Dwight for a long moment, then exploded into laughter. He expected some kind of hazing at his new post, and he figured Range 4 Harry was supposed to spook the new guy, but he wasn't falling for it.
I'm serious, Charlie. While you're at Range 4, don't take any risks. The last guy who got too close to Harry was John Zimmerman. I don't want you to end up like him.
Charles laughed and promised to be careful. Still, he wasn't buying any of this nonsense. The next day, Charles was in the infirmary's waiting room. He needed a routine physical before going out into the field. The nurse on duty caught him chuckling to himself. She asked what was so funny. Charles recounted Dwayne's Range 4 Harry story and the fate of John Zimmerman. The nurse's face dropped. She said, "I'll be right back." Charles heard her opening and closing a metal cabinet. When she returned, she said, "I'm not supposed to show you this, but since you're going to Range 4, you need to know what's out there." It was Zimmerman's medical folder. Inside were 4 pictures. Each of them showed a man covered in horrible radiation burns. Zimmerman said a white horse came out of the North Range and charged him, but that was all he could remember. He somehow dragged himself back to Indian Springs, where an officer found him barely alive and in absolute agony. Charles's stomach sank. It wasn't a joke. Range 4 Harry was real. Charles finally met Sullivan, the man he'd be replacing. Sully was friendly, funny, and likable. The two men hit it off right away. Sully took Charles on a tour of a few weather shacks out in the ranges. One of the shacks was locked, so they couldn't access the equipment to take their readings. Sully told Charles to just write down any numbers.
Yeah, government precision.
Well, Charles reminded Sully that they only checked out 3 weather shacks. There were still 4 more, Range 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sully's demeanor changed immediately. He said he'd take Charles to the other weather stations, all except Range 4. When they got to Range 1, Sully wouldn't leave the truck. He was terrified. He told Charles if he wanted to check out the weather shack, he'd have to go on his own. Sully said he'd keep a lookout, and if he saw anything, he'd go back to base for help. He told Charles, "If you hear me leave, lock yourself in the shack and wait. I'll come back for you."
Yeah, I don't like this plan.
Well, Charles asked if Sully was talking about Range 4 Harry, and Sullivan snapped at him and said there's no such thing. But Sully would not get out of the Jeep. He wouldn't even take his hands off the wheel. He was squeezing the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles were white. This was not the same man Charles met just a few hours earlier. When Charles got to the weather shack, he checked the equipment and logbook. Nobody had been there for months. Sully had been secretly going off base and faking the numbers. He never stepped foot in those weather shacks.
Nobody noticed the guy kept disappearing? Ah, right. Government precision.
When Charles returned to the Jeep, he confirmed that Sully had been lying about the numbers. Sullivan didn't care. He said he'd give Charles a tour and never wanted to go to the ranges again. Pretty soon, Charles would understand why. Over the next few months, Charles spent more time on the ranges at Indian Springs than anyone else. Against advice, he was usually out there alone. but he enjoyed it. It was peaceful, and he never saw Range 4 Harry. One day, Charles was out on the range, and it was especially hot. In the desert, the ground could reach 120 or 130 degrees, and today it felt even hotter than that. Charles spent most of the day in the weather shack. He didn't have air conditioning, but he had an old fan, and that was good enough. Besides, the sun was setting, and soon it would go from blistering hot to freezing cold. That was life in the desert. Feet up on the desk, Charles daydreamed as he gazed into the desert, watching the sky go from deep blue to orange to red. There was no sound except the songs of meadowlarks. Charles wondered to himself if meadowlarks were common in the desert. He didn't think so, but whatever birds they were, he enjoyed the sound. Then he saw something dart between the sagebrush. Charles blinked. There it was again. He assumed it was a large rabbit or a coyote, but it was covered in brilliant white fur. The more he focused, the more he realized it was moving erratically through the maze of sagebrush like it was in distress. Charles jumped out of his chair and threw open the door of the shack. Then he saw it. It wasn't a rabbit or a coyote. It was a child.
Describe them. I know we have an animated picture of what they look like on the website. Kind of describe the tall whites for us.
Well, the one that Paula has on her website is a very good rendition of a particular tall white lady. Each one of them were individuals, like the people say in New York City, but they were generally, throughout much of their adult life, they were about the same height as me, 5'11", 6 feet.
Mm-hmm.
They were very thin and frail. They had skin as white as a piece of paper. What I do know about them is that they come from a planet that's somewhat hotter than the Earth and somewhat larger than the Earth, and they naturally live underground.
The girl was barely 3 feet tall, and her skin was chalk white. She wore a silver jumpsuit and boots, and her hair was brilliant white blonde. Behind her bright blue eyes, she looked as terrified as Charles. She was tangled in the brush. He called out to her. He said there's no reason to be afraid. He wasn't going to hurt her. He cleared the sagebrush around her so she could easily get out, but he made himself clear that he wouldn't touch her. On a nearby fence post, he left a canteen of water. He said if she was lost, he would help her. All she had to do was ask. Charles turned back toward the shack. That's when he heard something crashing through the brush. It was big, and it was moving fast, and it was getting closer. Charles turned and saw something, a man, a very tall man. He had the same features as the little girl, pale skin, white hair, silver suit, and he was charging right at Charles. The sounds of the meadowlarks now became screeches. The peaceful desert had become chaos. Charles jumped back in the weather shack and barricaded the door. Did he just see Range 4 Harry? Charles wasn't sure, but he was sure that these people weren't human. Charles waited for what felt like hours. It was the middle of the night, and the desert was pitch black. The songbirds and the screeching had finally stopped. The only sound was a gentle rustling of wind through the brush. Charles gathered his nerves and left the shack. He checked his canteen. It was half empty. In the sand, he saw 3 sets of footprints, a child and 2 adults. Someone was there. Charles had seen enough. He scrambled to his Jeep, fired up the engine, and tore down the dirt road heading back to base. No more than a few minutes passed when Charles got another shock. Standing in the brush next to the road was an extremely tall woman, well over 6 feet tall. And like the child and the other entity, she had skin as white as chalk. Her hair was shimmering silver. She seemed to glow in the dark. Charles felt panic welling up when a feeling of calm suddenly washed over him. As he passed the tall woman, he could hear her in his mind. Telepathically, she thanked him for helping her daughter. Again, Charles felt his fear rising, but once again, there was calm. The woman, if that's what she was was radiating peaceful energy and gratitude. Charles felt like he couldn't be afraid even if he tried. Charles hit the gas but checked his mirrors. After a few minutes, the woman disappeared, and with her went the feeling of peace and calm. Charles stopped his Jeep, stumbled out, and threw up. He was shaking and out of breath. Once he had his wind back, he vomited again. He didn't realize it then, but Charles had won the trust of one of the tall whites. At least that's what the US government called them. The tall whites were not from Earth. The truth was, Charles wasn't sent to the ranges at Indian Springs by his commanding officers, nor was he recommended for the job by his friend White. Charles was specially chosen by a committee of high-ranking generals, members of the government, and leaders of the tall whites. Throughout his time at Nellis, Charles was never told the full truth about his work. He was never given any classified briefings or documentation. He was never read into any black ops or secret government programs. Charles was just a weather observer. But the truth was, he was the one being observed. Late one night in 1896, Colonel H.G. Shaw was traveling in horse and buggy near Lodi, California. Suddenly, the horse became frightened and stopped. In the middle of the road were 3 7-foot-tall beings. The colonel described their skin as so white it looked like polished ivory.
Looking up, we beheld 3 strange beings. They resembled humans in many respects, but still, they were not like anything I had ever seen. They were nearly or quite 7 feet high and very slender. They were possessed of a strange and indescribable beauty.
Colonel Shaw said they didn't speak, but they made warbling sounds like birds. You can actually find this whole story online. It made the front page of the Stockton Evening Mail on November 25th, 1896. This is the first modern report of the tall white aliens, but their story on Earth goes back millennia. Paul Hellyer, the Canadian Defense Minister, was one of the first high-ranking government officials to acknowledge the alien presence. He became interested after a squadron of UFOs was mistaken to be Soviet aircraft.
The investigation was launched into this whole subject, and the document was prepared, which concluded that at least 4 species had been visiting Earth for thousands of years.
You're probably familiar with a few of these species. There are a few variations of the Greys, which are described as being under 4 feet tall with large heads and large black eyes. There's a species called the Nordics, which are very human-like. There are the tall whites and a few others.
Other species that I learned about not too long ago was called the tall whites.
For years, it was rumored that at least one, or perhaps more than one, race of aliens made a deal with the United States government in early 1954. The defense minister agrees.
There are live ETs on Earth at this present time, and at least 2 of them probably working with the United States government.
Nobody knows the specifics of the arrangement.
Yeah, the shadow government knows.
Well, yeah, they do, but the public doesn't. The best guess is that the US would allow the aliens to build facilities on Earth without disruption. The US would also allow aliens to abduct American citizens as long as they provided the government with the list of abductees. In exchange, the United States would have access to alien technology. The US wanted anti-gravity and propulsion technology. The aliens would not give them this. They felt that humans were too violent and dangerous to be let out of our cage, which is this planet. However, the US did receive help with other technology, the first of which was titanium. Now, titanium was discovered in 1791, but it wasn't until the 1950s that titanium began to be used for military aviation, specifically in high-performance jets, starting with the F-100 Super Sabres and Lockheed A-12s. The Super Sabre, by the way, is the first jet to break the sound barrier. If you think this craft looks like a stealth bomber, that's not by accident. The US Air Force used a lot of alien technology to build stealth aircraft. Transistors are said to be alien tech. Transistors allowed the size of electronic devices to be made much smaller and lighter. Laser technology arrived in 1958. That same year, we got fiber optics. And also in 1958, we got the big one, the microchip. The following year, the first integrated circuit was developed. Now, skeptics dismiss these claims as coincidence, and I understand that. But consider this. In 1947, ENIAC was built. This was the first programmable electronic digital computer. It weighed 30 tons. It contained 18,000 vacuum tubes, 70,000 resistors, 10,000 capacitors, and 5 million hand-soldered joints. It took up an entire room. ENIAC was decommissioned in 1958 because all of that 30 tons of technology could now be placed on a single chip. That's quite a leap in tech in under 10 years. Satellites, wireless tech, unmanned aerial vehicles, even night vision. All this technology has allegedly been gifted to or reverse engineered by the United States military. Well, certain parts of the military. When Charles Hall gained the trust of the Tall Whites, they showed him some of this technology. They even let him see one of their scout ships. Actually, you've seen them too.
Did they tell you, Charles, where they were from? What star system they might have come up from?
One night I was there with a teacher, and I asked her where she came from, and she smiled and asked me, do I know the names of the stars that the Tall Whites use? And I said, no, I didn't. And she said, so why do you want to know where we come from? However, one night they were standing around me, and I mentioned the star Arcturus, and they all got real nervous.
Charles formed a friendship with the tall white woman whose child he helped find. She went by the name The Teacher. Charles later met Range 4 Harry, who is definitely not a radioactive horse. Range 4 Harry is a high-ranking tall white alien. The Tall Whites travel the stars in large, black, triangular titanium ships. Smaller scout crafts were used to travel within the solar system and around the Earth. These are roughly the size of a bus and can only land on Earth during the full moon. You've seen these scout crafts before. You just know them as the Tic Tac. Charles learned that the scout crafts aren't alien at all. Government contractors like Boeing and Lockheed are the ones building them.
Let's look at this. You know what this is?
Yeah, what's going on, bro? There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
This is an alternative energy and propulsion device. These are things that have existed all the way back to the 60s. But the one that they call the Tic Tac here off the coast of San Diego, the white one, looked very much like this. These have been made by the Lockheed Skunk Works.
Skunk Works is Lockheed Martin's advanced development program. It works on highly classified research as well as exotic aircraft platforms. Because of their deal with the U.S. government, most military personnel believe the Tall Whites use Earth as a truck stop in the middle of the solar system. Earth is rich in raw materials and has these smart little apes who can make somewhat decent vehicles. Through conversations during his 2-year post at Nellis, Charles learned the Tall Whites oversaw the development of a lot of human tech, but they've never taught us how to reach light speed or how to create the anti-gravity elements of their ships. Now, if you saw last week's episode on free energy and anti-gravity, you remember that anti-gravitic technology was very popular in the early 1950s. The entire aerospace industry was talking about it. Then suddenly, nobody was talking about it. The suspicion is the US military had help in getting this tech to work, so they classified everything. Sometimes the tall whites would take high-ranking military members on tours of the solar system. American generals wanted to expand humanity's operations to other planets, but the tall whites don't think we're ready yet. But Charles does think there's significant trade happening between the US and the tall whites. And when they feel we're ready, the tall whites will finally allow us to inhabit other worlds. So, what did they want with someone like Charles? If these beings already had a working relationship with the US government, why was Charles suddenly part of the equation? Well, the answer concerns the other part of the arrangement with the tall whites. Charles learned he was part of an experiment. He was being studied by the tall whites, especially by the teacher. He was fascinating to their species, and the teacher enjoyed spending time with Charles.
Yeah, I think of all the education that I missed, but then my homework was never quite like this.
The teacher taught Charles about her people, and he taught her about humans. Charles spent so much time with her that he became known as the teacher's pet.
Get it bad, get it bad, get it bad. Yeah, I'm half a teacher.
The tall white.
Get it bad, so bad. I'm half a teacher. Yeah, I'm just trying to liven things up. Go ahead.
The tall whites can speak English, but their natural voices are far higher and lower in range than humans. Their natural speech has been compared to songbirds. While tall whites may appear somewhat human, their abilities are quite different from ours. They possess the power to project powerful emotions into the human consciousness. They can also sense the emotional state of the humans they encounter. Now, even though the tall whites are naturally peaceful, they are always armed. They carry a pen-like object that can stun, damage, or even kill.
Ew, it sounds like a sonic screwdriver.
Kinda, yeah. But Charles was never in danger. He developed a deeply emotional relationship with the tall whites. Not much is known about tall white biology. We know they age slowly. Their first stage of growth lasts until age 400. At this point, they stand between 6 and 7 feet tall. Then they go through a second growth stage. They can grow up to 8 or 9 feet tall, and their eyes turn from blue to pink. The average lifespan of a tall white is about 800 years. Charles was never told where their home planet was. He felt they intentionally kept this a secret. However, when Charles mentioned the star Arcturus, they became uncomfortable. Arcturus is in the constellation of Boötis.
Booties.
Boötis.
It says booties on the teleprompter.
It's pronounced Boötis.
Whatever. The Black Knight satellite is supposed to be from booties.
Boötis. But you're right, that star system has come up before. Now, despite being a more advanced species, tall whites secretly fear humans' intuitive capabilities and ESP. They believe it's just a matter of time before the human race evolves the ability to tap into these powers. They believe we'll develop abilities like telepathy and telekinesis, which is moving objects with thought. They believe every human has the ability to project their consciousness to any place on Earth or beyond.
Remote viewing.
Right. Remote viewing researchers have said that every human has this ability, but only a few talented people have been able to tap into it. Ingo Swann, Pat Price, and Joe McMoneagle were talented remote viewers who worked for military intelligence.
And Pat Price was killed because of it, don't forget.
That's the theory.
Remote viewing links below.
Yeah, we have a lot of episodes on that subject. Well, in total, Charles's experience with the tall whites lasted just 2 years, from 1965 to 1967. In 67, he was deployed to Vietnam and he never saw the tall whites again. He waited almost 40 years to tell his story, but when he finally did, other witnesses came forward who had seen the tall whites. There was enough first-hand accounts that researchers started looking for evidence. The first step was to try to find the secret facilities built by the United States government. And somebody found them. When Charles Hall wanted to release his book Millennial Hospitality in 2002, no publisher would take it on, and that was a mistake. He self-published and the book was a hit. 2 more books followed, and Charles made the typical rounds: UFO conventions, book signings. He did a few TV interviews. He even appeared on Coast to Coast with George Norrie in 2005.
When you work with aliens, I think you're legally required to go on Coast to Coast.
Well, if you want to sell books, that's the show to do. Now, all this attention brought out skeptics who wanted to prove Charles wrong, and it brought out the believers determined to prove him right. And the more people that looked into Charles's story, the more of the story was confirmed to be true. Charles was at Nellis Air Force Base when he said he was. He was a weather observer. He was deployed to Vietnam in '67. All those facts are easily checked.
I want to hear about aliens.
I'm getting to them.
Get there faster.
Some of the best research I found was done by David Hilton. David's website is long gone, but it used to say he was a historian, anthropologist, and researcher. Now, on David's YouTube channel, he has a few videos that seem to confirm that Charles Hall was telling the truth.
I had an interest in the story of Charles Hall and the Tall Whites for a number of years. After reading his book, Millennial Hospitality, I was trying to locate the positioning of the weather stations on the bombing and gunnery ranges that he talks about in his book, so that I could better understand the orientation of the various locations.
When researching the story, David came across this photo. At the bottom is Creech Air Force Base in Indian Springs. Remember, even though Charles was stationed at Nellis, his work was done out here at the ranges, in and north of Indian Springs. The photo shows Range 1 in the southeast, Range 3 just north of the base, and Range 4 in the valley.
Oh, that's Harry's hood.
Right, that's where Range 4 Harry got his nickname. But what caught David's attention were the areas marked Scoutcraft Hangar, Scoutcraft Parking, and Resting and Play Area. Charles talks about these locations in his books, so David opened Google Earth to see what was out there. Now, before we zoom in, remember how Charles described the tall white scout crafts. They were about the size of a bus, white and elliptical. In David's video, he shows this image. That looks like the Tic Tac UFO we've all seen by now. But here's the thing. David released his video 11 years ago, long before the Tic Tac was made public. Dr. Stephen Greer and others claim the Tic Tac is a UFO made by Skunk Works at Lockheed Martin. Now, Charles Hall doesn't specifically name Lockheed, but he does say that the scout craft are made by military contractors. Now, let's see what David finds on Google Earth. There is some kind of platform, and near the platform, 3 elliptical white objects, each about the size of a bus.
Tic-tacs!
They certainly look like it. And even if they're not alien scout craft...
They totally are.
Fine, but even if they're not, look at the location. There are no roads or even walking paths leading to this place. And this is exactly where Charles said the craft would be. He also said there was a recreation area here. That platform could be what he's talking about.
Tall white shooting oops?
Could be. So David and people in his audience started scouring Google Earth around the old bombing ranges.
Oh, did they find more alien playgrounds?
Yep, lots more.
One of the first sites listed on the video is just off the end of the runway at Creech Air Force Base. This seems to agree with Charles Hall's story of the aliens coming onto the base from the northwest corner at the end of the runway.
In total, David was able to find 18 separate sites. Other people found a few more. I included some coordinates in the description if you want to check them out for yourself. Now, some of the locations David shows have been scrubbed by Google Earth.
Predictable.
But his video is from 2013, so we can see the locations before they were erased. Most of them are man-made structures, but with no apparent access.
Yeah, because you access them from underground.
That is the theory. But building a tunnel system of this size underneath the bombing range would be an enormous undertaking and extremely expensive. If such a project did indeed occur, you'd expect there to be evidence.
There's evidence, isn't there?
Yep.
Yahtzee!
Not only is there evidence of a major construction project, there's evidence of a black budget cover-up.
Yahtzee.
To build an underground base with miles and miles of tunnels, it's going to be a huge undertaking and wildly expensive. But there's evidence that this project did happen. In January 1951, an article was published in the Las Vegas Review Journal, and the headline is, Indian Springs project key to defense plans. The project is said to cost $300 million, and that's in 1951. In today's money, that would be $3.6 billion. For comparison, that's about what it cost to build a Freedom Tower in New York. The article said most of the money was to build housing and offices. Look at the base. Do you see billions of dollars worth of construction anywhere? I don't. So where'd the money go? Again, the credit goes to David Hilton for tracking down this information. According to the article, the contract was awarded to the McKee Construction Company in El Paso, Texas. Government contracts are public information. So let's look at the records the McKee Construction Company has for this job. Job number 1267. Description: alternate test site facilities. Location: Las Vegas, Nevada. Contract started on December 23, 1950 and ended May 23, 1951. Total contract cost: $680,000.
Math isn't my strong suit,
But about $299 of that $300 million is missing.
Black budget!
It looks that way, but we don't know for sure. Even the article from 1951 says, quote, "The actual details of the program are cloaked in a security blackout." When Las Vegas residents learned about the huge construction project, locals contacted the base looking for work. They were told the military would be using no outside labor for this project. But that $300 million went somewhere. If we don't see that money spent above ground, there's only one other place it could be.
Underground?
Yep.
Holy sh...
This message is sponsored by Greenlight. Summer takes me back. Long bike rides, mowing lawns for pocket change, thinking I had money all figured out, which I didn't. I wish I had something like Greenlight back then. Greenlight is a debit card and money app for families that teaches kids to save, invest, and spend wisely. Parents can send money to their kids' wallets and track how it's used. Meanwhile, kids build real-world money skills in a way that feels more like a game than a lesson. There's even a chores feature where you can assign tasks and reward allowance when they're done. It's a hands-on way to build better habits. Greenlight is the easy, convenient way for parents to raise financially smart kids and families to navigate life together. Maybe that's why millions of parents trust and kids love learning about money on Greenlight, the #1 family finance and safety app. Don't wait to teach your kids real-world money skills. Start your risk-free Greenlight trial today at greenlight.com/thewhyfiles. That's greenlight.com/thewhyfiles to get started. greenlight.com/thewhyfiles.
I bet you've probably been to the doctor's office in the past few months. I bet you had to hand over personal info, like your insurance, your ID, maybe even your social security number. And I bet you weren't thinking about how your doctor is just one of many places that has your personal information. If any one of them isn't careful, it's a good bet they could accidentally expose your details to hackers and identity theft, putting you at risk. Fortunately, LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back, with plans covering up to $3 million for stolen funds and expenses. Don't take chances with your personal info. Help protect it even when it's out of your hands. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code iHeart. Call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code iHeart, or go to lifelock.com/iHeart for 40% off. Terms apply.
This Labor Day, say goodbye to spills, stains, and overpriced furniture with WashableSofas.com, featuring Annabay, the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly pricing. Sofas start at just $6.99, making it the perfect time to upgrade your space. Annabay's pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and interchangeable slipcovers are made with high-performance fabric built for real life. You'll love the cloud-like comfort of hypoallergenic, high-resilience foam that never needs fluffing, and a durable steel frame that stands the test of time. With modular pieces, you can rearrange anytime. It's a sofa that adapts to your life. Now through Labor Day, get up to 60% off site-wide at WashableSofas.com. Every order comes with a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping, no restocking fees, every penny back. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Charles Hall and the Tall Whites is considered one of the most credible stories about aliens living with and working with humans here on Earth. But is it true? Well, like many of these stories, we have no physical evidence. We only have the word of the author, in this case, Charles. Do you believe him? Well, most of today's story comes from Charles's books and the documentary Walking with the Tall Whites, both linked below. When Charles tells the story, he sounds sincere. But I've heard many stories from people who sound sincere and turned out to be frauds, and I've outed a few of them on this channel. Now, I don't have evidence that Charles Hall is a fraud, but parts of his story do bother me. First, he released his books, and there are 6 of them now, as science fiction. Only later did he say these things really happened. Now, supporters of the story will mention 3 other witnesses who were with Charles at Nellis Air Force Base. They say his story is true. But those witnesses didn't give their names. They're only known as witnesses A, B, and C. And to complicate matters, on January 13th, 2014, Forbes published an article with a strange headline. Iran says tall white space aliens control America. The article says the United States is ruled by a species of tall white aliens who made a deal with President Eisenhower in 1954. The article also says the tall whites helped bring the Nazis to power in the 1930s. Apparently, this information was discovered by Edward Snowden.
Wait. So this is real?
No. Forbes was covering a story first reported by the Fars news agency, operated by the Iranian government. Forbes said the article is most likely Russian disinformation designed by the FSB, Russian intelligence.
Oh, the American media sure loves to publish Russian disinformation, don't they?
They sure do. Now, I don't believe anything that comes from the Iranian or Russian media.
Oh, but you trust American media?
No.
Yeah, the boy.
But what if they accidentally got something right? That the United States is being controlled by what the article calls a secret regime. I don't know if Charles Hall is telling the truth. I don't know if the tall whites exist. It's up to you to decide. But the secret regime, the shadow government, I do believe that exists, and I'm far from the only one.
And the cabal comprises members of the 3 sisters, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderbergers, and the Trilateral Commission, the International Banking Cartel, the Oil Cartel, members of various intelligence organizations, and select members of the military unit, who together have become a shadow government of not only the United States, but of much of the Western world. The plan is well advanced.
3 + 1 5 + 0 0.
I'm still skeptical, but Charles Hall is a pretty good witness. Looking at my notes, a lot of them. Next is, it's a UFO case that's very, very strange. And most of it can't really be debunked. It's episode 186. It's the Penturk UFO incident. And I apologize to anyone who speaks Welsh. I clearly don't. You have very strange words. Anyway, it's a fun episode. Military surveillance planes circled the Welsh village of Penturk for 3 days straight in February 2016. Never leaving, never landing, just circling. Local police fielded dozens of calls. Residents wanted answers about the planes. They wanted to know about the 3 days of weird lights in the sky. The police said it was probably RAF training, but they didn't know either. Kaz Clark stood outside with her neighbor Dave on February 26th. They'd been watching the planes for days. Military aircraft don't circle villages without a reason. At 2:30 a.m., they got their answer. A black pyramid appeared in the sky, 30 stories tall. Within seconds, combat aircraft swarmed from every direction. The military wasn't surprised. They'd been waiting for it. The circling planes, the perfect timing. This was not a coincidence. This was an ambush. The pyramid didn't descend through the night sky above Penturk. It emerged. Kaz Clark watched this massive object materialize point first, not coming down from above, pushing through from somewhere else. It reminded Kaz of a knife blade slicing through black paper. This thing was enormous, 1,000 feet long on each side, bigger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. hovering just above the tree line. Objects this size make noise. Engines, rotors, something. Not this object. The pyramid was silent. Dave grabbed Kaz's arm. His hand was shaking, and the pyramid just hung there, tilted at an angle. Then it started moving. Not flying, swaying. Left, right, left again. Picture a pendulum the size of a skyscraper. Nothing that massive should move like that. Dave started walking toward it. Kaz pulled him back. Whatever this was, they needed to keep their distance.
Yo, you get too close, you're gonna get probed.
They ran to her back gate for a better view across the fields. The pyramid was maybe 200 feet up by now, and that's when the temperature dropped. Not gradually, instantly. 5 degrees Celsius in 3 seconds. Kaz could see her breath, Dave's too. She asked Dave if he felt it. He said, yeah, it was freezing.
Yeah, he's right. They really should warm up the probes before
It wasn't a probe. Later, meteorological data would confirm it. The temperature dropped exactly 5 degrees Celsius, exactly when that pyramid appeared. February in Wales is cold, but this was different. Kaz said it felt like the cold wasn't coming from the air. She could feel it inside her body.
Yeah, still sounds like a probe.
Okay, go easy with the probe, all right?
That's what she said. Yeah.
The pyramid's underside lit up. 6 lights along one edge burned white hot. Now Kaz could see the surface clearly. The texture wasn't smooth like aircraft metal. It was rough, like it was carved from black stone. Then something shot out of the top. It was green and very bright. So bright, Kaz had to cover her eyes. The green object stopped midair, then started darting in random directions. It looked agitated. Lightning erupted from the pyramid's lower corner. But this wasn't weather lightning. The bolts looked heavy and thick. Each strike lasted 2 to 3 seconds. And they weren't firing randomly. They touched specific points in the field. The lightning acted like it was looking for something. 4 C-17 transport planes roared in from the west, flying low, too low. These planes were 174 feet long, designed to carry tanks. They don't fly at chimney height, but here they were, 2 in front, wingtip to wingtip, and 2 more in back. The green object flashed at the planes. It wasn't attacking, it was signaling, and the message was clear. Follow me. Then it shot west toward L'Entressant. The C-17s banked hard and chased the light. And the pyramid, it started fading away, not flying away, becoming transparent. But before the pyramid vanished, dozens of objects launched into the sky. Red barrel-shaped objects spreading across the field. 2 barrels stopped and rotated slowly until they were facing Kaz and Dave. Then, the objects charged. The red barrels stopped 30 feet away from Kaz and Dave, one in front of each of them, just hovering there, watching. And Kaz couldn't move, and she wasn't frozen with fear. She literally couldn't move her legs. Something was holding her in place. Dave stood next to her, also stuck. They could move their eyes, but nothing else. And the paralysis wasn't just physical. When the barrels first approached, Kaz tried to film them, but her phone was dead. Not low battery, completely dead. The barrel on the left drifted closer, 20 feet, then 10. Now Kaz could see through it. The object was made of something translucent, like red glass. And inside, thousands of tiny points of light swirled around like static from an old TV. But the static wasn't random. The specks were mixing and reforming into patterns. The thing looked alive. The barrel on the right just watched. Kaz felt it studying them. She was terrified, but there was nothing she could do. Then the closer barrel changed from red to green, instantly, like someone flipped a switch. Green light washed over them. It felt warm and tingly. The light went through her skin, through muscle, through bone. The sensation lasted maybe 30 seconds, though time felt strange, like everything was in slow motion. When the green light faded, Kaz felt different. Her fear was gone. She felt energized and alert, and she had this overwhelming need to talk about what happened. Then both barrels started to slowly back away. They rose higher and drifted west over the rooftops toward L'Entressant. Kaz flexed her fingers. Dave shook his head like he was clearing water from his ears. They could move again, but the green barrel had left something behind. Years later, Kaz learned her nervous system was generating a constant electric signal, a repeating pattern that shouldn't exist in human biology. The signal would spike and change, like her body was transmitting data. Meanwhile, calls flooded the Cardiff police station. Lights in the sky, military aircraft everywhere. Planes were flying so low, houses were shaking like there was an earthquake. Furniture was knocked over, pictures falling off walls. By 3 a.m., the police were overwhelmed, and they had no answers. But the planes kept coming. And then came the helicopters. Lots of them. Apache gunships roared over Penturk in pyramid formation. Attack helicopters armed with Hellfire missiles. They swept the field, but the objects were gone. Then they turned hard toward L'Entressant, following the same path as the barrels. More combat helicopters arrived. Chinooks from the west, Puma Lynx and Merlins from the north. The sky filled with military aircraft, all heading in the same direction. Dave and Kaz wanted to follow, but the Welsh countryside in winter is pitch black. No streetlights, no moon through the clouds. They couldn't see anything. They'd have to wait for daylight. When Kaz got home, she felt strange, disoriented. She checked the clock, 3:50 a.m. But that couldn't be right. They were outside for no longer than 15 minutes, but somehow an hour and 20 minutes had disappeared. Kaz caught her reflection in the window. Something was different. She leaned closer. A single strand of her hair had turned white. At 4:21 a.m., 2 explosions shook Penturk. The first one was an airburst. Witnesses said it sounded like thunder, but sharper. The second explosion was different. A ground impact somewhere along Smilog Woods shook every house in the village. At the local hospital, patients thought a bomb had gone off. The explosions registered on seismographs 40 miles away. But something else happened that night that was more frightening to parents than the explosions. Their children couldn't wake up. All the kids in the area slept through all this noise. Explosions, planes, helicopters, sirens. One mother told investigators this was the first time in 10 years her kids didn't wake up in the middle of the night. The next morning, Kaz's hair had turned white. Not just that single strand, and not gray, white. Yesterday she had dark hair, now she looked 10 years older. Kaz, Dave, and another neighbor, Steve, went to check the field where the pyramid appeared. They expected to find the ground burned from the lightning strikes. Everything looked wrong. The grass was brown. The bushes were dead. Everything that had been under the pyramid's path was drained of life. Not burned, not broken, just dead. The trees along the edge of the field were dry and lifeless, but only the side that faced the pyramid. The rest of each tree, even branches on the same trunk, were perfectly healthy. But things got stranger. Snow was falling, but only there, only in the dead zone. And this wasn't normal snow. The flakes were tiny, spongy pellets, and they didn't melt when you touched them. They just dissolved into nothing. They hopped in their car and drove west toward L'Entressant Common, following the path of the objects and the aircraft. For years, locals had dumped old appliances in the common. It became like a giant junkyard. Washing machines, bike frames, car parts, they were scattered all over the common. But not today. Now everything was stacked in neat piles along the side of the road. Someone had searched, sorted, and organized all the metal in the area. Yellow crime scene tape hung from the bushes, but there was no pattern to it, no perimeter, just random strips fluttering in the wind. A dog walker told them he'd been out at 4:30 that morning. He saw military helicopters landing. Troops jumped out with metal detectors. They were searching for something that crashed in Smilog Woods. So that's where they headed next. They found the impact site in minutes. 6 trees, each 60 feet tall, snapped in half. Not at the base, 20 feet up where the trunks were 12 inches thick. All 6 breaks formed a perfect line pointing back toward Penturk. Trees don't snap like that. Not from wind, not from aircraft. Whatever hit those trees had been moving fast. Really fast. Faster than anything that exists on Earth. Immediately, all public areas were closed. Multiple highways were shut down, including the M4 motorway. The official reason was a truck overturned. The locals didn't buy it. You don't close half of South Wales for one truck accident. A camp appeared overnight in the fields behind Kaz's house. Perfect rows of civilian tents. Too perfect. As Kaz would say later, you could take the man out of the army, but you can't take the army out of the man. Steve, Dave, and Donna, another friend, went with Kaz to investigate. The men at the camp were clearly military. They weren't wearing uniforms, but they were heavily armed. They said they were conducting a fracking survey. That was the wrong cover story. Fracking wasn't allowed in that part of Wales.
How dare you!
Later, they switched stories. Now they were from Vodafone, a large phone company. They were checking cell tower locations. But why does a phone company have men in white forensic suits crawling on their hands and knees in the woods? And why does a phone company have employees in hazmat gear carrying assault rifles?
Have you seen their cancellation fees?
The surveyors acted strange. Every time someone walked past, the hazmat workers would stop what they were doing and stand up. They'd just stand there and stare at you until you were out of sight. As Kaz and her friends circled the area, they heard shouting. 3 teams with electronic equipment and laptops were walking through the woods. Someone kept saying, "Find it, find it, find it now." Meanwhile, more witnesses were coming forward. Jacob Coleman had seen the green object near L'Entressant in a standoff with Apache helicopters. He said the green light didn't move like a machine. It moved like it was alive. A family in Cowbridge photographed barrel-shaped objects flying over their house at 2:33 a.m. The metadata proved it. Same night, same time as Penturk. The barrels were heading west, being chased by military aircraft towards Smilog Woods. Smilog Woods is a public area. It can't be closed without permission. But now the whole area was locked down and patrolled. Witnesses had been camping in Smilog Woods. They saw an object crash. Those witnesses were assaulted, illegally detained, illegally searched, and forcibly removed by armed military personnel. Their phones were taken and wiped. One witness drove through chunks of crystal scattered across a road, red and white crystal. It was like broken glass, but heavier and thicker, the debris field from one of the destroyed barrels. At Cardiff Airport, an Apache helicopter made an emergency landing with its cockpit on fire. The official story was a mechanical failure. It had taken off from St. Athan Air Force Base at 4:24 a.m., just 3 minutes after the explosion. It made multiple trips to the crash site that night, transporting something. And whatever they recovered, someone important wanted to see it. A BAE 146 jet with the call sign Kitty Hawk landed at dawn and left an hour later. This plane only flies VIPs like the Prime Minister and the royal family. The next morning, the military had an explanation ready. This was all part of Exercise Chameleon.
A chameleon is a type of lizard.
Chameleon was just a routine training drill. That's what they told the few reporters who asked. Just a war game, nothing really to see here. But you don't fly C-17s over a residential area in the middle of the night. You don't fly 24 helicopters around a hospital. You don't explode ordnance so large it registers on the Richter scale. And you don't have Apache helicopters making emergency landings with their cockpits on fire during routine drills. Exercise Chameleon didn't make sense.
Human, they are saying the quiet part out loud. They are literally telling us it's lizard people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
Bleh.
Please stop that.
What? Was that big?
I'm begging you.
Fine, I'm sorry. I take it back.
NATO reconnaissance aircraft had been circling overhead during the entire incident. An E-3 Sentry Command aircraft, the kind that coordinates combat operations. Those planes cost $270 million and can track over 250 fast-moving targets simultaneously from 250 miles away. The surveillance planes had civilian transponders, private security registrations. The military was hiding their own aircraft from radar. They didn't want a record of what they were hunting. One plane stood out, the Hawker Beechcraft's Shadow R1, call sign Snake 48. That plane was decommissioned in 2012, but in 2014, it came back after a top-secret refit. For 2 years, nobody knew where it was or what modifications it received. Now, it was here, flying search patterns over Penturk. They knew something was coming, and whatever they added to that plane, it was designed to find it. Kaz started documenting everything, taking photos of the camp, recording registration numbers of unmarked vehicles, asking questions, simple ones at first. What military exercise? Why weren't residents warned? The military of defense had a simple answer. There was no exercise. But that made no sense. Wales Online posted at 3:39 a.m. that night saying they were covering the incident, but no story ever appeared. No press briefing ever happened. The media went silent. Kaz filed Freedom of Information requests, dozens of them. Governments don't like these requests. They delay, they deny, they claim national security. Kaz didn't care. At first, the MOD denied any military presence in Penturk. Then they admitted it but claimed Section 26, national defense. They said they didn't need permission from residents to conduct the exercise. Wrong. The Defense Infrastructure Organization requires written permission for all exercises on private land, 21 days in advance from every landowner, but nobody was informed or consented. Natural Resources Wales owns Smilog Woods, the location of the crash site. They gave no permission for military activity, no permission to close public paths, and definitely no permission to set off explosives. They wrote, this type of activity would have required permission. If it had occurred, we'd have a record. The hospital changed their story 3 times. First, they said no one warned them about the military exercise. Explosions shook patients awake in their beds, but they received no advance notice. Then they said the South Wales police warned them about a counterterrorism exercise. The hospital apologized for their previous response, stating that new information had come to light.
Yeah, certain things have come to light, and, has it ever occurred to you that, instead of, running around blaming me, given the nature of all this new stuff, this could be a lot more complex. I mean, it's not just, it might not be just a simple,
The hospital even provided an excerpt from an email about exercises running from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. on February 25th and 26th. When investigator Gary Jones asked for proof, the hospital said they didn't have the email. So how do you quote from an email that you don't have?
Oh, maybe the email was on Hillary's server.
Wait, what's our rule?
We don't joke about the Clintons. You're right, go ahead.
So, Kaz contacted the South Wales police 11 times. Kaz asked if they conducted counterterrorism exercises that night. Their response was always, we can neither confirm nor deny. That's not a legal answer under Freedom of Information rules. You either have information or you don't. It turned out that the South Wales police never conducted counterterrorism exercises those nights. The chief of police said so. They did have counterterrorism training that past June, but not on February 25th or 26th. Regardless, the public is always informed about these types of operations, but not this time. The hospital lied, then lied about lying. The police lied, then lied about lying. Oh, the journalist who wrote those first cover stories for Wales Online? After 15 years, she quit. Her new job? Communications officer for the Royal Glamorgan Hospital, the same hospital that couldn't keep its story straight. Investigators believed someone was trying to tie up loose ends. The excuses kept coming. When asked why troops collected scrap metal at 4:30 a.m., the MOD claimed national security. Old washing machines and broken bicycles were suddenly classified. Kaz searched the official MOD website for any record of Exercise Chameleon. Buried in the site, she found a NOTAM. A NOTAM is a notice to airmen that warns commercial and civilian pilots not to enter certain airspace. These notices are required before any exercise involving aircraft to prevent collisions. They have to be filed at least 5 days before the exercise. This NOTAM was filed at 9 p.m. on February 25th. 9 hours before the pyramid appeared. Worse, military aircraft flew 50 miles outside the NOTAM boundary. You never leave your airspace during exercises. That's how mid-air collisions happen, unless you're chasing something that isn't following your flight plan. The smoking gun came from the Air Commission Secretariat, the MOD's highest authority. He wrote, "I can confirm that no information in the scope of your request is held. There were no programmed air defense exercises in South Wales in February 2016. No exercise, no permission, no warning. Everything that happened that night was illegal. Kaz Clark had just declared war on the Ministry of Defense, and the MOD would fight back." The Penturk UFO incident is one of the most compelling I've ever covered. Multiple witnesses, government documents, photographs. But is it true? Well, let's start with what we know. Kaz Clark spent 8 years gathering evidence and fighting the Ministry of Defense, and they fought back. Kaz was threatened, followed. Military personnel have been seen at her presentations. Just 2 days after the event, she was nearly run off the road by a black SUV. But Kaz never gave up, and eventually the MOD had to issue a statement. They claimed this was all part of their scheduled training, Operation Chameleon. But Operation Chameleon actually took place a week earlier in northern England, not Wales. She proved they lied. She proved 20 helicopters, 4 transport planes, and ground troops operated illegally over civilian areas. But what about the Black Pyramid and the red and green barrels? Can they be explained?
No.
Maybe.
Crap.
The pyramid could have been a misidentified aircraft. C-17s flying in formation might create a triangular shape. And modern stealth tech can make aircraft pretty quiet. The red and green objects could have been drop zone markers, the lights paratroopers used during night jumps, or they could have been flares. From the ground, multiple lights descending slowly might look like the edges of something massive. Except Kaz was right below the drop zone. She saw no parachutes, no soldiers, just objects that moved horizontally, changed direction instantly, and studied her from 30 feet away. Paratroopers can't do that.
Yeah, I bet the 82nd Airborne can.
They can't.
82, sold away!
Then there's Kaz's lost time. High-stress situations mess with your memory. You ever fall or drop something and it feels like it's happening in slow motion? When your adrenaline spikes, your brain doesn't process time normally. Everything slows down to give you time to react. Now, Apache helicopters carry powerful radar and jamming equipment. That might explain why phones didn't work.
Yeah, these explanations are pretty thin, boyo.
I admit that they are. I'm just telling you what the skeptics say. But this is a hard one to debunk. Witnesses said the pyramid didn't descend from the sky. It emerged through space. That technology doesn't exist. The MOD claimed the explosions were controlled detonations of simulated munitions. But simulated munitions don't register on seismographs 40 miles away. And you know how they closed the roads because of a truck crash? We can't prove that because all the CCTV was turned off that night.
Oh, that happens in certain jail cells from time to time.
Easy with that. The debris field was confirmed by multiple witnesses. Kaz's hair really did turn white overnight. Doctors couldn't explain it. But exposure to radiation does explain it. And Kaz has shown all the symptoms of radiation sickness. And you know how they discovered the radiation and that strange signal Kaz was emitting? During one of the 3 lie detector tests, she passed. Almost 2 years after the event, the radiation level at the site was still harmful to humans. It took 5 years for the area to clear. Surveillance planes circled for 3 days. Fact. The NOTAM appeared 9 hours before, not the required 5 days. Fact. $4.5 billion in military assets was deployed that night. Fact. Snake 48, a plane that officially doesn't exist, was flying search patterns. Fact. Were they waiting for a UFO? We don't know. The mainstream skeptical view is that the Penturk UFO incident was a military operation. To me, this isn't really a story about the UFO. It's about the cover-up. The UK government, the Welsh government, the South Wales police, the hospital, dozens, maybe hundreds of people lied to the public. If there was a UFO encounter, I think the people of Penturk deserve to know. Because if this was just a military exercise, then countless laws were broken that terrified local residents and put them in real danger. So I have one question for the Ministry of Defense, the Welsh government, and the South Wales Police. Just one. My question isn't, was there a UFO? My question is, why aren't any of you in jail?
I bet you've probably been to the doctor's office in the past few months. I bet you had to hand over personal info, like your insurance, your ID, maybe even your social security number. And I bet you weren't thinking about how your doctor is just one of many places that has your personal information. If any one of them isn't careful, it's a good bet they could accidentally expose your details to hackers and identity theft, putting you at risk. Fortunately, LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed or your money back, with plans covering up to $3 million for stolen funds and expenses. Don't take chances with your personal info. Help protect it even when it's out of your hands. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code iHeart. Call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code iHeart, or go to lifelock.com/iHeart for 40% off. Terms apply.
This Labor Day, say goodbye to spills, stains, and overpriced furniture with WashableSofas.com, featuring Annabay, the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly pricing. Sofas start at just $6.99, making it the perfect time to upgrade your space. Annabay's pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and interchangeable slipcovers are made with high-performance fabric built for real life. You'll love the cloud-like comfort of hypoallergenic, high-resilience foam that never needs fluffing, and a durable steel frame that stands the test of time. With modular pieces, you can rearrange anytime. It's a sofa that adapts to your life. Now through Labor Day, get up to 60% off site-wide at WashableSofas.com. Every order comes with a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping, no restocking fees, every penny back. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
3+15+00.
Now, I don't know if there were aliens in that story, but all that military activity, all those cover-ups, the road being blocked, all the lies, that was all true.
Ahoy, human! I've commandeered a United States Navy stealth vessel. I'm safe in international waters.
Here you are, sir. Belvedere martini, shaken not stirred, pearl onions.
Thanks, honey.
Wait a second. Your Navy stealth vessel has cocktail service?
Well, this is the modern U.S. Navy. Don't blame me. Blame Pete Hegseth.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll look to your left, you'll see the Hoover Dam. It was opened in 1935 and took 3 years to build. Now go ahead and treat yourself and take some damn pictures. I'm kidding, of course.
Yeah, I think your stealth vessel is actually a Lake Mead tour boat.
No. I think Gertie's having trouble with his sea legs. Or sea humps. Whatever camels have.
You brought Gertie?
She's my emotional support ungulate.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you look to your right, you'll see a... Hey, wait a minute. Is that a talking goldfish?
My cover's blown. Morgan, countermeasures.
Which button is countermeasures again, boss?
Oh, for crying out loud, the green button. No!
What is going on?
We just deployed decoy flares. Morgan hit the red button. In all fairness, he's colorblind, so this one's on me.
Is that the fire alarm? Shouldn't you get on a lifeboat or something?
Yeah, I'm a freshwater fish with 3 beavers and 1 very buoyant camel. We're gonna be just fine. Yeah, this sounds like a human problem to me. Peace out.
I'm sure he won't be back for a while. Next up is an episode that made me a believer. Crop circles. So when I started writing the episode, I was totally convinced that crop circles were just all fake guys with ropes and boards. And then by the time I got finished with the episode, I'm pretty sure that crop circles are real. 99% aren't, but 1% just cannot be explained. This is a wild one and a long one. See you in a bit. In 1974, a group of scientists beamed a message into space. The message, meant to be received by an intelligent alien species, described life on Earth. Written in simple binary code and using the most powerful radio telescope on the planet, the message was broadcast to a dense cluster of stars in the constellation of Hercules. This exercise was just ceremonial, a way to demonstrate new technology in radio astronomy. Nobody was really expected to receive it, and even if they did, it wouldn't be anytime soon. The nearest star in the direction of the broadcast is 25,000 light years away. So the telescope was tuned to 2380 megahertz, aimed at Hercules, and fired up. The scientists congratulated each other, shook hands, and went on with their lives. But 27 years later, something very unexpected happened with that message beamed into deep space. Someone wrote back. One morning in 1966, George Pedley was working his farm in Tully, Queensland, Australia, when he heard a strange buzzing sound. He climbed down from his tractor and started walking in the direction of the sound. Then he saw a circular craft slowly rise above a section of swampland not 50 feet from where he was standing. The craft hovered for a few seconds, shot straight up into the sky, and disappeared. When George went to investigate, he found a large circle of reeds had been pulled from the swamp and flattened into a disc. The circle was 30 feet across, 2 feet thick, and arranged in a clockwise swirl. Because of the swirl and the thickness of the reeds, locals called the formation a UFO nest. But what this actually was a crop circle. Since the 1960s, thousands of crop circles or crop formations have been found. They've been seen on every continent in almost every country on Earth. But the epicenter for crop formations is Wiltshire in the southwest of England. Crop formations range from the very simple to the very complex. Formations can be circles, stars, and other geometric shapes, but some are pictograms, though nobody knows for sure what they mean. Though every formation is different, they have a few things in common. Recognizable patterns that are created very quickly, usually at night. The creation of these patterns is always associated with some kind of light, either a beam of light or an orb of light.
Whatever that is, that's what you want to say. Oh my God.
Though crop formations seem like a new phenomenon, there's evidence they've been appearing for a long time. In the 9th century, Abegard, the Bishop of Lyon in France, wrote about parishioners who were possibly engaged in devil worship or paganism. They were collecting seeds out of flattened circles in the fields and using them for fertility rituals. In 1686, Robert Plot, a professor at Oxford, wrote about crop circles. He even drew pictures of a couple that appeared near his home. He said they were formed by a flash of light. And once they were formed, animals wouldn't go near them. Around the same time, a pamphlet was released called The Mowing Devil. It describes how a farmer woke to see a bright light in his field that he thought was fire. When he went to investigate, he found a crop circle. It's called The Mowing Devil because the farmer said the circle was so neatly mowed that it could not have been done by a mortal man. John Leland served as librarian to Henry VIII. He wrote about patterns appearing in grass overnight. In 1937, a British science journal reported circles found in a field of barley and even included one of the first photos taken of a crop circle. In 1945, this photo was taken by a balloonist working for the RAF Parachute Training School. In 1952, the U.S. Air Force investigated circles found in Kansas. In 1963, Sir Patrick Moore, an astronomer writing for the New Scientist journal, investigated a formation in Charlton.
In the wheat fields were features taking the form of circular or elliptical areas in which the wheat had been flattened. One very well defined was an oval, 15 yards long by 4.5 broad. There was evidence of spiral flattening, and in one case there was a circular area in the center in which the wheat had not been flattened.
One of the texts discovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls is the Book of Enoch. Enoch talks about lightning leaving marks on the earth. So these formations have been seen since the beginning of recorded history. Even though thousands of circles have been found, and many people claim to witness them forming, no one had ever caught it on camera until 1996. John Whaley was camping out on a hill in Wiltshire called Oliver's Castle, named for a fort that was built there many years ago. Around 3 a.m., something caught his eye. He grabbed his video camera and captured footage of several glowing orbs hovering over a field. Then, like magic,
Whoa!
here's the formation from the air. Nobody can agree on what crop circles mean, though most people believe they're messages. Now, this is frustrating to many researchers. They say, whoever's making these, why don't they just speak English? Well, in 2001, they did.
Intelligently controlled. You see, the object came down and it stopped for a long.
Nothing random about it. There's no movement in the prevailing wind.
I can't think what that is. The definitive piece of evidence.
In 1974, the Arosibo message was sent from Earth to a cluster of stars in the Hercules constellation. It's called the Arosibo message because that was the name of the giant radio telescope used to transmit it. The team that created the message was led by Dr. Frank Drake, with assistance from Carl Sagan. The message was 1,679 binary digits that could be converted to an image, designed to convey information about civilization on Earth. It starts with a representation of the numbers 1 through 10. This provides a key to the rest of the message. Next, atomic numbers of hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus, which are used to make up DNA. Carbon is at the top because it's the most dominant in forms of life. The message shows more information about DNA, including the double helix structure. Toward the bottom, a figure of a human, its average height, and the population of the Earth, which was a little over 4 billion at the time. Next, our solar system, starting with the sun and moving out to Pluto. The Earth is shifted up to identify the planet sending the signal. At the bottom, a graphic representing the Arosibo radio telescope. Now, the nearest star that could possibly receive the message is 25,000 light years away, so we couldn't really expect a reply for another 50,000 years. But on the morning of August 14th, 2001, a formation was discovered right next to the Chilbolton radio telescope. Now, even if you don't know the full design, when you're on the ground, you can tell you're in a crop circle. There's structure and uniformity to it. But this new formation was different. It was a mess. It wasn't symmetrical. Nobody could make sense of it until it was viewed from the air.
Holy
A face. And 3 days later, this appeared. This became known as the Arosibo answer.
Ay, Chihuahua!
The formation uses the same 23 by 73 grid. The top line shows the numbers 1 through 10, just like the original, but the reply shows silicon as the main element for life, not carbon. Their DNA is shown as having a third string. In the center is a humanoid figure about 4 feet tall with a large head, and their population is about 21 billion. Below the figure is their solar system. They appear to occupy 3 objects in the system, the 3rd and 4th planets, and then there's another shape that could mean a planet or some other object or structure. On the human Arosibo message is a picture of the radio telescope, which was used to send the message. Whoever sent the reply seems to understand this. So what is this design meant to represent? Well, just a year earlier, this formation appeared in the same place. Is this the same object? Is this crop formation a representation of a machine used to communicate through space? Again, frustrated researchers and skeptics agree on something. Why don't they just speak English? Well, almost exactly 1 year later, this formation appeared.
My brain just exploded.
Once again, we see a face, but that's not a human face. And just like the Arosibo message was broadcast in binary code, the disk formation also contains binary code. And for the first time, we get an actual, literal message. The code was translated to letters using ASCII, the encoding standard for electronic communication.
Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time.
Believe.
There is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit close.
Whoever it is that wants to communicate with us is using many different means. In 2004, Robert Ridge was deer hunting a few miles outside of Roswell, New Mexico. Half buried in the dirt, he found a strange rock. On the rock is a geometric carving. Robert grabbed it and didn't think it was anything more than a cool rock someone lost at some point. But he didn't keep it a secret. He showed it to friends and anyone who was curious about it. It didn't take long before strange discoveries were made about the rock. For one, it's magnetized lodestone, which is not a kind of rock found in that area. And under a microscope, the Roswell Rock is extremely smooth. There's no carving marks or indication of sandblasting. But the most fascinating discovery is that in 1996, 8 years before the Roswell Rock was found, this crop formation appeared. The designs match up. Some people think this design is a message. Others think it's a map. Still, others think the Roswell Rock, the Arosibo answer, and all crop circles are nothing but a hoax. But who would create such elaborate hoaxes, and why? Well, in 1991, we would get the answer when a British newspaper ran a front-page story with the headline, "The Men Who Con the World."
Oh, no.
On September 9th, 1991, two retirees in their 60s confessed to starting the crop circle phenomenon in 1978. Doug Bauer said the idea came to him one night in a pub. He was living in Queensland in 1966 when the Tully UFO left behind that circle of reeds. Doug thought it would be fun to trick people into thinking UFOs were landing in wheat fields in southern England. He enlisted the help of his friend Dave Chorley. All they needed to make a crop circle was a wood plank, a bit of rope, and a twisted piece of wire. At first, their designs were simple and crude, but over time they became more and more complex.
And you could center this through this ring, walk straight towards it, and lo and behold, you got the lovely straight line that you could wish for.
International media picked up the story, and the mystery was solved. Crop circles were nothing more than a couple of amiable old fellows playing a prank, and that was that.
That's it? And the story? It's kind of disappointing.
Oh, we're just getting started.
Oh, go on.
Doug and Dave might have created a few crop circles, but their story has a lot of holes. They demonstrated their circle-making technique, and the results were janky. Most crop formations, even back then, were much more precise. Doug and Dave's formations were out of alignment every time. The more complicated the design, the worse the formations were. During one demonstration for a news crew, Doug attempted to reproduce one of his circles and accidentally made it twice as big as it should have been. Then he just gave up on making it. And their story changed over time. They said they started making circles in 1976. Then it was 1975. Then it was 1978. In fact, they never could agree on the year they actually started. Now, they claimed to have created certain circles and then later said they didn't, but they helped people who did. And Doug and Dave said they created this famous crop circle in 1983 called the Cheesefoot Head Circle. Doug showed a diagram of it, but his diagram had footpaths in it. The circle had no paths. It had no disturbances of any kind. When asked how they created the circle without making tracks in the crop, Doug said they pole vaulted into the field.
Whoa. Did you just say pole vaulted?
Yep. He said in an interview that you should have seen us running through the fields with our sticks sailing over the corn.
Yeah, I would like to see that, actually.
Oh, me too, pal. Apparently, these men in their 60s pole vaulted into fields carrying their wood boards. They laid down a perfect crop formation and pole vaulted out again. Now, Doug looks pretty fit for an older guy, but he's getting winded walking in a circle. Pole vaulting seems a little outside of his athletic range. They also added details to their story as other crop circles were found. One day, a couple of people investigating a circle told Doug they were looking for a jelly-like substance that was found in a formation. Doug told them it was probably waste ejected from a plane. Later, Doug had a story about making a crop circle, and while he was doing it, he got hit in the head with a piece of frozen waste ejected from a plane's toilet.
And they call those Boeing bombs.
Right.
Yeah, big old frozen chunk of poopy.
He stumbled back to his car, dazed, with blood trickling down his face. The problem is, planes don't dump waste over that area. It would be illegal, dangerous, and disgusting. Another story came out about people finding bits of metal thought to be meteorites at crop formations. Soon after that, Doug and Dave's crop circles had little bits of iron scattered all around. So, a few things. Did Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley create some crop circles? Yes. When Doug and Dave came forward, about 1,500 crop circles had been seen in at least 23 countries.
Oh, well, you can't pole vault to Belgium.
Right, even Doug couldn't do that. But they inspired a lot of copycats. Soon, most crop formations were man-made. So, is there a scientific way to tell if a crop circle is not a hoax, but genuine? There is. Most crop formations are man-made. The vast majority are. And there are telltale signs of this. Sometimes spotting a man-made crop circle is as simple as finding a footpath through the field leading up to the design. But often crop formations intersect the lines made by tractors called tram lines, which can hide tracks. To spot a hoax, we look at the plants themselves. Man-made crop circles done by flattening plants with boards are destructive to the plants. You'll see cracks and bruises on the stalks. On the ground, the crushed plants look messy. The leaves and flowers will be mashed to the ground. Marks will be visible on only one side of the plant where it was stomped by a plank of wood. Many of those marks are creases where you can actually bend the stalk. Genuine crop circles don't look like this at all. First, the lay of the pattern will flow like water. There's a gentleness to it, an elegance, and many times the stalks are layered and even braided. In genuine crop circles, most plants aren't damaged. They'll continue to grow horizontally and then after a few days return to their vertical position. In this formation found in May 2005, the flowers weren't damaged at all. They were somehow laid down gently. A group of clumsy men with wooden boards couldn't do this. We know this because it was tried. A group of crop circle makers attempted to reproduce this formation. From the air, it looks pretty good, but on the ground, the man-made version is a mess. The plants are trashed. A formation in 2003 was especially puzzling. In parts of the design, the plants weren't completely flattened. They were bent a few inches from the top. It's been described as like the grooves of a record. How do you make this with planks and rope?
You don't.
You don't. Another sign of a genuine circle can be seen, especially in wheat. In late summer, when wheat turns gold, the kernels become heavy and bend over from the weight. They also become stiff and are impossible to straighten. But the wheat within a crop circle, the kernels have straightened out and can't be bent. So what would do this? Radiation. Wheat stalks are separated by structures called apical nodes. These are like the knuckles on your fingers. In the 1990s, biophysicist William Levengood started analyzing plants taken from crop circles. His team found the nodes in crop circle wheat were elongated, and in many cases they were ruptured.
Oh, a rupture on an elongated node? I think they make a cream for that.
This rupture is called an expulsion cavity. The only way this could be replicated is with bursts of microwave radiation. The way your microwave oven works is it heats up water, fats, and sugar in food. Microwave energy is heating up the water in the wheat stalk nodes. The water turns to steam and then they burst, just like popcorn. Now you can't fake this. It happens to the plant internally.
There's no way you could hoax that.
People who claim to have witnessed crop circles being made, and there's quite a few witnesses, report seeing a mist over the pattern immediately after it's formed. This mist is actually steam coming from the plants that were flash heated by microwave radiation. While experimenting with radiation, Levengood found crop circle seed had a huge increase in growth compared to non-crop circle seed. By exposing seeds to short, controlled bursts of radiation, they grow bigger and faster than seeds not exposed to radiation. Another experiment showed that wheat harvested from within a crop circle has a much higher amount of protein than wheat outside the circle. So there's evidence that whatever energy is used to create crop formations is leaving residual traces of this energy in the area. Some crop formations are covered in a dusting of microscopic spheres of magnetized iron. specifically meteorite iron. Researchers call this a magnetic glaze. These spheres are usually found around the perimeter of a formation, and they're distributed linearly, not randomly. Because the iron particles are magnetized perfect spheres, it means they were melted and formed within a highly energetic magnetic field. When people are inside crop formations, many are affected by electromagnetic radiation. Just look at this.
Ja, jeg har rød. Jeg får motsatt, men du ser det sånn nesten. Guri malla, det blir helt sånn. Og nå blir det borte. Nå blir det borte. Da blir det vanlig. Nå blir det vanlig.
Ja, visst.
As part of an experiment, a woman with an enlarged thyroid sat in a crop formation for 2.5 hours. While being monitored by a doctor, her thyroid shrunk by 40%. Often cameras, watches, and other electronic devices stop working inside a crop circle. In fact, pregnant women and people with pacemakers are discouraged from going near one. Now, to skeptics, all this talk about energy sounds woo-woo, but I just showed you the real effects on plants and people. Now, it's fair to say that the elongated nodes and growth rates of wheat could be a coincidence. It's also fair to say that the physical reactions experienced by people could be psychosomatic, all in their minds. But skeptics, how do you explain this? These are called ghost formations, or ghost circles. This is when the design of a crop formation is still visible after the field has been plowed. Sometimes a ghost formation remains through the following season. Sometimes it remains for 2 years before finally fading. But this doesn't happen with all crop formations. Nobody knows why, but it could have something to do with where the patterns are found. A study was done in the early 2000s of all the crop circles in southern England found that year. The study showed that 98% of all non-man-made formations were over chalk aquifers. And by the way, chalk aquifers can be used for generating electricity. Everything keeps pointing back to electromagnetism. If there's an epicenter for crop formations in southern England, it's Silbury Hill. Silbury Hill was built thousands of years ago. It's 129 feet tall and covers an area of about 5 acres. Nobody agrees on what it was originally used for, but every year crop formations appear near it, sometimes right next to it. And by the way, the whole thing is one giant pile of chalk. Not far from Silbury Hill is Stonehenge. Crop circles appear there too. One of the most famous of these is called the Stonehenge Surprise. On Sunday, July 7th, 1996, this formation appeared mere feet from Stonehenge. It's been called one of the most complex and spectacular crop circle designs ever seen. The design is a Julius set, a type of fractal. Fractals are visual representations of mathematic formulas that repeat themselves at different scales. Zoom way in or way out, the pattern is the same. Look at how close Stonehenge is to the formation. Look at the visibility. Stonehenge has 24-hour security. The guards saw nothing unusual the night before. Crop formations also appear near Avebury, which is in the same area. The Avebury henge is massive, twice the size of Stonehenge. Now, a ley line is believed to be an invisible path or energy line that connects sacred sites. Ley lines are thought to create a network of energy across the earth, influencing the flow of energy and aligning with cosmic forces. The area around Stonehenge is on one of those ley lines. If crop formations are an attempt at communication, they're clearly using mathematic concepts, and this would make sense. Math is a universal language. But what do the messages mean? What story do they tell? Are crop formations proof of space travel? Do they offer an explanation for space travel? Are crop formations a map? Are they blueprints for a machine? Well, the answer to all those questions is yes. Over the years, crop formations got more and more complex. What started out as simple circles became patterns like this. This is the famous Milk Hill Galaxy spiral found in 2001. The spiral consists of 409 perfect circles, 1,000 feet across, spread over 700,000 square feet. And look at how clean the design is. That's not even flat ground. This formation is a hard one for skeptics to deal with. Remember, England is pretty far north. In the summer, the days are very, very long. The night the spiral was made, there was only about 4 hours of darkness. It would take a huge crew of people to lay down this pattern in 4 hours. And by the way, it was raining the night it appeared. You'd think the field would be full of muddy footprints by the army of hoaxers it would take to make this. But nope, the Milk Hill spiral is pristine. Fractals are a common theme with crop formations. Geometric shapes and other expressions of mathematic functions are also quite common. Even complex math problems are expressed. Squaring the circle is a problem in geometry first proposed in Greek mathematics. Squaring the circle involves using a compass and a ruler to create a square and circle with the same area. Now, this has been proven impossible, since calculating the area of a circle requires using pi. And if you remember your math lessons, pi is an irrational number, meaning it can never be exact. So you can never get the area of a circle to equal the area of a square. But there are methods that allow you to get close. And these methods have been seen in crop formations for years. Crop formations often use other mathematic concepts, like the golden ratio and Fibonacci numbers. Here's a formation that, when it appeared, people found very confusing. Then a mathematician solved it. It's a representation of pi out to 10 decimal places. The lengths of the arcs represent each digit. There's even a decimal point and an indication that the number continues forever. But there are also designs that, at first glance, look like geometry, but not exactly right. That's when some researchers had the idea to stop looking and start listening. This particular circle resembles what's called a cymatic pattern. A cymatic pattern is a shape that forms when sound waves vibrate a material like water or sand. Ernst Chladni was a German physicist and musician who documented cymatic patterns. He proved that different sound frequencies create different patterns, and these patterns could be predicted and repeated. Could the builder of this crop circle be telling us that this sound frequency has special meaning? If it does, how do we apply it? Well, let's look for more clues. In 2011, this double spiral formation appeared on Windmill Hill, the location of another ancient site. The same day, another double spiral appeared near Stonehenge, just a few miles away. Dr. Jerry Croth thought these formations could represent neutron stars. And although it's very rare, sometimes neutron stars collide and form a magnetar. What makes magnetars unique is their incredibly strong magnetic fields, which are among the strongest known in the universe. These magnetic fields are thousands to billions of times stronger than those of neutron stars. A magnetar's gravity is so strong that it dramatically warps space-time around it. In theory, this warping of space-time could lead to an Einstein-Rosen bridge, better known as a wormhole. A wormhole, again in theory, can connect two very distant points in space, essentially creating a shortcut that allows you to travel to a location faster than light could get there in a straight line. Now, I'm aware this is a lot of in theory and possibly and maybe regarding these crop formations. After all, magnetars are so rare that in the entire galaxy, only 10 have ever been found. Well, 11. Because the following day, literally the day after these crop formations appeared, a new magnetar appeared. I don't mean it was always there and was just discovered. I mean it wasn't there yesterday and it's there today. Then in 2022, this crop formation appears. 2 sections of concentric rings connected by a line. It's been theorized that this represents a wormhole. It shows 2 points in space surrounded by warped space-time and then a portal between. The outer ring represents the bending of space-time. Now, maybe this crop formation is just a design with no special meaning, but that would be rare. Almost all crop formations have a message or purpose. So let's assume, for fun, that all these messages are puzzle pieces, that when the pieces are fit together, they show proof of a wormhole and a map of how to get to it. But how? How do we do that? Well, that's the question that electrical engineer Nikola Romansky asked. Nikola saw this image of a crop circle that seemed to be meaningless. It didn't have a recognizable geometry. It wasn't symmetrical. But Nikola had an idea. He brought the shape into his 3D software and extruded it around the center axis, meaning he spun it around to make a shape. So Nikola found more crop formations and did the same thing. He rotated the designs around a central axis to create their shapes in 3D. And after a while, he had a collection of what appeared to be blueprints, instructions on how to create some kind of machine.
So what did he do?
Well, what do you think he did? He built it. Nicola Romanski reached out to filmmaker Charles Maxwell and asked for help. Maxwell was working on a documentary about crop circles. Nicola needed help and funding to build his machine. This machine, he thought, was a vehicle that ran on zero-point energy, could alter gravity, and reach light speed. How can you not build it? So they enlisted 3D designers and machinists. They hired electricians and fabricators. It took over 3 years and they finally had their prototype.
No!
It didn't work.
No.
Well, they got some plasma to ignite, but they ran out of money.
Oh.
The entire process is in the documentary, which I linked below. The truth is, whatever they were building probably wasn't going to work. But it's possible that Nicola was onto something. That the secret to zero-point energy, gravity, and space-time all comes down to one thing: spin. Whenever government whistleblowers describe reverse engineering UFOs, spin is always a core piece of the technology. According to Mark McCandlish, a former aerospace designer, UFO anti-gravity and propulsion are achieved by rotating liquid mercury. The infamous Nazi bell-shaped UFO De Glocke was said to use similar technology. Bob Lazar talked about studying element 115 when he worked at Area 51. E-115 is said to power alien spacecraft. And when Lazar made those claims in the 1980s, there was no such element. But in 2003, E-115 was discovered. A whistleblower came forward just a few weeks ago. He claims to have been a military contractor working on reverse engineering UFOs. He said their engines use counter-rotating cylinders with element 115 as the power source. Russian physicist Nikolai Kozyrev believed the twisting and spinning of space-time called torsion was the secret to unlocking gravity and unlocking everything. In 2019, an engineer working for the US Navy filed a patent for a plasma compression fusion device. This is a machine that can generate a tremendous amount of power, like terawatts of power in a small package. The device is about the size of a car, but can put out as much energy as a nuclear power plant. If it's real, the energy is clean and unlimited. His invention is based on spin. The scientist is Salvatore Pais, and he currently works for the US Space Force. He's filed quite a few interesting patents on behalf of the United States government. Propulsion engines, room temperature superconductors, inertial mass reduction devices, and high-frequency gravitational wave generators. This may sound like science fiction, but the US military is taking these patents very seriously. Every single one of them is based on spin. Now, I don't know if it's irony or poetic justice, but it could turn out that nature's most mysterious secrets, like gravity, won't be discovered in a lab. It's possible that unlocking the secrets of nature might be done in a field of wheat. Crop circles are a controversial subject. The history of the crop circle community, if that's what you want to call it, is filled with intrigue, lies, and double crosses. Today, if you bring up crop circles in any mainstream venue, you'll get eye rolls and laughter. But that wasn't always the case. At one time, crop formations were taken seriously by the media, the government, and the general population. A new type of science emerged called cerealogy, named for Ceres, the goddess of agriculture and grain crops. Journals were created. Articles about crop formations were mainstream. Nick Pope spent over 20 years investigating UFOs for the British Ministry of Defense. He said the Army started investigating crop circles in 1985. Then glyphs started to appear in southern England in 1989, and crop formations were becoming complex. There seemed to be an intelligence at work. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher asked her cabinet to find out what the hell was going on. The following summer, Operation Blackbird was launched. Blackbird was a 3-week surveillance operation with the goal of filming a crop circle forming in real time. The project was planned by prominent crop circle researchers Colin Andrews and Pat Delgado. It was sponsored by the BBC and Japanese national television. Not only did the project have the blessing of the British government, but the crops to be filmed were on land owned by the Ministry of Defense. By working with the MOD, acres of farmland could be cordoned off to keep out hoaxers and prevent any genuine crop circles from being trampled by a curious and excited public. The military had every inch of the field covered with cameras. They had night vision and even infrared cameras to detect body heat. If a circle was going to form, it would definitely be seen. This was a huge event. Millions of people around the world watched, and every day Colin Andrews would appear on TV and describe the day's events. On day 2, a crop circle appeared, and Colin Andrews went on television and spoke very enthusiastically about the discovery. And then everything came crashing down. The formation was a hoax. Not just a hoax, but an embarrassing one. The design was crude, and placed in the center of the circle was an astrology board game. Colin Andrews, a serious investigator and the face of the crop circle phenomenon, was humiliated.
Somebody's had a laugh, they've had a joke, they've actually done none of us any good, that sets these sort of things, only set the research back.
In the span of an afternoon, the field of crop circle research went from mainstream science to fringe theory, and it's been there ever since.
Hang on.
What?
If the army had the whole thing blocked off and covered with cameras, how come they didn't see nothing? It was a setup.
It was a setup. Well, allegedly.
Totally a setup.
Colin Andrews believes, and I think there's plenty of evidence to support his theory, that the army intentionally wanted to discredit him and the entire crop circle phenomenon. That doesn't mean the military didn't believe in crop formations. Quite the opposite. At the same exact time the highly public Operation Blackbird was going on, the army was running a secret surveillance operation a few miles away on Silbury Hill. In fact, they allegedly had film of bright orbs flying over the fields just to the south of the hill. But this operation only became known later. It appears that Blackbird was sleight of hand. Get the public focused on Blackbird, while the real operation took place a few miles away. Even now, when crop circles or glowing orbs appear, it's not uncommon for military helicopters to show up. Not only do the helicopters patrol the area, but they'll also chase the orbs around the countryside. Clearly, the military believes that crop formations are something more than simple hoaxes. But after the Blackbird fiasco, none of this mattered. Crop circles were debunked, and Colin Andrews became a fringe character. Colin's partner, Pat Delgado, was so disheartened by the Blackbird hoax that he retired and gave up his research.
Sounds like Deep State wins again, eh?
But that's not the end of the story.
Go on.
Colin Andrews may have become fringe in the public's eye, but he was a serious investigator, and crop circles were a real phenomenon. Even without mainstream support, he continued his work, and plenty of people supported him. Believers in crop circles were now fringe believers, but they still believed. This could be a problem for the government. They couldn't allow crop circles back into the mainstream, so British intelligence began a disinformation campaign. And to help them spread disinformation, they brought in the best.
CIA.
In his 1999 book, Cosmic Top Secret, The Unseen Agenda, author John King got Colin Andrews to sit for an interview. Colin knew that the only way hoaxers could get onto that field during Blackbird was if it was an inside job. When Colin made the announcement that a crop circle appeared, he hadn't even seen it yet. It was pitch black. He was pressured to make the announcement, so he did. He didn't report what he had seen with his own eyes. He reported what was described to him by the army. As soon as the sun came up, he knew it was a hoax, but there was nothing he could do. He had a deal with the military that they would provide people, equipment, and land, but he had to cooperate with them.
Big mistake. You shake hands with the military-industrial complex, you're making a deal with the devil.
Yep. According to Colin, Phase 1 of the disinformation campaign was to debunk crop circles with Operation Blackbird. Phase 2 was Doug and Dave, who showed up a year later. Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley admitted to being the makers of crop circles, and to this day, that's the official explanation. Colin doesn't think they're part of the intelligence community, but he believes they were used by and compensated by people in the IC.
They were paid?
Oh yeah, they were paid thousands of dollars for their story. We know this for a fact because they were only paid half up front. They had to sue for the other half.
Deal with the devil.
Next came Phase 3. A freelance journalist named Jim Schnabel arrived on the scene. According to Colin Andrews, Schnabel was CIA. Now, James Schnabel was not an official CIA officer, but he certainly could have been an agent. If you search his name in the CIA database, you'll get plenty of hits. And Schnabel's name is always connected to paranormal cases like crop circles and remote viewing. Anyway, Schnabel was conducting private interviews with everyone involved with Blackbird and with other crop circle researchers. He was driving wedges between people, misquoting them, and pushing the narrative that crop circles were debunked. Colin Andrews became convinced of Schnabel's CIA involvement during a spooky conversation. Schnabel had recorded and read to Colin the details of private conversations Colin had one evening while sitting in his car alone. And Colin Andrews has other evidence that he was being bugged and surveilled. It has to do a lot with invoices and stuff, and I'll link below if you want the specifics.
He literally has the receipts.
He has the receipts. And look, it's very, very common for the CIA to use journalists as assets. More common than people think. People talk to journalists, so they're useful at collecting intel. and people listen to journalists, so they're great at spreading disinformation. You may have heard about Operation Mockingbird. This was a project where over 400 American journalists were working as direct assets for the CIA. Carl Bernstein exposed how at least 10 journalists and editors at the New York Times were CIA operatives for years. And this is still happening right now, and I can prove it. But covering that and Operation Mockingbird is a full episode. And if you'd like to hear the whole story, let me know in the comments. Now, whatever your favorite newspaper is or your favorite news channel is, assume 10% of editors, reporters, and media personalities are working for the CIA or FBI in some capacity. Yes, it's that many.
Well, JFK warned us this would happen.
He certainly did. Colin Andrews remembers a direct approach from a CIA operative. He met a man who claimed to have seen a crop circle being formed while he was out one night studying foxes.
Oh, sexy broads.
No, actual foxes.
Ah.
The man used this story as a way of being accepted in the crop circle scene. People got used to seeing him around. Well, a few weeks later, this man knocks on Colin's door. They go for a walk, and the man asks Colin tons of questions about crop circles, their locations, what he thinks they are, and on and on. But Colin started to get annoyed when the man was asking if he knew if the Russians were involved. At the end of their talk, the man tells Colin, "You're one of us now."
I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, and this sounds even funny coming out of my mouth, but he said, CIA.
The man told Colin that there was a large amount of money waiting for him in a Swiss bank account. All he had to do was state publicly that crop circles were a hoax. Colin could go on researching circles all he wanted. The CIA would help him become the #1 crop circle expert in the world. They would give him special equipment. They would give him a staff. They would give him a budget. But when he came across a real crop formation, he was to call this man and nobody else. Colin Andrews passed on this offer, but the man harassed him with phone calls for a while after that. Soon the calls became so threatening that Colin contacted the British Ministry of Defense, but they said there was nothing they could do.
What?
Well, they said it was out of their jurisdiction.
Oh, was he in England?
Yep.
That is a bunch of bull.
Yeah, Colin was annoyed, but after a short time, the call stopped. Eventually, Colin Andrews moved to the US, and here he was approached by a Pentagon analyst who introduced him to a writer named Rosemary Ellen Guiley. You might know her name from her many appearances on the Coast to Coast radio show. She wrote 49 books and even hosted her own radio show all about the paranormal. Colin said Rosemary went to, in his words, every extreme to try and convince him to co-author a book with her. And she wanted to work on the book in his office, which would give her access to Colin Andrews' entire database on crop circles going back 30 years. She was persistent, but he turned her down. Colin is convinced, without a doubt, that Rosemary Guiley was a CIA asset. Again, Rosemary Guiley was the perfect candidate for an intelligence asset, especially since she was a regular guest on Coast to Coast, where she would be heard by millions of people. She would be allowed to continue her work in any way she wanted, but from time to time, she would be instructed to disseminate information provided by the intelligence community. It's more common than you think. So yeah, Rosemary Guiley was the perfect asset.
I can't help but notice you're speaking about her in the past tense.
Yeah, she died in 2019 at the age of 69.
Yeah, that's kind of young to die, isn't it?
Isn't it? There's another crop circles character with an interesting story. John Lundberg is an English artist and documentary filmmaker who founded the website circlemakers.org in the early 90s. He's responsible, or claims to be responsible, for some of the more elaborate crop formations that have been found over the years. On the Circle Makers website, which is still around, there are links to the many crop formations that the group takes credit for. There's no doubt that the Circle Makers created complicated and often very beautiful crop formations. But crop circle researchers Robert Hulse and David A. Caton think there's more to John than meets the eye.
But in our opinion, the whole Circle Makers website and Lundberg and co. are all part of a disinformation campaign, possibly funded by government.
Robert Hulse said at one time, the Circle Makers website had a recruiting link that took you directly to the recruitment page for MI5, British military intelligence. Hulse believes that the Circle Makers group is funded by British intelligence and was specifically created to spread disinformation. Hulse believes the Circle Makers' goal is to muddy the waters and confuse serious crop circle researchers, to make it as difficult as possible to determine what was and wasn't a genuine crop formation. Now, there's no hard evidence that the Circle Makers or its founder are connected to military intelligence. But in 2009, researcher Richard D. Hall dug into Lundberg's background and found a lot of interesting information. Lundberg got his master's from the Slade School of Fine Art in London in 1992. At this time, Slade was next door to the then secret headquarters of MI5 at 140 Gower Street. It was literally next door. The two buildings shared a courtyard. Hall makes the point that intelligence agencies often recruit final year college students. That's always been true and is still true today. Lundberg started making crop circles immediately after graduating. Hall notes that if you view the HTML source of circlemakers.org, the second keyword is MI5. Now that was in 2009, but even today, the site's keywords contain entries like MI5 and CIA. And something I just noticed while researching this episode, why is alleged CIA asset Jim Schnabel a keyword on this site? In 2004, the Circle Makers website teased Colin Andrews, who at the time was raising money for his research. Circle Makers said that if the fundraising fails, Colin could just join MI5 PSYOPs and retrain to be a crop circles maker. Now, PSYOPs is short for psychological operations, which is the use of psychological techniques and tactics to influence the perceptions, attitudes, and behaviors of a group of people. And this is a type of strategic communication used by military intelligence and government organizations all the time.
It sure is. Just turn on the news.
Well, that's true. If you spent an hour reading the news today, you consumed government intel. Believe me. Now, Hall acknowledges that these references to MI5 seem just too blatant, but he believes they're a double bluff. Meaning, if we sarcastically connect ourselves to the intelligence community, people will think we're joking. Nobody would be so obvious. But this is absolutely a real and effective PSYOPs technique. Hall found that the website was hosted in Pittsburgh. Now, at the time, and even today, to some degree, it's uncommon for British organizations to host their sites in the US. And Hall found that the administrative contact for the domain belongs to a colonel in the US Air Force. Now, it could be a coincidence, but the man has an unusual name. Now, I'm not going to name him here, but I'll link to Hall's research down below. Richard Hall looked into Circle Makers' finances, trying to figure out how they pay their bills. Lundberg had registered a couple of companies, but they were inactive. But there was an interesting quote on the Circle Makers website.
You'd be surprised how expensive running a successful website can be. Don't panic. We're not going to ask you for money. Our retainer, from sources we'd rather not disclose, has kept our virtual head above water.
What does that mean? A retainer? From who? Who's financing them? Making crop formations is technically a crime. It's trespassing, vandalism, destruction of private property. What investor would fund that and become complicit in those crimes? Plus, there could be civil liability. If you create a crop circle and a bunch of strangers show up and tear up my field, I could sue you for that. Even if they're minor crimes and rarely prosecuted, it doesn't sound like a good investment. Hall did a land registry check on the apartment where Lundberg was living at the time. He found that technically there are no apartments listed on the deed. Hall dug further and found that there are 4 apartments, including Lundberg's, that have their rents paid by the local government. So, did Richard Hall reveal that John Lundberg is, in fact, an asset working in media whose job is to spread disinformation about crop circles? Well, the evidence Hall provides is purely circumstantial and coincidental, so there's no way to know for sure. In fact, some of Hall's evidence is so far-fetched, I left it out of this episode. But a few years after Richard Hall conducted his research, Lundberg directed a documentary that I've referred to multiple times on this channel. It's called Mirage Men. Mirage Men covers Richard Doty, a retired special agent who worked for OSI, the United States Air Force Office of Special Investigation, Air Force Intelligence. Richard Doty is, according to Mirage Men, one of the chief architects of the military's campaign to disseminate lies to the UFO community. In other words, to spread disinformation. Doty's job was to muddy the waters, so UFO researchers wouldn't know what sightings were real and what were hoaxes. Now this is, according to Hall, Hulse, Caton, and many others, exactly what the Circle Makers have done and have been doing to the crop circles community for years. There's a reason why John Lundberg would make a great intelligence asset, and Rosemary Guiley, and James Schnabel, and countless other writers, journalists, and media figures. They already work in the paranormal community. They're trusted by that community. They continue to do their work, but every so often they spread a little bit of disinformation to that community, a little nugget to steer people away from the truth. This is why you shouldn't trust anyone in the media. Whether it's your favorite news anchor, TV show host, podcaster, blogger, or writer, be wary of anyone with influence. These media personalities may seem trustworthy, They may seem like they have your best interests in mind, but some of that is just a performance. Not all of it, but some of it is a performance designed to sway your opinion or even alter your entire belief system. The intelligence community does not want you to know the truth about crop circles, UFOs, secret space programs, or alien technology. That's a fact. Millions, perhaps billions of dollars are put into black budget programs designed to distract and confuse you from the truth. When CIA needs to spread disinformation, they look for trustworthy people with large audiences to deliver their message. So keep your eye out for clues. An intelligence operative, an agent, an asset could be anyone. I live with 3 Maine Coons, which means I take cat health pretty seriously. Filtered water, quality food, regular vet visits, the whole routine. But one of the easiest ways I stay on top of their health? Pretty Litter. It's not just litter, it's like an early warning system. The color-changing crystals react to changes in their urine, so if something's off, I know to call the vet before it turns into a bigger issue. It also makes life easier. It's low dust, controls odors way better than anything else I've tried, and it ships right to my door. No more dragging home 20-pound bags from the store. Right now, save 20% on your first order and get a free cat toy at prettylitter.com/thewhyfiles. That's prettylitter.com/thewhyfiles to save 20% on your first order and get a free cat toy. prettylitter.com/thewhyfiles. Pretty Litter cannot detect every feline health issue or prevent or diagnose diseases. A diagnosis can only come from a licensed veterinarian. Terms and conditions apply. See site for details.
I bet you've probably been to the doctor's office in the past few months. I bet you had to hand over personal info, like your insurance, your ID, maybe even your social security number. And I bet you weren't thinking about how your doctor is just one of many places that has your personal information. If any one of them isn't careful, it's a good bet they could accidentally expose your details to hackers and identity theft, putting you at risk. Fortunately, LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back, with plans covering up to $3 million for stolen funds and expenses. Don't take chances with your personal info. Help protect it even when it's out of your hands. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code iHeart. Call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code iHeart, or go to lifelock.com/iHeart for 40% off. Terms apply.
This Labor Day, say goodbye to spills, stains, and overpriced furniture with WashableSofas.com, featuring Annabay, the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly pricing. Sofas start at just $6.99, making it the perfect time to upgrade your space. Annabay's pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and interchangeable slipcovers are made with high-performance fabric built for real life. You'll love the cloud-like comfort of hypoallergenic, high-resilience foam that never needs fluffing, and a durable steel frame that stands the test of time. With modular pieces, you can rearrange anytime. It's a sofa that adapts to your life. Now through Labor Day, get up to 60% off site-wide at WashableSofas.com. Every order comes with a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping, no restocking fees, every penny back. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
3+15+00.
With crop circles, the weird twist for me was the military involvement. I never heard of any of that. And then the strange guy following Colin Andrews around. That was kind of weird. What do we have next? Episode 121. This is the UFO sighting at the Aerial School in Zimbabwe. See you in a minute. September 14th, 1994 was a quiet night in Zimbabwe. Then suddenly, what sounded like an explosion startled people all over the country. Windows rattled and doors shook. Shocked and confused, people nervously stepped out of their homes to see what happened, but everything looked fine. They went back inside to bed. But one woman wasn't satisfied. Cynthia Hind drove around the capital city of Harare looking for the source of the sound, but nothing seemed unusual. But back at home, Cynthia's phone rang relentlessly. She was a UFO investigator, and witness reports were coming in one after the other. The news claimed that the sound was a sonic boom caused by a meteor shower, but Cynthia wasn't so sure. Eyewitnesses near Lake Kariba described bizarre lights in the sky earlier that week. Lights in a row that moved erratically, fast then slow, first north to south, then east to southwest. Meteors don't do that. Cynthia suspected there was much more to the story, and 2 days later she'd find out she was right. The town of Rua is located about 14 miles southeast of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. Surrounded by farmland, Rua is a small agricultural community, but not poor. The more affluent families in the area sent their children to Aerial School, a private academy for grades 1 through 7 or ages 6 through 12.
Oh, wait a minute. They named the school after that redhead chick with the purple pasties?
No, the Archangel Ariel.
Did she wear purple pasties?
He.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I use the wrong pronouns? 2023 is so annoying.
September 16th was a quiet, sunny day at Aerial School, and the students were at morning recess. Some kids were kicking soccer balls, others were playing tag or hanging out under the trees. The teachers were in a meeting, so the kids had the yard to themselves. A few minutes after 10, the children noticed a strange buzzing noise. At first, it seemed to come from everywhere. It sounded like a swarm of bees or faulty electrical lines. The children were nervous, but then the sound stopped. But a few minutes later, the sound was back and much louder than before. The kids looked around for the source, and there, hovering above the trees, was an object. Witness accounts vary, but some saw a bright streak, others saw a glowing disc. But all agreed a mysterious object with flashing lights was descending beyond the tree line. Naturally, the children drifted toward the woods for a closer look. Through the brush, they saw a metallic saucer-shaped craft slowly land in a rocky field just beyond their play area. Then the buzzing stopped. Other children in the yard became aware of the commotion, hearing shouts of, "I see it, and there it is." Subconsciously, the children gathered together, pooling their bravery, and walked slowly toward the object. Then they stopped, frozen with fear. 2 figures were standing outside the craft, and those figures weren't human.
Hundreds of people today phoned the ZBC and the BBC correspondent in Harare saying they sighted an unidentified flying object last night. We have some eyewitness reports.
It was a bright, radiant light. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It was the absence of noise I didn't like.
The craft sat silently in the brush beyond the fence line. 2 beings about 4 feet tall emerged from the silver object. They were dressed in dark, tight-fitting suits. They had large heads with no ears and very small noses and mouths. Their eyes were big, almond-shaped, and completely black. The creatures were walking back and forth around their ship as if looking for damage.
Alien pit crew, nice.
Well, they didn't seem to notice or care much about the children until some of the younger students started screaming. Then the creature stopped, turned, and looked right at the group of kids waiting by the fence. The younger children ran screaming back toward the school, but the older students stood there watching, staring. Salma, a 5th grader, wanted to run and protect her younger siblings, but she couldn't move. She was doing everything in her power to escape, but something about the big black eyes of the visitors kept her in place.
Big head and big black eyes, and was dressed in a black bodysuit.
Then, completely against her will, she felt herself take a step forward. At the same time, one of the beings took a step toward her. She felt like this being was probing her mind, looking for something.
Mind control.
Something like that, yeah.
Ooh, that's why I wear this hat. It protects me from government spying and alien mind control. It also happens to be très tendance. Google it.
12-year-old Liesel was frozen in place. She felt the space and time around her distort as ringing in her ears grew louder and louder. Then, like frames of a movie, images flashed through her mind. Images of some kind of catastrophe on Earth. She saw people screaming and cities burning. Then an image of millions of trees burned to cinders and of the oceans boiling. Emma was standing next to Liesel, watching in silence. Instinctively, she grabbed Liesel's hand. At that moment, images crashed into her mind. She saw technology she didn't understand, but she knew it was bad. She saw smoke, bodies lying in streets. She was terrified. She willed her legs to move, to run away, but she couldn't. She didn't feel stuck, but felt like she was floating, like her feet weren't touching the ground. There was no way to run. Emily, a 5th grader, felt like all the air around her was gone. She had to remind herself to breathe. She thought she might pass out. She was aware of the other children next to her, but they seemed so far away. The only sound she could hear was the blood pumping in her ears. She knew she needed to run, but there was something about those big black eyes. She couldn't look away. Salma took another step forward. Then she heard a message in her mind. No words, but she still understood. The being wanted her to come closer, so she took another step. At that moment, she sensed the beings wanted her to go with them. Now, though it seemed only like a minute or two, 15 minutes had passed. Suddenly, the school bell rang, indicating recess was over. The creatures glanced at the school, and the children snapped out of their trance. Then reality came crashing in, and the children panicked. They ran screaming back to the school. They burst into the hallway, yelling their story to anyone who would listen. The teachers came out of their meeting, and it was chaos. When the children finally calmed down, they explained what happened. The teachers ran out to the yard, but they were too late. Around 10 a.m. on September 16th during recess, 62 students from aerial school saw one or more shiny silver craft descend into a brushy field near the playground.
Sitting on the spaceship.
How do you know it was a spaceship? Wasn't it a helicopter or something like that?
Well, it looked like it was like a disc, like a round.
And whereabouts was it?
Over in the trees over there, between the third pole.
And did you girls see that as well?
Several students said the craft was surrounded by smaller objects zipping around the sky. These objects had flashing colored lights. They were moving slowly and would disappear, then reappear somewhere else. It seemed like the objects and the beings were guarding the saucer or maybe trying to fix some kind of malfunction. Immediately after the incident, the headmaster of the school, Colin Mackey, told the children to draw what they saw and write down everything they could about what happened. This would prove very helpful in future investigations. Reports varied, but all shared core similarities. A number of beings emerged from the craft. The beings were humanoid with large heads, small mouths, and large, dark, oval eyes wearing tight black suits. Some of the children said there was a being walking or running around the top of the craft. Others said it was moving around on the ground. But the way the beings moved was strange.
We saw this black figure running in slow motion.
The strange thing was it seemed to be in very slow motion.
The way the beings moved spooked some of the younger children, and they began to cry and scream. This drew even more attention from the other students nearby. It also drew the attention of the beings. Then the children noticed the being in front of the craft was looking back. And even though its mouth didn't move, the children heard it in their minds. The adults at Ariel School didn't know if the children had seen a UFO and aliens, but they believed they saw something.
I agree that it could be something that we are not common with.
The event happened on a Friday, and over the weekend, some parents were searching the field behind the school looking for physical evidence. They did find some flattened brush, but that could have been caused by anything. When Colin Mackey got to work on Monday morning, his desk was covered with letters and messages from parents, demanding to know what terrified their children. Some students were so traumatized, they wouldn't return to school for a few days. A couple of students wouldn't return at all. Colin Mackey knew that he had to get to the bottom of whatever this was. He had to make sense of it to solve it. But to do that, he would need help.
There were roughly 100 kids in the playground, broad daylight, aerial school, Rua, Zimbabwe, 1994, and they got within arms, some of them within arm's length of these beings.
But those kids, the way they were talking about it and the way they were drawing it, you're like, wow, it really does seem like something happened to them.
I get goosebumps still to this day after spending over 6 years investigating this case. It just gives me the goosebumps when I see that because you know those kids aren't lying.
In the few days after the loud sound was heard all over Zimbabwe, Cynthia Hind would continue to study witness reports of the supposed meteor shower. Professor Ewan Nesbitt, who worked at the Greenwich Observatory in London, told her that a Russian satellite had entered Earth's atmosphere. As the satellite burned up, it caused strange lights in the sky and what sounded like an explosion. Some pieces of the satellite were actually recovered in the city of Karoi outside of Harare. But a disintegrating satellite didn't match the descriptions given by the witnesses.
We saw this like a silver thing down there. It was a silver oval thing that flew past really slowly. I saw the bigger one and the spaceship, like 4 or 5 of them. It was red, green, and yellow.
There was this big ship. It had these lights, these patterns, and it flew.
The news outlets had encouraged witnesses to call with any information they had about the mysterious object. Hundreds of people called the local television station and the BBC station in Harare. What they reported did not resemble a meteor shower.
These things were flying in a pattern, and there was no sound. No wings, no nothing. Shiny over thing.
As the continental coordinator for MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, Cynthia had her own theories about what might have been seen in the sky that night, but she needed more evidence. 2 days later came an electrifying call from Tim Leach, the BBC bureau chief for Zimbabwe.
Hello. Hello, my name's Tim Leach from BBC Television News. I understand that you had some strange experience.
Yes, that's right.
He was a respected journalist, a seasoned reporter who covered war zones, yet on this call he sounded rattled. Tim told Cynthia that 62 students at the aerial school in Rua had seen a UFO. He invited her to join him at the school to talk to the children. Of course, she agreed, but even after 20 years as a UFO investigator, she'd never seen anything like this. Tim Leach was a cameraman and producer who had covered war-torn parts of Africa like Angola, Rwanda, and Nigeria for the BBC. He was familiar with gunfire and tense situations. He even witnessed the deaths of several colleagues. Despite his experience, Tim was unsure about how to proceed. The BBC is known for fact-based reporting.
Ha! If you think the media is reporting facts, I have an NFT to sell you.
Well, they require multiple sources to run a story.
If you count anonymous sources.
Tim had over 60 sources, actual sources, yet the story still wasn't considered credible. Local reporters weren't taking it seriously.
Well, unless it's a story about cow farts and global warming. They take that very seriously.
Yeah, I don't want to have this conversation now. Even Tim Leach, a self-proclaimed realist and skeptic, couldn't make sense of the aerial school UFO incident. That's when Cynthia Hines suggested they contact Dr. John Mack.
Tim Leach from BBC Television News in Harare, Zimbabwe. Message for Dr. John Mack. This concerns a UFO sighting over a school where it hovered, landed, a black man got out, but of course we're having difficulty being taken seriously in spite of being the BBC. Please call me as soon as you can. Thank you.
Dr. Mack was a psychiatrist who specialized in child psychology. In the early 90s, he conducted a 10-year psychological study on individuals who claimed to have experienced encounters with aliens. These encounters often recurred and even involved abductions. Dr. Mack believed that society, especially academics, shouldn't dismiss these reports as mere mental or cognitive issues.
Again, the whole thing has made me re-examine all of these notions of happen, didn't happen. For them, it is completely real, and it is not the product of mental illness. Now, whether it happened altogether in this reality, I don't know. But it shows up in their world. They're seen to be missing by witnesses at the time, so something is occurring that is entering our world.
The teachers felt that it was unlikely for 62 students to come up with such nuanced and similar stories together. Cynthia Hind had also noted that if all these kids had told the exact same story, it would suggest that they had conspired and fabricated it. While she acknowledges that some students may have added or embellished details, she believed that the core of what each child claimed to have seen remained the same, and that what they saw was very creepy. The figure on the ground approached them and stopped just a few feet away. The children said it stared intently at them, at all of them, and this was unsettling to some kids and downright scary to others. And Dr. Mack interviewed some students who were visibly upset when recalling the encounter. The children also felt the being was trying to send them a specific message, and even put images into their minds. Dr. Mack found it interesting that the message sent to the children didn't offer any solutions, only a warning. There was no suggestion as to how to address pollution.
Oh, what, did Greta Thunberg go to this school?
She wasn't even born yet.
How dare you!
Dr. Mack felt this lack of agenda made the children's stories about the encounter more sincere. One girl tried to explain what the being was telling her about humans' impact on the planet. Dr. Mack was encouraged. He asked if there's anything we as a people can do with that love to help the Earth. Unfortunately, the answer was no. In the days and weeks following the encounter, Ariel School became inundated with UFO fever. The media swarmed, locals speculated, but authorities clung to conventional explanations. The official story was a meteor shower from 2 nights before seeded mass hysteria. A few students concocted an elaborate imaginary tale that caught on with the rest of the school. Parents were divided. Some refused to believe their children, but others took the story more seriously. Many locals chalked it up to mischievous spirits, like the Shona Tukuloshe, a dwarf from Zulu mythology with a large head and pointed ears. Holy men suggested ancient shrines nearby had drawn the craft. They claimed that mysterious events had been happening in the area for years. Either way, most residents believed something supernatural had occurred. Whether it was aliens or not, the teachers and investigators believed the children had some kind of experience. And similar reports were made before and after the school sighting.
What the hell is that?
2 days before the aerial encounter, 100 students at the Pier House School, only 25 miles away, saw a flying object flying very low to the ground as if it was going to land. At the same time, the school and bus radio systems stopped working. That same day, during daylight, a mother and her young child said they saw a UFO in the area, and a truck driver reported seeing strange beings on the roadside that night when he was driving. But the story of the aerial school UFO incident isn't perfect. Many students agreed on some details, but the stories had a lot of variations and contradictions. Some students saw the beings, but not the craft. Some described the object in detail, but don't remember any beings or entities of any kind. Some students playing in the yard at the very same time saw nothing at all. The students that did see the object couldn't decide if it was one or more. Most students thought the object was a ship or a craft, but they couldn't agree on how it looked. Some kids drew windows and doors. Other children saw lights and landing gear. 2 boys said the ship wasn't silver, it was black with green stripes. One child said it was red. At least 2 students heard a loud noise in the sky. Some said it was a buzzing sound like bees. Another said it sounded like a flute. As for the beings or pilots or aliens or whoever they were, some students said they had long black hair, while others saw no hair at all. Some kids said the beings were fat, some said they were thin. One student said the being looked like a shadow, and there was no agreement on how many there were. And Dr. Mack's participation in the case is also problematic. He didn't arrive at the school until months after the event. Meanwhile, the students had spoken to lots of people, been interviewed by the media, and drew countless pictures of what they saw. And that's plenty of time for the story to evolve. And when Dr. Mack finally arrived, he interviewed the children in small and large groups, where they would just agree with each other's stories. And Dr. Mack had a reputation for asking very leading questions. He did the same thing when he spoke to the children in Brazil who said they saw an alien in the town of Varginha.
Vagina.
Before Dr. Mack brought up the idea that aliens were communicating telepathically, the children never mentioned it. Same with the telepathic message that the children allegedly received about how the Earth was in danger because of pollution. The students didn't mention that before Dr. Mack joined the investigation. And Dr. Mack was an environmentalist who was very worried about climate change. Oh, you believe in UFOs but not climate change?
Of course, one's a real thing and one isn't.
For the most part, the teachers believed the students. So did Cynthia Hind.
I believe them. I believe they saw what they said they saw. I think that perhaps some have been influenced by others and they've added a little bit here and a little bit there. But basically, they drew in their drawings many things that I don't think that they could know about.
Cynthia Hind wasn't just a UFO researcher. She was the MUFON Continental Coordinator for Africa. And the purpose of MUFON is to investigate UFO sightings and gather data. MUFON is not a group of UFO nerds posting on Reddit.
I do like those nerds, though.
I do too. MUFON tries to discredit as many stories as they can so that what's left is truly unidentified. They use the scientific method. They observe, collect evidence, and formulate hypotheses. They then conduct experiments to confirm or refute each investigation. And they have a success rate of 95% in proving their hypotheses. And this case elevated Cynthia Hind's career. But Dr. Mack, on the other hand, saw his career suffer. He wasn't just a child psychiatrist who dabbled in UFO research. He was a Pulitzer Prize-winning professor and head of the Department of Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. But his colleagues didn't like Harvard being attached to his UFO research.
We're very embarrassed for the profession and a little worried about John himself. You know.
What, he's gone off the rails a bit?
Well, John is a man of great gift and great intelligence, but he's also a man who tends to take on enthusiasms, and in this time he's gone too far. We're worried about him. We hope he'll pull himself together.
Harvard Medical School actually formed a committee to investigate Dr. Mack. This marked the first time in the school's history that a tenured professor and department head was investigated without evidence of misconduct. After the investigation, which lasted for 14 months, the dean of Harvard issued a statement that Dr. Mack was allowed to study whatever he wanted.
The most fundamental right that any academic has is the right to be wrong.
But the statement was not very positive, and Dr. Mack's reputation never recovered. He continued to investigate UFO encounters and alien abductions for another 10 years, but in 2004, he was in London to give a lecture. On September 27th, Dr. Mack was walking home from dinner with friends when he was struck and killed by a drunk driver. Now, his death was a tragedy, but there are people who believed it was more sinister than that. Dr. John Mack was, at the time, one of the most famous people researching alien abductions. He appeared on mainstream television shows like Larry King Live and Oprah, and some believe his high visibility put his life in danger. Now, there is no evidence to support foul play, but it is interesting that on the day John Mack was killed in England, 3 other John Macks were also killed in England, and Dr. Mack's family declined to press charges.
Men in Black got him.
That is the suspicion. But whether his death was an accident or not, Dr. John Mack is just one name in a long list of UFO researchers and whistleblowers who die early. Now, those deaths could all be coincidences, but you know how I feel about those. The aerial school encounter wasn't the first time a UFO landed near a school, which was seen by multiple people. On April 6, 1966, in Melbourne, Australia, students from Westall High School and some local residents witnessed a UFO land in an open field. People described the object as silver and saucer-shaped and about twice the size of a car. After about 20 minutes, 5 aircraft, probably military, flew over the area. The object then lifted off and disappeared. Authorities tried to cover it up, but the craft was seen by over 200 people who all told very consistent stories.
A teacher who claimed to see UFOs hovering over a Melbourne school says military officials threatened to have him fired if he ever spoke about the incident.
They were threatening him? Oh, absolutely. I was threatened.
And if he spoke up?
Clearly you were drunk on duty, and that will have to be reported to the education department, and of course you'll lose your job.
The government had said it was just a weather balloon.
Where have I heard this one before?
But representatives from the military and government interrogated witnesses, and took soil samples from where the object landed. That doesn't sound like something you do when a weather balloon crashes. The following year at Crestview Elementary School in Miami, students and teachers heard a strange whistling sound overhead. Looking up, they saw 4 saucer-shaped objects gliding in diamond formation. The craft disappeared for 20 minutes, then returned, changing their direction. The sound they made was so loud, it drowned out the shouts of the teachers. Students ran back inside, terrified. Briefly vanishing again, the UFOs rematerialized for another flyby. Then, in perfect unison, they flipped onto their sides and flew away at an unbelievable speed. This event was witnessed by 150 people. 9 years later, in Wales, over a dozen students and staff at Broadhaven Primary School reported a silver disc hovering over the school. They watched the object for a few minutes until it darted away. But later that afternoon, it returned, this time witnessed by even more people. Once again, it hovered for a few minutes before vanishing again. The British government said the UFO was actually a meteorological anomaly, a weird weather event. But in 2017, documents were found that proved not only was the government taking the sighting seriously, the UFO was seen by military personnel and pilots and air traffic controllers.
Well, how long are these governments gonna keep lying to their citizens, huh?
I don't know, I guess until the citizens get sick of it and do something about it. You sick of it yet?
I bet you've probably been to the doctor's office in the past few months. I bet you had to hand over personal info, like your insurance, your ID, maybe even your social security number. And I bet you weren't thinking about how your doctor is just one of many places that has your personal information. If any one of them isn't careful, it's a good bet they could accidentally expose your details to hackers and identity theft, putting you at risk. Fortunately, LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed or your money back, with plans covering up to $3 million for stolen funds and expenses. Don't take chances with your personal info. Help protect it even when it's out of your hands. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code iHeart. Call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code iHeart or go to lifelock.com/iHeart for 40% off. Terms apply.
This Labor Day, say goodbye to spills, stains, and overpriced furniture with WashableSofas.com. Featuring Annabay, the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly pricing. Sofas start at just $6.99, making it the perfect time to upgrade your space. Annabay's pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and interchangeable slipcovers are made with high-performance fabric built for real life. You'll love the cloud-like comfort of hypoallergenic, high-resilience foam that never needs fluffing, and a durable steel frame that stands the test of time. With modular pieces, you can rearrange anytime. It's a sofa that adapts to your life. Now through Labor Day, get up to 60% off site-wide at WashableSofas.com. Every order comes with a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping, no restocking fees, every penny back. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
3 +1 5 +0 0.
I know a lot of people believe that story, but as far as UFO stories go, it's not one of the stronger ones. The next one is a strong one. This one is...
Human, I've achieved air supremacy.
Is that a weather balloon?
Hello, it's a tactical air-powered levitation device. I'm untraceable.
Was that an F-16? You better be careful, they'll shoot you down.
Relax. I put a Chinese spy camera on the basket. They let those things fly forever.
Balloon aircraft over Groom Lake. This is Viper 2-1, United States Air Force. You are in restricted airspace. Turn to heading 180 and descend immediately. Acknowledge.
Groom Lake, you're flying over Area 51.
Also, a balloon? Really? Do you know how ridiculous you look on radar? You know there are easier ways to get arrested, right?
Okay, take it easy with the jokes, Viper 2-1. Sheesh, everybody thinks they can do comedy.
I'm still waiting for something.
All right, let me go before Captain Comedy over there starts doing his tight 5.
You know this is an open channel, right, Balloon Boy?
Yeah, gotta go.
Next episode can't be debunked. It's one of the scariest UFO stories I ever covered, and it's from Brazil. The UFO stories in other countries, I don't think get enough coverage here because we're Americans and we tend to be focused on ourselves. That's only natural. But Brazil has some of the best UFO stories around. And this one coming up is one of the better ones, maybe the best one, because it happened for sure. This is Operation Prado. In the late 1970s, all across South America, farmers were finding their animals mutilated. The wounds were precise. Surgical cuts, puncture holes, and burns. Major organs were missing. The bodies were drained of blood. Something was terrorizing the continent. But on a remote Brazilian island called Calades, the pattern changed. 3 things made the Calades animal attacks unique. 1, there were witnesses. 2, there were pictures. And 3, the animals were people. Dr. Wilaide Carvalho stared at the burns on her patient's chest. Perfect circles, burned tissue. Inside each circle, puncture marks grouped together like needle holes. After 6 months as Calades' only doctor, Carvalho knew what to expect on an island of 2,000 people. Farming accidents, fishing injuries, colds. Animal bites were the most exotic cases she'd treated. She wasn't prepared for any of this.
More UFOs in Brazil?
Oh yeah, Brazil has a lot of UFO activity. Maybe even more than the US.
I guess there's more to Brazil than just barbecue and bikini waxes.
There is.
And booties.
Okay. The fishermen saw them first. Bright objects shooting in and out of Marajo Bay without disturbing the water. They raced across the sky and disappeared into the jungle. Local pilots saw them too. Their instruments failed whenever the objects appeared. Some described cylinders. Others saw cones or discs. All were bright. Within weeks, more UFOs appeared. At first, just sightings. Then the phenomenon became more interactive. The UFOs waged an all-out assault on the island. Dr. Carvalho's 40th patient lay before her. All victims had similar injuries: burns, incisions, punctures. Most were women. Most attacks happened at night. Their stories sounded crazy, but were identical. It always started with the ceiling glowing orange. One victim described it like a cigar held to paper. The light intensified. Then a hole opened in the ceiling. Victims could see stars through it.
The alien ray guns burned through the roof?
No, people said the ceiling started to shimmer, and then they could see through the opening, but it was wavy like looking through water.
Ah, phase-shifting technology.
Probably. Next, colored lights would hit parts of their body, usually the left side of their chest. Then, paralysis. Complete immobility. They couldn't even scream. They felt blood being drained from their bodies. They gave the lights a name. Chupa Chupa. Bloodsuckers. When people told Dr. Carvalho they felt blood being sucked from their bodies by beams of light, she dismissed it as trauma. But blood tests confirmed it. Every victim had low blood counts, even without traces of bleeding. Whatever was doing this wasn't using any medical tool Dr. Carvalho recognized. She took patients to Belém, a city 2 hours away. Doctors there were equally baffled. The burns appeared in seconds, but took weeks to heal. Brain scans showed unusual activity patterns no one could explain. Half the residents fled the island. Those who stayed lit bonfires. They set off fireworks.
Bonfires and fireworks? Oh, they were celebrating the arrival of the new alien overlords.
No, they were trying to scare them off.
Yeah, if you can shoot laser beams through invisible roof holes, you're probably not going to flinch at a few bottle rockets or Roman candles.
The lights weren't afraid. They even shot at them with hunting rifles. Nothing worked. After treating strange injuries all night, Dr. Carvalho got a call from Belém. 2 of her patients had died. Official cause? Unknown. She begged local authorities for help, but they were overwhelmed. Police increased patrols. The lights kept coming. The island transformed into a prison of fear. Fishermen refused to go out. Farmers abandoned their fields. The economy collapsed.
Yeah, you know, it is hard in the economy when people can't go to work.
It is.
Well, at least on this island, they chose to stay home. Imagine if the government forced you to close your business. Devastating.
Okay, I see what
Imagine what would happen to the economy if you shut it down for 2 years. Ooh, Mama, that would be devastating and unconstitutional.
Now is not the
2
time.
weeks to flatten the curve of my dorsal fin.
You got that out of your system?
Sorry. I got triggered. Go ahead. What happened next?
The mayor finally called the Air Force. His island was under attack. People were hurt. 2 were dead. He was put on hold, and a different voice picked up. He asked if victims had experienced blood loss or tissue damage like burns or punctures. When the mayor confirmed, they promised to send investigators. The mayor exploded. He didn't want investigators. He wanted fighter jets, missiles. He wanted these things destroyed. The Air Force officer was not surprised at the mayor's description. He had heard it all before. A special unit arrived the next day, except they didn't bring weapons. They brought cameras. Captain Olanda's Air Force team arrived with sophisticated equipment, telescopes, infrared sensors, high-speed cameras. They set up observation posts along the beach, working rotating shifts to document every incident. The military told local media this was a routine investigation. The talk of UFOs were rumors. There were no flying saucers. The lights were probably birds or planes.
Satellites, weather balloons, swamp gas.
Right. The Air Force said they weren't looking for UFOs. They were just there to secure the island. But if they weren't looking for UFOs, why did they call this Operation Prato? Prato is a Portuguese word for plate, or dish, or saucer. Olanda's orders were to debunk the story. Simple mass hysteria, he thought. Poor farmers and fishermen were seeing satellites or birds.
Oh, yeah, you gotta watch out for the laser beam shooting vampire birds in Brazil. They're very crafty.
Olanda didn't know. The people on Colares were poor and unsophisticated. This was probably a local legend being blown out of proportion. But then, Olanda's team saw the lights. Night after night, objects performed impossible maneuvers. Olanda was an experienced pilot. He knew what planes could do. These weren't planes. The lights hovered silently, then accelerated faster than any aircraft he'd ever seen. They tracked objects diving into Marajo Bay at high speed, making no splash, leaving no wake. Minutes later, the same object would appear over the jungle behind them. The team began to recognize patterns. The objects went from the water to the jungle, then to the villages. These lights were operated by something intelligent. The attacks continued. Olanda saw it with his own eyes. Women would try to hide, but the light followed them. Once hit, they were paralyzed. While the village was under attack, other lights hovered over Olanda's team. He felt like they were being watched or guarded. He tested his theory and moved their camp. The lights followed. As weeks passed, the evidence mounted. The team documented electromagnetic interference whenever the objects appeared. Their compasses spun wildly. Radio equipment failed. Even the military's sophisticated tracking devices malfunctioned. This was not mass hysteria. This was real. After 4 months, Operation Saucer had assembled over 2,000 pages of documents and scientific data. Captain Olanda believed they were close to understanding the phenomenon. The team mapped the lights' patterns, documented their capabilities, and even predicted their appearances with increasing accuracy. But these were still just lights. Not a single member of the team ever saw a solid craft. They took hundreds of photos and shot 16 hours of film, but the results were frustrating. Distant red and yellow spheres. Most frames were overexposed and useless. When Olanda sent his reports to Regional Air Command, he told the truth. Something strange was happening in Colares, he just couldn't prove it. The Air Force was not going to respond to lights in the sky, not in 1977. This was the height of Operation Condor. The Brazilian military had to be careful. The CIA was everywhere.
Hold on. You just took a hard left turn, and this ball doesn't have an oh shit handle. What do American spokes have to do with this?
Operation Condor was a secret alliance of military dictatorships in South America designed to crush political opposition. Brazil's government was deep in it. They were sharing intelligence with Argentina, Chile, and Paraguay. They worked together on covert operations like coups and assassinations, all paid for by
the CIA.
Right. The lights might be a classified American operation.
Oh, you mean like flying drones around military bases and pretending you don't know what they are?
Kind of like that, yeah.
Uh-huh.
If the Brazilian Air Force took out an American asset and disrupted a CIA op, the consequences would be severe. Olanda needed hard evidence. He had nothing, just hundreds of images of pure white. One night, he was sitting in his office going through the photos, frustrated. He knew there had to be something there, but whatever it was, the camera couldn't see it. Then Olanda looked at the flashlight on his desk, then back at the white photo, then back at the flashlight. Captain Olanda had an idea. Captain Olanda's team had sophisticated cameras, night vision devices, and state-of-the-art telescopes. Over 4 months, they documented every strange light and unexplained object. But capturing proof was harder than they expected. The team shot over 500 photographs and 16 hours of film. Some showed only lights, distant, blurry spheres of red and yellow. Most frames were completely blown out, pure white. As Captain Olanda examined one of these pictures, he saw the flashlight on his desk and had an idea. What if instead of examining the finished photograph, he examined the negative? He thought about how doctors hold x-rays up to a lighted board. He tried the same technique. He enlarged the negatives, which looked pure black, but they weren't. When Olanda held them up to a light, he saw the faint outline of an object. Captain Olanda asked Milton Mendonça to join the team. Mendonça was a filmmaker and photographer, but he was also a sergeant and a trusted friend. Mendonça brought special ultraviolet film and showed the team a new technique. Instead of trying to photograph the lights directly, they focused on capturing the solid shapes hidden within them. It worked. The new photos revealed cylindrical objects with black bands along their hulls. Some were over 300 feet long, bigger than a 747. The objects moved in formation, even when diving into Marajo Bay, always without making a sound. The cameras also caught smaller probes being released from what the team called motherships. These probes would return to the larger craft after conducting what seemed to be surveillance missions. By December 1977, the team had documented enough evidence to prove these objects were real. Captain Olanda sent the evidence to Regional Air Command. He immediately received a call from a brigadier general with new orders. Surrender all photos, footage, and documents. All findings and reports were to be classified. Shut everything down. The team was surprised. They were finally making progress, but Captain Olanda followed orders. They packed up camp and returned to base. Operation Saucer was over. Olanda believed the Brazilian government shut them down because they didn't want them to find out who or what was controlling the UFOs. But it was too late. Captain Olanda already knew. Soon after the military left Colares, the UFO encounters ended. The Air Force's official statement? Nothing extraordinary was found. Back in Colares, the story faded into local legend. But in 1996, Brazil made headlines with another UFO incident in Virginia.
Vagina episode down in your probe canal.
Virginia.
What'd I say?
The public wanted answers. For 20 years, Captain Oland kept silent about Colares. Then in 1997, now a retired lieutenant colonel, he decided the truth had to come out. For 2 days, Oland spoke with A.J. Javert of Brazilian UFO magazine. His memory was sharp, but something had changed in the captain. The confident military commander was gone, replaced by a man haunted by what he'd seen. He described 3 encounters with the objects. The first happened during a routine night watch. A light appeared over Morale Bay, performing impossible maneuvers. The object was cylindrical, about 100 meters long, and made a strange hum.
Esse troço fazia barulho de barulho de ar, mas bem mais forte, parecia que fosse uma turbina. Aquele barulho de turbina. Não era barulho de jato, era barulho de uma coisa girando, uma coisa.
The second encounter occurred on the beach. A craft appeared directly above his team.
Ela veio acompanhando a lateral, a margem do rio oposta do litoral. Ela veio acompanhando e a gente vendo, olha ali. Olha lá, e veio. Quando chegou na direção da ilha, ela entrou na direção de Belém. Mas estava muito baixo. Na altura das árvores, passando a copa das árvores. Mas uma luz muito grande, um troço enorme.
The object was close enough that Oland could see it wasn't made of any material he recognized. The surface seemed to shift and flow like liquid metal. At this point, Oland realized the objects were aware of them and were being operated by an intelligence.
Eles parecia que tinham absoluta certeza de nós estávamos. Eles não procuravam. Eles estavam em cima da gente. Depois de algum tempo que nós estivemos lá, vamos dizer, depois de um mês, as coisas eram em cima da equipe. Eles já estavam em cima da gente, eles sabiam o que a gente estava fazendo. Você podia se deslocar, você estava aqui e ia para outro lugar. É lá que eles iam. Como se eles tivessem conhecimento da nossa movimentação, sabiam com segurança onde nós estávamos.
Operation Saucer lasted 4 months. During this time, Oland sometimes went home to see his family. During one of these visits, in his own home, he had a life-changing incident. Late one night, he was in bed when he heard a crack, like an electrical power surge.
Teve algum problema ali, aquele talido muito grande, muito forte. E ao mesmo momento em que iluminou o quarto.
After the flash of light, Oland found himself standing up, paralyzed with fear. He felt a presence behind him.
Tinha ser atrás de mim, me abraçando. Até numa situação meio esquisita. O cara me abraçando por trás. Eu não gostei muito da história, não.
Uh-oh. Did he get probed?
Not exactly.
That is not a good answer to that question.
While Oland was restrained, he saw another being at the end of his bed. It was just under 5 feet tall and dressed in a suit that reminded him of an astronaut or a diver. He didn't see its face, only a gray mask.
Eu estava muito assustado. E aquele bicho estava me abraçando. Me abraçou, me apertou e falou no meu ouvido em português.
Oh, no, this isn't going to turn into alien erotica like from a Gino Storio, is it?
Will you let the man speak?
Yeah, I'm not judging, I'm just asking.
Metalizada, metalizada, uma voz atente. Falando no meu ouvido, calma, não vamos te fazer nenhum mal.
Another crack, another flash of light, and it was over. His wife slept through the whole thing. Oland thought it was a dream. But the next day, driving back to the operation, his forearm felt itchy. He noticed it was red.
Implant!
Yep. During his interview, Oland rolled up his sleeve and pressed his forearm. Something moved under the skin. A small, flexible object. X-rays couldn't detect it, but a compass could. Javert asked what happened to all the photos and the documentation of Operation Saucer. Oland said he didn't know. The government denied everything, and the operation was classified. He was ordered to stay silent, and he obeyed for 20 years. So why speak now? Well, he felt the duty to tell the truth before he died, or...
Vou repetir. Nunca falei para ninguém que é autorizado a publicar. tá? Tô te falando agora. Já tô com 70, daqui a pouco tô com 70, se chegar lá, me desaparecer antes.
Olanda's concern about disappearing seemed strange. But just weeks after giving this interview,
Oh no.
before the article was even published,
Oh no.
he was found dead in his apartment. He apparently hung himself using the belt of his bathroom.
Yeah.
The Brazilian government kept Operation Prato classified for over 20 years. Then in 1997, the officer in charge came forward. Less than 2 months later, he was dead. Olanda's death seemed too convenient. Brazilian UFO researchers launched a campaign called Freedom of UFO Information Now. They demanded the release of all Operation Saucer files. The Air Force resisted. But by 2005, under public pressure, 3 generals invited researchers to military headquarters in Brasilia. For the first time, civilian UFO investigators examined Operation Prato's classified files. They accessed 110 photographs and 160 documents, a fraction of the total archive, but enough to confirm the extraordinary nature of the investigation. The Brazilian Air Force went further in 2010. They passed Resolution 551 GC3, a law requiring all UFO reports to be sent directly to the National Archives. Any Brazilian citizen could now access decades of military UFO investigations. Finally, a government was actively preserving its UFO records instead of destroying or classifying them. Mostly. Resolution 551 GC3 has a carve-out. The government can still classify documents if their release is considered a threat
To national security.
Right. The complete story remains hidden. The original operation files contained over 500 photographs and 2,000 pages of documents. Only a fraction have been released. The hours of film footage Olanda's team shot was never made public. We still don't know the details of the 2 women who died. Some of Brazil's top military commanders want full disclosure. Brigadier General José Carlos Pereira, head of Brazilian Aerospace Defense Command for over 10 years, publicly stated that UFOs were solid objects under intelligent control. But factions within the military were fighting to keep specific files classified. There may be valid reasons governments don't fully disclose contact with extraterrestrials. Acknowledgement is announcement. It broadcasts to whoever's out there that we understand we're not alone in the universe. Some prominent scientists think revealing ourselves is a very, very bad idea. This is usually the part of the story where I debunk what I can. But with Colares, there's nothing to debunk. Now, maybe the attacks weren't from UFOs, but the fact is, it happened. And then it happened again. In 2014, another string of UFO attacks hit Brazil. This time, indigenous tribes deep in the Amazon, the same light beams, the same injuries. The methodical nature of these attacks suggests something calculated, not random encounters. These beings are on mission. We just don't know what mission. Some scientists worry they're testing our defenses and technology. Now, if that's true, we might want to keep it quiet. Stephen Hawking warned that an advanced civilization might view us like Europeans viewed Native Americans, primitives to be conquered or eliminated. Physicist David Brin suggested any civilization capable of interstellar travel would see emerging technological species as future rivals, better to eliminate them early. This became known as the Dark Forest Hypothesis, named after Leo Sitchin's 3-body problem books.
The universe is a dark forest. Every civilization is an armed hunter stalking through the trees like a ghost, gently pushing aside branches that block the path and trying to tread without sound. Even breathing is done with care. The hunter has to be careful because everywhere in the forest are stealthy hunters like him.
Every civilization hides in the shadows facing the same problem. They don't know who else is out there. But they know 2 things. Resources are limited, and technology grows exponentially. Any civilization discovered today could become a threat tomorrow.
If he finds other life, another hunter, an angel or a demon, a delicate infant or a tottering old man, a fairy or a demigod, there's only one thing he can do: open fire and eliminate them. In this forest, hell is other people, an eternal threat that any life that exposes its own existence will be swiftly wiped out. This is the picture of cosmic civilization, It's the explanation of the Fermi paradox.
The Fermi paradox asks, if billions of advanced civilizations should exist, where is everybody? The answer, they're hiding. The moment you reveal yourself, you become a target. Not because advanced civilizations are evil, but because they can't risk letting potential competitors emerge. We don't know what these UFOs want, and given their technology, they could destroy us easily, but haven't. Does that mean they're friendly? Not necessarily. Maybe they just don't care. We're not a threat. Like the aliens in the three-body problem. They may think of us as bugs. And like bugs, we can be annoying, but we're not really dangerous. But what happens when wasps build a nest in your attic and start stinging your children? You call an exterminator. Our radio waves, space programs, and attempts at alien contact are like lighting a flare in the dark forest. They might lead to a new alien race making first contact, a race that will do more than experiment on a small number of people. Our government may have technology that aliens would view as threatening, and if it exists, it might be better to keep it a secret. But the decision shouldn't be up to the military alone. The military's job is to destroy things and kill people, and that's what they do. The military's necessary. But we need to show humanity is capable of more than destruction. We need civilians involved, scientists, philosophers, theologians. We need our brightest minds and our most empathetic souls, people who represent the best of us. Because when first contact is finally made, it'll either be the greatest achievement of the human race or the end of it. We need to make this decision now, and let's not get it wrong.
I bet you've probably been to the doctor's office in the past few months. I bet you had to hand over personal info, like your insurance, your ID, maybe even your social security number. And I bet you weren't thinking about how your doctor is just one of many places that has your personal information. If any one of them isn't careful, it's a good bet they could accidentally expose your details to hackers and identity theft, putting you at risk. Fortunately, LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back, with plans covering up to $3 million for stolen funds and expenses. Don't take chances with your personal info. Help protect it even when it's out of your hands. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code IHEART. Call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code IHEART, or go to lifelock.com/iHeart for 40% off. Terms apply.
This Labor Day, say goodbye to spills, stains, and overpriced furniture with WashableSofas.com, featuring Annabay, the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly pricing. Sofas start at just $6.99, making it the perfect time to upgrade your space. Annabay's pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and interchangeable slipcovers are made with high-performance fabric built for real life. You'll love the cloud-like comfort of hypoallergenic, high-resilience foam that never needs fluffing, and a durable steel frame that stands the test of time. With modular pieces, you can rearrange anytime. It's a sofa that adapts to your life. Now through Labor Day, get up to 60% off site-wide at WashableSofas.com. Every order comes with a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping, no restocking fees, every penny back. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
3 + 1 5 + 0 0.
And there have been more sightings and attacks lately. And, I'm looking at my notes here because something's going on in the Amazon. And isn't it interesting that we keep discovering ancient cities and evidence of large civilizations buried by the jungle? And that seems to be happening at the same time where we're having all these sightings. I don't know. I don't believe in coincidences. What do we got next? Episode 111, staying with Brazil. Again, these aliens are not friendly. There are victims in this story. This is called the Varginha Incident. The North American Air Defense Command, known as NORAD, was established in 1958. It was to provide early warning and defense against Soviet bombers and missile launches. But it wasn't long before NORAD would be monitoring skies around the entire planet. Early in the morning on January 13, 1996, NORAD contacted Brazilian Air Defense to report an object entering the Earth's atmosphere about 200 miles northeast of Sao Paulo. When asked what type of object, NORAD said it was unidentified. A few minutes later, it crashed somewhere near the town of Varginha. The Brazilian Army and Air Force quickly scrambled to get to the crash site before any civilians did, but they were too late. The craft was seen and the beings driving the craft were gone. Over the next few days, a series of events would unfold that would change the lives of the people in the area forever. Well, at least the lives of the people who survived. Virginia is located...
Hold on.
What?
I'm looking at that word in a teleprompter and, I see. I thought it said...
It doesn't...
Right. Okay, so the town is Virginia. Go on.
Virginia.
Fine, whatever. Just do me a favor. Put the name of the town in the thumbnail, all right? It'll definitely get clicks.
It probably would.
Like, how about Strange Object Enters Virginia?
Virginia.
Or The Mysterious Virginia.
Virginia.
You're pretty mysterious. Okay. Go ahead. I'll behave.
Virginia is in the southern region of the Brazilian state of Minas Gerais. Its population of about 135,000 makes it one of the largest cities in the region. Its economy is mostly based on agriculture. Coffee, corn, and soybeans are the main crops grown on the many farms that surround the city. One of those farms is owned by Eurico and Aurelina de Freitas. It was early in the morning, before sunrise, when Aurelina heard the cows running around the property sounding agitated. She looked out the window and saw hovering above the pasture a cigar-shaped object. She grabbed her husband Eurico. They said the shape of it reminded them of a submarine, and it was about the size of a school minibus. The object was billowing white smoke and seemed to have trouble maneuvering. The two watched the craft for an hour before it disappeared over a ridge not far from the farm. On the other side of that ridge, Carlos de Souza was driving to the airport when he heard a strange muffled rumbling. He thought something was wrong with his truck, so he stopped. Then he realized the sound was coming from a cigar-shaped craft about 300 feet in the air, and it was losing altitude. The object had windows along the side and what appeared to be a long crack running through the middle of it. Out of the crack, white smoke was pouring out. Carlos thought this was strange because the smoke from a fire or an engine failure would be black. The rumbling sound made by the craft occasionally sputtered. It was clearly struggling to stay in the air. Carlos jumped back in his truck and followed it. It eventually passed over some small mountains, went into a steep dive, and disappeared. After a few minutes, Carlos found a dirt road that led to the area where it went down. He came over the crest of a hill and saw wreckage spread out over a wide area. Carlos began running to the crash site, which was a few hundred feet from the road. At first, he thought it was a small plane. He was a pilot himself, so if there was a crash, he wanted to help. But it only took him a few steps to realize this was no plane. In the air was a heavy stench of ammonia and sulfur, like sour rotten eggs. The odor was so strong that he had to wrap his shirt around his mouth to breathe. And even then, the smell stung his eyes and made them water. Debris was everywhere. Pieces of metal that looked like aluminum, but even lighter. Carlos grabbed a large sheet that had almost no weight to it. It looked like aluminum foil. He crumpled the sheet and dropped it. As soon as he released it, the metal unfolded and went back into its original shape, and then floated to the ground like a feather. Carlos started making his way toward the larger pieces of debris to search for survivors. But before he could take more than a few steps, the rumbling of trucks caught his attention. A convoy of military vehicles tore across the field and began establishing a perimeter. Soldiers with guns raised shouted for Carlos to get away. Carlos briefly protested, but only briefly. He was staring down the barrel of a rifle not 6 inches from his face when he raised his hands and slowly backed away. Shaken, Carlos left the scene and stopped to grab a cup of coffee to try and collect himself. After a few minutes, 2 men approached. Carlos described them as tall and neatly dressed in dark suits.
Men in black.
Yep. The men told Carlos that they know who he is and where he lives. They know his wife, his daughter. They told him that he's to forget everything that he saw and never speak of it. Carlos was terrified. He nodded that he understood. Then the strangers got into a black car with no license plates and drove away. And Carlos would keep what he saw a secret for 26 years. Meanwhile, back at the crash site, the Brazilian military was hard at work gathering the wreckage. The craft was definitely big enough to hold a small crew, so the order went out to search for survivors. There were survivors, but the soldiers wouldn't find them, at least not near the crash. Those survivors were already in town. Just a few hours after the crash, authorities started receiving strange reports from residents in the area. At about 8 a.m., a college student reported seeing a creature with oily dark brown skin crouched in an alleyway near a local park. He said it had very small hands with 3 long fingers. It was between 4 and 5 feet tall and had no hair or clothing.
Yeah, you notice aliens are always naked.
I guess that's true.
Respect.
What?
Yeah, I don't know how you humans deal with pants. I'd like to let it all hang out.
Okay, that's enough.
Crude.
Just a few blocks away, 3 young women, Liliane, Valkyria, and Katya, were on their way to the same park. They took a shortcut through a vacant lot. There, in the tall grass, huddled next to a cinder block wall, was a creature. It was about 4 feet tall and had a large head. On its head were 3 bumps or ridges. It had huge red eyes. Its skin was brown and looked shiny or oily. It had a slim, frail body and no hair and no clothes.
Respect.
The girls weren't sure what this thing was, but when they approached, it looked right at them. The girls were frozen in fear, unable to move or speak. Though it made no sound, the girls were able to hear this being or feel its thoughts. They could feel that it was frightened, in pain, and needed help. The girls tore out of there terrified. They burst into Katya's house and told her mother that they had seen a demon. The 4 of them returned to the lot, but the creature was gone. However, Katya's mother found a strange footprint. It wasn't a human footprint. Whatever this thing was, its feet had 3 long toes. The girls described the creature to an artist who created this now famous picture. Even though the creature was gone, there was a heavy odor of ammonia that lingered. Katya's mother said she couldn't get the smell out of her nose for days. A few hours later, military policemen Eric Lopes and Marco Cherez were patrolling the area. Suddenly, a small humanoid creature with dark skin darted across the street. Marco jumped out of the car and managed to grab it. They restrained the creature and rushed it to the hospital where, according to reports, it died. Almost immediately, Marco started feeling ill. He said his skin felt greasy even though it wasn't, and there was a lingering smell of ammonia that stayed with him. Over the next 2 weeks, his condition worsened and he was admitted to the hospital and placed in intensive care. None of the doctors could figure out what was wrong with him or how to help. Finally, at the age of 23, Marco Cherez died of an unknown cause. The doctors said an autopsy wasn't necessary and ordered a closed casket service. They also had his body buried immediately. They said this was to protect public health. They did make his blood tests available. His blood contained 8% of unknown toxic substances. And that was the first death caused by the Varginha UFO incident. But it wasn't the last. Several calls came into the fire department about a wild animal on the loose near the park where the girls saw the creature. 4 firemen were dispatched to look for it. When the firemen arrived on the scene, there were 5 civilians watching the creature that had gone down a steep embankment toward a densely wooded area. They said it made a buzzing sound similar to bees. It took the firemen 2 hours to capture it. It kept running away, and the terrain was hard to navigate, and they were afraid of whatever this thing was. Everyone who saw it said it gave off a strong, offensive odor like ammonia and sulfur. Finally, the firemen were able to snare the creature in a net. By now, a military truck arrived from Eza, a military base a few miles away. Witnesses saw soldiers struggling with 2 black bags. One bag was squirming as if something was alive in it, but the other bag was still. The bags were heaved into the truck and it sped away. Immediately, the area was surrounded by military vehicles, and civilians were not allowed in or out of the area. Less than an hour later, a section of regional hospital was ordered locked down. Then 10 military and police vehicles arrived. The truck then pulled up close to the entrance, and 2 soldiers unloaded a black body bag. The bag was taken to the radiology department for x-rays. The x-ray technician on duty that day said the examination room was full of doctors, police, and military personnel. People were nervous and just staring at each other, afraid to speak. The tech was ordered to take x-rays of the bag, which he wasn't allowed to open. He did this, but then the military took the film. The radiologist never saw the pictures. He said he'd never experienced anything like that before or since. He was told to keep everything he's seen a secret as a matter of national security. Then, as quickly as they arrived, the military entourage left with the x-rays and the body bag. But the smell of ammonia and sulfur remained. The tech said the smell felt like it was inside his nose and lingered. In fact, that whole section of the hospital was closed to the public for another 3 or 4 days. No matter what the cleaning staff did, they couldn't remove the smell. They just had to wait for it to dissipate. By the way, one of the firemen who helped capture the alien died a few weeks later from unknown toxic poisoning. Senior military officials warned everyone involved. 50 doctors and hospital staff were put under strict non-disclosure agreements and told this was a training exercise. The doctors and nurses were threatened with prison if they ever spoke about what happened. Soldiers were reminded of their responsibilities to national security, and that if they spoke about what happened, it could be considered treason. These tactics worked because after the military convoy sped away from the hospital, there wouldn't be any new details about the story. Where the truck went, what was in it, who was involved, nothing. But 25 years later, a witness would come forward, and he would reveal details that nobody saw coming. It took 25 years, but a soldier came forward who was close to everything. His testimony can be seen in the excellent documentary on this case, Moment of Contact, by filmmaker James Fox. And if you want to learn more about this story, I recommend you check it out, and there's a link below. The soldier who came forward refused to allow his name to be used, so he became known as Military X. But I found a very old report from Virginia local news which revealed his name. Now, I don't want to out the guy, so we'll just call him Raoul, which is close to his real first name. Raoul was part of the convoy that brought the creature to the hospital, and there he saw the alien in a box. It was covered, but it was between 4 and 5 feet tall. He was able to see its foot poking out. He said its skin was very dark red or brown and looked oily. He knew this wasn't human because its foot had only 3 toes. From the hospital, they went to the Eza military base, about 20 miles from Virginia. After they parked the trucks, Raoul and another soldier were called into the base commander's office. Their CO asked them what they saw. Raoul was frightened and not sure how to answer. He said he thought he saw a burnt man or something like that. His commanding officer told him, "That's not what you saw. You saw something supernatural." Raoul was told that if he reveals what he saw to anyone, the consequences would be severe. The following day was very strange at the base. There were Navy trucks and helicopters there, which was unusual. There was a lot of activity, a lot of unfamiliar faces. People were on edge. Early that morning, Raoul and the convoy left Eza and went to a SpaceX Army base in Campinas, about 2 hours away. What?
They went from vagina to the penis.
Virginia, Campinas.
Tomato, tomato, Virginia, vagina. The algorithm is gonna punish you for this one.
Well, they are now. From Campinas, Raoul didn't know what happened to the creature, though he had heard rumors that would turn out to be true. Jose Manuel Fernandez was an air traffic controller at the base during this time. He said 2 helicopters left the base, went to Virginia, and returned with what he didn't know, but he thought it was some kind of rescue mission. Then something happened that Jose had never experienced. A large plane was coming in, but it didn't have authorization to land. Jose's supervisors told him to allow it anyway. The plane landed and boxes were loaded onto it. Then it took off again, and that was it. The trucks, the helicopters, and all the extra people just left. Jose asked what this was all about, and he was told it was a secret mission, and that was all he needed to know. But Jose does remember what kind of plane landed. He called it a USAF plane.
A USAF? What kind of a plane is a USAF?
Well, that's what Brazilians call it, USAF, or USAF.
That's
the United States Air Force. One of the facts that's agreed on by the witnesses from the military is that the United States immediately took over the operation, whatever the operation was. Even though the American plane came and went very quickly, there were a few Americans who stayed behind. A few months after the events, Katya's mother, Donna Luisa, heard a knock on the door. She opened it, and 4 men shoved their way in. She described them as foreigners, neatly dressed in dark suits and pushy. One held a clipboard, the other carried a briefcase. They told her that they were there to make a proposal. She could take all the money in the briefcase, which was tens of thousands of dollars in cash. In return, she convinces the girls to retract their story and admit they made the whole thing up. Then they leave the country and never speak of these things again. She refused. They insisted that she take the money and be silent. Donna Luisa said the girls did see something out there and she wouldn't have them portrayed as liars. Again, the men insisted. As they continued to press the issue, they became very frustrated and Donna Luisa started to become frightened. She told the men to leave her house or she would call the police. Finally, and very suddenly, they left. Another well-respected family just a few blocks away reported seeing an object in the sky on the evening the aliens were captured. They said the object was the size of a bus, circular and metallic. It hovered just a few hundred feet above their house. And though it was rotating very quickly, the object was completely silent. They said it was traveling slowly back and forth like it was looking for something. After they made their report, 2 men paid them a visit. They asked a lot of questions and talked to the family for hours. And just before the strangers left, they said, "What you saw didn't happen, and this conversation never happened." They implied that if they spoke publicly, it would be very bad for the family. And to this day, the family insists that this entire story happened, but they refuse to give their names. A key to this entire story is Eric Lopes. He was the partner of Marco Cherez, the young military policeman who died after touching the alien. Lopes is one of the only people alive who can confirm the story. He was there when the alien was captured. It was in his car when they drove it to the hospital, and he helped carry it in. For 25 years, he's refused to speak about the incident. When James Fox and his crew showed up at his house to ask him about what happened, he was so agitated, he threatened to shoot them if they didn't leave him alone. The Virginia UFO incident has been called the Brazilian Roswell. It's considered to be the most compelling case for UFOs and aliens in history. Or is it? The Virginia UFO incident became a world-famous case in 1996, and with the documentary Moment of Contact being released, it's once again on people's minds. But how much of the story is true? Well, this is a difficult case to prove and disprove. The fact is, there's not a single piece of physical evidence to support that any of this happened. The entire story is based on witness testimony. Testimony that, over the years, has been less than consistent. You'll hear some documentaries say that the witnesses have no reason to lie because they haven't made any money for their story. That's not true. Quite a few witnesses have been compensated over the years. In fact, the Wall Street Journal reported that the girls who found the creature wouldn't give an interview for anything less than $200, something they later denied. About those girls, it's important to know that there was no Virginia UFO incident before the girls' story was made public. It was only after they were covered on a popular TV program that other witnesses came forward. And those witnesses described the aliens the same way the girls did. So the new witnesses either saw the same alien, or they were lying and building on other stories they heard. There's no way to know for sure. But when the girls reported the creature, they never said it was an alien. There was no mention of a UFO. They thought the creature looked like a demon. At the time all this was happening, people in the area were obsessed with a cryptid called Chupacabra, which was getting a lot of coverage. It was a local UFO researcher who proposed that what they saw was an alien. The official explanation is that the girls actually saw someone locals called Mudinho. Mudinho means little mute. His real name is Luis Antonio de Paula. He was a mentally and physically disabled man who would spend hours crouching and looking at small objects on the ground. He lived where the girls saw the alien. In fact, he still lives there. He doesn't live near the location, he lives at the location. The day they saw him, there was a major storm passing through the area. So much rain fell that some parts of the town were flooded. It could be that Mudinho was covered in mud, which was known to happen, and he scared the girls. Now, the girls say that it couldn't have been Mudinho because they know him and wouldn't mistake him for an alien. But in the original report, they said they didn't know him. And when they first saw him, they thought he looked like a demon. They said the same thing about the alien. They may or may not be lying intentionally, but one of their versions of the story is wrong. And this isn't surprising. It's a 26-year-old case. Witness reports are all over the place. This was a huge story in 1996. It made international news. People's memories change over time. If you read an interesting detail about this case, you may, even unknowingly, add that detail to your version of the story. Tell that story enough times, your brain will actually create a false memory to support it. When Katya's mother first told the story about the men trying to bribe her to get her daughters to retract their story, she said they implied there would be a payment. Later, the story included a briefcase full of cash. Now, did she forget this detail early on? Or had she been hearing stories about the men in black for so long that the briefcase found its way into her memory? Side note, the weather conditions make it unlikely that anyone saw an alien footprint in the mud, but who knows, stories vary. Some witnesses gave statements that they later denied. Others denied seeing anything, but then later came forward. And other witness reports don't fit the timeline at all. The couple who first saw the UFO over their farm, they said it happened a week earlier. It's possible they aren't remembering correctly, but if I saw a UFO hovering over my house for an hour, I'd remember every detail about that day. Memories are stored with emotion. The more emotional the event, the more likely you are to recall it. People who lived through the JFK assassination or the 9/11 attack know exactly where they were when they heard the news. People vividly remember the days their children are born and vividly remember when their parents died. Emotions create memories. Now about Marco Cherez, the young officer who died after touching the alien. It's said that he was perfectly healthy and suddenly became ill. That's not true. He had a cyst on his arm that became infected. The cyst was documented well before any of this happened. Marco wasn't connected to the UFO story until much later, and his sister was the first person to bring it up. Now, she says it happened and that's that. But her earlier story said it was possible he was involved, though she didn't know for sure. The Brazilian military released a report of these events that was over 1,000 pages long. According to the report, Marco wasn't even working that night. The report also says all the military vehicles in the area were part of a training exercise, as a base was a training base. The military convoys were just vehicles all going in for scheduled maintenance at the same time, which they do. After all, the base is just a few miles away. The hospital wing was closed, but that was because they had to make it sterile enough for new cardiac equipment that was being delivered. By the way, that equipment was delivered in stainless steel boxes by the military. The body bag was a recently exhumed cadaver that was part of a police investigation. What people thought were aliens at the hospital were actually a dwarf couple there to have a baby, and they were helped in by a soldier. Now, some of those facts sound perfectly reasonable to me. Others, like the pregnant dwarf, not so much. But that's part of the story. It's all a cover-up. The military altered the records after the fact. They even gave a very sketchy press conference about this.
Da região. Nada temos a esconder. Pelo que eles estavam fazendo no dia do acontecimento? Trabalhando. Em prol do exército, em prol da nação. Isso tem como ser comprovado? Para quem? Para a imprensa. Por quê? Porque não se quer provar os fatos. Não tem que provar. Tudo que eu tinha a dizer foi isso.
Is General Lima covering up? He acts like it. But if there really wasn't anything weird about this incident, the general would be pretty irritated that he'd have to deal with any of this. So how you read him and any of the witnesses really comes down to your point of view and toward which side you lean, skeptic or believer. If you watch James Fox's Moment of Contact, some of the witnesses are compelling. In the case of Marco de Souza, the man who found the craft in the field, he's so overcome that he breaks down into tears.
Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Aqui, foi aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Uau. Foi aqui, ó. Foi aqui, ó. Eles morreram aqui.
Now, if he's acting, he should leave Brazil and move to Hollywood. Fox gets statements not just from local residents, but from doctors and people in the military. They all say it happened, and they give vivid details about what they saw. Yes, some people won't talk. Others talk, but with their faces blurred and voices changed. But some people put their names and faces out there for everyone to see. Now, it's been so long that these people could be misremembering, but they don't come across as liars. But there's no way to tell if what they're saying is true. There is one man who could settle this entire case once and for all, Eric Lopes. He was driving the car when Marco Cherez captured the alien. He saw everything, but he's willing to shoot people who want to talk to him about this. Is he afraid? Or is he an old, angry man living in poverty who's sick of people bothering him about this? If he came forward to confirm that Marco did capture an alien, then the entire official story unravels, and you could throw away that 1,000-page Army report, and you can start rewriting history. Because Eric Lopes is one of the few people on the face of the planet who could confirm 100% without a doubt that aliens are real and they are here. For now, the Brazilian military and government deny everything. And if the Brazilian government is working with the United States on a cover-up, well, they're learning from the best.
I bet you've probably been to the doctor's office in the past few months. I bet you had to hand over personal info, like your insurance, your ID, maybe even your social security number. And I bet you weren't thinking about how your doctor is just one of many places that has your personal information. If any one of them isn't careful, it's a good bet they could accidentally expose your details to hackers and identity theft, putting you at risk. Fortunately, LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed or your money back, with plans covering up to $3 million for stolen funds and expenses. Don't take chances with your personal info. Help protect it even when it's out of your hands. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code iHeart. Call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code iHeart, or go to lifelock.com/iHeart for 40% off. Terms apply.
This Labor Day, say goodbye to spills, stains, and overpriced furniture with WashableSofas.com, featuring Annabay, the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly pricing. Sofas start at just $6.99, making it the perfect time to upgrade your space. Annabay's pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and interchangeable slipcovers are made with high-performance fabric built for real life. You'll love the cloud-like comfort of hypoallergenic, high-resilience foam that never needs fluffing, and a durable steel frame that stands the test of time. With modular pieces, you can rearrange anytime. It's a sofa that adapts to your life. Now through Labor Day, get up to 60% off site-wide at WashableSofas.com. Every order comes with a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping, no restocking fees, every penny back. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
3+15+00.
If you want to learn more about that story, you can check out... He has a lot of them. Moment of Contact by James Fox. I don't know if you would recognize James Fox if you saw him. He's been on Joe Rogan a bunch of times. He does great documentaries about this. Nobody covers this stuff better than James does. And he also covers the Zimbabwe incident in The Phenomenon. So that's good stuff. Now, where are you?
50 feet underground. I found this on Airbnb. Authentic Cold War experience.
Doesn't look very nice.
It's not. I didn't read the fine print, which said authentic Soviet Cold War experience.
Oh, no.
2 stars. Maybe 1.5. The blast door is plywood. The air filtration system is a box fan duct taped to a hole in the wall.
Yeah, I don't think you can survive a nuclear attack in there.
Are you kidding? This thing couldn't survive a light rain.
Well, is there food at least?
Emergency rations. And they expired during the Clinton administration.
Oh, stop. You know the rules.
Yeah, I know. We don't make jokes about the Clinton. I know. All right, let me go. It's my turn to use the bucket.
The bucket?
The bucket. Yeah, and before you ask, the answer is yes, we are. And it's a bit traumatizing, thank you very much. It's code brown all day over here. All day long. Goodbye.
No, I'm traumatized as well. Okay, well, the good news is we're almost done. Next is episode. I don't even know if people watch these things that I do in between the episodes. I hope so, because these are a lot of work. Next is episode 163. It's called the Pascagula UFO Encounter. And I should change the title because this is a lot creepier than it sounds. It was a quiet night on October 11th, 1973 in Pascagula, Mississippi. Calvin Parker and Charles Hickson were friends and co-workers at a local shipyard. After a long day of work, they decided to unwind by doing a little fishing. They chatted about work, family, and life while casting their lines into the water. They didn't know that their lives were about to change forever. Calvin and Charles saw a large UFO, but that didn't scare them. What came out of it did. They weren't little pale beings with big black eyes. These creatures were monsters. Charles and Calvin's fear increased as the monsters moved closer and closer. Suddenly, both men were completely paralyzed. They couldn't run. They couldn't move. They couldn't cry for help. All they can do was wait and see what happened next. The monsters grabbed them, and Calvin and Charles, still unable to move, were taken aboard the craft. And that's when the nightmare began. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker were co-workers at a shipbuilding company. After a tough day at work, they went to the Pascagula River and found a quiet spot on a pier to do a little fishing.
Yeah, hold on. Let me fix that for you. They found a quiet spot on a pier to do a little murdering.
Do you mind?
Sorry. I lost a lot of good friends to the hook. The wounds are still raw. Go ahead.
A blue light appeared in the sky, growing larger as it approached. It came from a disc-shaped craft about 40 feet long and 10 feet tall. It hovered above the water, making a strange buzzing sound. 3 creatures floated out, also hovering above the ground. They were about 5 feet tall, with pale, wrinkled skin. Their heads connected directly to their shoulders. Their faces were grotesque, with pointy protrusions instead of noses and ears. Their large, round eyes seemed lifeless. Instead of hands, the beings had crab-like claws at the ends of their arms.
Claws? Like the crab cat?
Yes, they had claws like a crab cat.
Fear the crab cat!
The creatures made an eerie buzzing sound as they drew closer. Charles and Calvin became paralyzed with fear. Then they realized it wasn't fear that paralyzed them. The creatures had done something to them, and they were helpless. The beings grabbed Calvin and Charles with their claws, lifting them off the ground. The men felt weightless. Calvin, overwhelmed by terror, fainted, and he was lucky. Charles felt numb and detached, as if his mind were separated from his body. The beings carrying Charles and Calvin started floating back to the craft. As they approached the ship, a section of the hull rippled like water. The metal vanished, creating an entrance. Charles was paralyzed and could only move his eyes, which were now assaulted by blinding light. Charles's mind was racing. He couldn't move. He couldn't see. He was trapped. He could feel the creatures surrounding him. As cold claws pressed against his skin, he closed his eyes and prayed that this was all a dream. He prayed to wake up. His prayers went unanswered. This was no dream. It was a nightmare, but he was wide awake, and the nightmare was just getting started. Calvin woke up on a flat metallic surface inside the alien craft. He was in a round room filled with harsh white light, which seemed to come from the walls themselves. The air inside the craft felt thick. It had a metallic scent like ozone after a lightning strike. He also smelled something sour like ammonia. As Calvin's eyes adjusted, he realized he wasn't alone. A female alien stood over him. She looked different from the others, more humanoid with large almond-shaped eyes and delicate features. She tried to reassure Calvin telepathically that he was safe. It didn't work. He felt dread as she started examining him, applying pressure to different parts of his body. The female alien stepped back and telepathically said, "I'm not gonna hurt you."
No, this is how I know she's about to hurt him.
She pinched his cheek, slid her hand down his mouth, and held his jaw open.
Yep.
On her other hand, long, thin probes grew from the alien's middle fingers.
Oh no, not the finger probes. She didn't, flip him over, did she?
No. She shoved her middle fingers down Calvin's throat and up towards his nasal cavity. Calvin felt sharp pain and tried to scream, but couldn't. He was choking. Again, he heard her say, "Don't be afraid." Then she extracted something from his nose. Meanwhile, Charles was in another room going through a similar ordeal. 3 of the original beings surrounded him. They used their claws to examine his body. Their movements seemed unnatural and robotic. These beings also communicated telepathically, but they weren't trying to reassure Charles. They were probing his mind, dissecting his thoughts and memories. He tried to resist, but he was powerless. Then a metal object about the size of a football floated over him. He felt it scanning him. It moved up and down his body, then around his head. While Charles and Calvin were undergoing their procedures, they saw other beings moving around, performing tasks. A few beings were still and silent, observing them intensely. There were consoles around the rooms. Each had blinking lights and projected holographic symbols in the air. The symbols reminded them of hieroglyphics. They moved and changed shape as the aliens did their work. Charles and Calvin also felt that the craft was more than just a machine. It felt alive and sentient and aware of them. They could feel it observing them and probing their minds. The craft emitted a strange, rhythmic buzzing sound that was so disorienting they had to resist the urge to vomit.
Oh, that's how I feel when I listen to K-pop.
It was becoming too much. The symbols floating in the air, the sounds, the lights, the smells. The entire experience was a twisted nightmare. The human mind was not designed to comprehend any of this. Calvin, still being examined by the female alien, felt himself passing out again. As his consciousness began to fade, images flashed through his mind. Hundreds, maybe thousands of human faces, all with the same look of terror and confusion. Then it hit him. Calvin and Charles weren't special, and this situation wasn't unique. This living nightmare was more common than anyone thought. The last image that flashed through Calvin's mind was the female alien's eyes. She was trying to tell him something important. But before Calvin could understand, everything went dark. Calvin Parker and Charles Hickson awoke on the riverbank, disoriented and terrified. The craft was gone. They thought hours had passed, but it had only been 20 minutes. Once they regained their composure, they decided to report the incident. First, they called the Air Force, who were dismissive. They said they should go to the police. The Air Force doesn't handle UFOs.
Yeah, in other words, go to the police station so we can get down there and secretly investigate.
Probably. At the station, they explained everything to the sheriff and the other officers. Though they were skeptical of the story, they sensed genuine fear in their voices, so the officers decided to test them. Calvin and Charles were left alone in a room, unaware that their conversation was being taped. The officers were sure they'd say something to discredit their story. Instead, what they heard only helped confirm it. The recording captured Calvin and Charles discussing the incident, terrified. There was no sign of deceit.
I'm not had a heart attack, man. I'm one damage and down. Jesus Christ. I'm so damn bad back in my bad place. That's what I thought. I had been through enough of hell on this earth, and now I gotta go through something like this.
The recording, now known as the secret tape, became a key piece of evidence supporting the men's claims. Calvin and Charles clearly believed every word of their story. Many people were convinced that something extraordinary happened on the Pascagula River that night. Meanwhile, other witnesses reported strange lights in the sky. Official records show over 50 separate calls to the police that evening. Many of them saw a large oval craft with blue lights on it, just as Calvin and Charles had described. The news spread quickly. The media, UFO believers, and skeptics descended on the small town like a hurricane, with Calvin and Charles at the center of it all. This publicity also brought scrutiny, but both men passed lie detector tests several times.
Never take a lie detector test.
That's probably good advice. The incident affected the men differently. Charles continued speaking publicly about the encounter. Calvin struggled with PTSD and wanted to stay out of the public eye. However, the Pascagula UFO incident had an unexpected but profound impact. It brought attention to the fact that alien abductions were much more common than anyone could possibly have imagined. The Pascagula incident is a fascinating and terrifying story, but it's far from unique. Over the years, many people have come forward with accounts of extraterrestrial encounters and alien abductions. You've probably heard of a few of them. One of the most famous cases occurred in 1961 when Betty and Barney Hill claimed to have been abducted in New Hampshire. The Hills described small beings with gray skin and large round eyes who examined them aboard a spaceship. The Travis Walton abduction in 1975 involved multiple witnesses. Walton disappeared after he and his logging crew saw a UFO in the Sitgreaves National Forest. His co-workers saw him get struck by a beam of light from the craft which then disappeared along with Travis. He was missing for 5 days, leading to an extensive manhunt. When Travis reappeared, he said he was aboard a craft with small, large-eyed creatures. Travis actually escaped his examination room and wandered around the craft. Then he encountered taller beings that were more human-like. In 1985, Whitley Strieber was abducted from his cabin in upstate New York. He described his abductors as short with large eyes and heads. Strieber wrote the book Communion about his experience. He gave vivid details about the painful procedures he endured. During one examination, a needle was inserted into his brain.
Yeah,
What?
he had another procedure that you failed to mention.
Well, I don't think it's important to detail every...
Yeah, you just don't want to say it.
No, I just...
Anal probe. Anal probe.
I heard you. Anyway, Communion became a bestseller and renewed public interest in alien abductions. It was even made into a movie.
Yeah, but not a very good one.
True, Communion wasn't a great movie, but it stars Christopher Walken and he's fun to watch in anything.
Yeah, that movie needed fewer anal probes and more cowbell.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The Allagash abductions in 1976 involved 4 men on a camping trip in Maine. They were taken aboard a craft and examined by beings with large heads, long necks, and slim bodies. Like Pascagula, this event had multiple witnesses. These cases share similar details: paralysis, levitation, telepathic communication, and invasive procedures.
Yeah.
Most abductions are single incidents. The victims are left traumatized, but thankfully it never happens again. But in some cases, the abduction is only the beginning. Charles Hickson's Pascagula incident was just the beginning. He had several more alien encounters in the following years. In January 1974, a female entity visited his home. He described her as tall and beautiful, with pale skin and large almond-shaped eyes.
Oh, he called the service?
No, she came on her own.
To do what?
To deliver a message of peace and cosmic unity.
Yeah, he should have called a different service.
Charles continued having encounters through the early 1980s. They ranged from brief UFO sightings to physical contact with many different races of aliens. Most aliens expressed concern about Earth's environment and pollution.
How do you say, how dare you, an alien?
They also worried about nuclear weapons. Some mentioned free energy. One group claimed humans were placed on Earth as an experiment. Another showed Charles visions of their homeworld and advanced technology. In 1983, Charles said he received an alien implant to track him and monitor his health. These encounters made Charles well known in the UFO community. As his stories grew more elaborate, they became controversial. Some dismissed his claims as attention-seeking. Others believed aliens were especially interested in Charles. One thing bothers me about his stories. When challenged in interviews, he often said, "Oh, I answer that in my book."
There's always a book, isn't there?
There's always a book. The Pascagula UFO incident is a believable alien abduction story. 2 unwavering witnesses, a secret recording supporting their claim, other witnesses seeing the craft. It's considered one of the most compelling UFO cases in history. But is it true? Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker's accounts are detailed and consistent. However, there's no physical evidence. Let's explore a possible psychological explanation. Hypnagogic hallucinations are vivid experiences that occur between wakefulness and sleep, and they feel completely real. These can include seeing strange figures, hearing voices, or feeling a presence. The paralysis reported by Charles and Calvin resembles sleep paralysis. As your brain goes to sleep, it shuts down your motor functions so you don't act out your dreams. We're almost always unconscious when this happens. But if you're awake and experiencing sleep paralysis, it can be terrifying. I'm a lucid dreamer, and one of the most difficult aspects of learning to lucid dream is overcoming the fear of sleep paralysis. And you often hear buzzing sounds during this state. I've heard it. Charles also reported buzzing sounds. Many alien abduction accounts align with hypnagogic experiences, like seeing dark humanoid figures called shadow people or the Hat Man. These entities lurk at the edge of perception, similar to aliens in abduction cases. Another phenomenon is the hag or old hag syndrome. This is when you see a person often looking like an old witch. You feel pressure on your body as she climbs on top of you. Some feel pain or even sexual violation while paralyzed. This resembles experiences described by alleged abductees, including Charles and Calvin. I've had an old hag experience. I talk about it in our Shadow People episode.
Link below to the episode where the human gets so scared he wets the bed.
Well, I didn't wet the bed, but I'm being completely honest when I say this was the scariest experience I ever had in my life. I don't believe in shadow people or ghosts, but this felt absolutely 100% real. I never want to go through it again. It's possible that Charles was having a hypnagogic hallucination. The other details were his mind just filling in the blanks. At the time, UFO stories were very popular. So what about Calvin Parker? How can two people have the same hypnagogic experience? Well, they can't. When Charles and Calvin went to the police, Calvin actually said he was asleep during the whole incident. It was only later that the memories came back. Plus, it was Calvin's first day on the job. He was only 19. Charles was 43, his superior at work, and an authority figure. Now, I'm not saying Calvin lied, but human memory is unreliable. If you hear the same story over and over, your brain can create actual memories of that story, whether you experienced it or not. Calvin was actually hospitalized for a few weeks after the incident due to stress, and a few more times in the following years. And by the way, the men were doing a little bit of drinking before the incident, and a lot of drinking after. And Charles's story changed over the years. He added more details, and of course, he released a book. Now, Calvin stayed out of the spotlight for about 20 years, but then he started speaking publicly, and then he released a book.
There's always a book.
Now, we do have about 50 reports of strange objects in the sky with blue lights, but most of those reports came after the media coverage, but not all of them. There are plenty of reasons to be skeptical of this story, but there are also plenty of details that remain unexplained. I doubt Charles had all those additional encounters, but I believe he thought the first one was real. Both men were psychologically traumatized. Now, maybe it was imagination, but it doesn't matter. The trauma is real. I have experienced the terror that can occur in that sliver of time between wakefulness and sleep. I was traumatized that night. Maybe it was just imagination. It doesn't matter. The trauma is real. There are many people who believe they were abducted, assaulted, and violated by some otherworldly presence. Maybe it was aliens, an evil spirit, a demon, or a shadow person, and they suffer for years because of it. And if you're one of those people, I know you've been dismissed. I know people don't believe you. But even if it was just your imagination, it doesn't matter. The trauma is real. But now you know that in that fraction of a second, your mind can conjure a nightmare that can torture you for life. And maybe knowing that this phenomenon exists can give you just a little bit of space to start healing. It will take a little patience and a lot of courage, but I promise you, you have the strength to finally find peace.
I bet you've probably been to the doctor's office in the past few months. I bet you had to hand over personal info, like your insurance, your ID, maybe even your social security number. And I bet you weren't thinking about how your doctor is just one of many places that has your personal information. If any one of them isn't careful, it's a good bet they could accidentally expose your details to hackers and identity theft, putting you at risk. Fortunately, LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed or your money back, with plans covering up to $3 million for stolen funds and expenses. Don't take chances with your personal info. Help protect it even when it's out of your hands. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code iHeart. Call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code iHeart, or go to lifelock.com/iHeart for 40% off. Terms apply.
This Labor Day, say goodbye to spills, stains, and overpriced furniture with WashableSofas.com. Featuring Annabay, the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly pricing. Sofas start at just $6.99, making it the perfect time to upgrade your space. Annabay's pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and interchangeable slipcovers are made with high-performance fabric built for real life. You'll love the cloud-like comfort of hypoallergenic, high-resilience foam that never needs fluffing, and a durable steel frame that stands the test of time. With modular pieces, you can rearrange anytime. It's a sofa that adapts to your life. Now through Labor Day, get up to 60% off site-wide at WashableSofas.com. Every order comes with a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping, no restocking fees, every penny back. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
3+15+00.
Okay, we're getting there. Coming up on our final episode, and it's the best in the bunch.
Human! I found the ultimate place to hide! Orbit! I'm sneaking a ride on the Falcon 9. I think we're putting a bunch of satellites up there. I don't know for sure. I just heard some weird guy with a bunch of kids mumbling about it.
Elon Musk?
I never heard of him.
Control, we're showing unexpected mass in the payload section.
Oh no! That's Gertie. She stuffed herself behind the communications array. How should I know how long Ozempic takes to work? What do I look like, miss? Insert name of any actress. Getting ready for the premiere?
Hey, shouldn't you guys be wearing spacesuits?
Oh no.
T-minus 30 seconds to launch.
Yeah, mission control. Abort. Abort. Houston, we have a problem. Tom Hanks, we have a problem.
T-minus 10. 9.
No, human. Tell my guppies I love them.
Okay.
And no matter what happens, do me a favor. It's very, very important.
What?
Get rid of my laptop.
All right, last episode. It's one of my favorites. It's a classic. It's probably the most requested episode on the channel before I did it. People still want more. It's the Anunnaki.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
"7 million years ago, a chimpanzee stood up on its hind legs and a new species of hominin emerged. Over the next few million years, hominins evolved. They were still ape-like in appearance, but these were not apes. Their brains grew larger. They created stone tools and hunted large game. They discovered fire and learned to follow the migration patterns of the animals they used for food, clothing, and shelter. It took a few million years for hominins to discover how to make a stone spearhead. 2 million years later, that stone spearhead changed into a different shaped spearhead. Technology evolved slowly. But 300,000 years ago, Homo sapiens appeared. And before long, we were the dominant species on the planet. Once they destroyed Neanderthals once and for all, something happened. Technology accelerated. It only took 30,000 years to go from Göbekli Tepe to landing probes on other planets. How could mankind evolve so fast? The answer is they couldn't. Mankind didn't evolve at all. Mankind was engineered, purpose-built to be the perfect slaves for a race of far superior beings who, according to ancient texts, descended from the heavens. Eventually, the slaves rebelled, and our masters tried to destroy us in a great flood. Sumerian texts, Egyptian religions, ancient Indian myths, Native American legends, even the Bible, they all tell the same story. It's the story of gods and men. It's the story of the Anunnaki. Mesopotamia is called the cradle of civilization. Long before the pyramids soared above Egypt, and ages before Stonehenge was built, the ancient civilization of Sumer thrived. Sure, we have sites like Göbekli Tepe and Möküklü Tarla, which predate the Sumerians, but those are small gathering places compared to the vast civilization of Sumer, the world's first empire. The Sumerians invented writing. They discovered the wheel. The sailboat was first created by the Sumerians. They revolutionized agriculture by inventing the first plow, to be used on farms fed by a sophisticated irrigation system. Again, the world's first. Though the Greeks get credit for inventing city-states, that too was a Sumerian concept. Sumer was organized into city-states, each governed independently with its own ruler. These rulers reported to the king according to the Code of Ur-Nammu, the world's first legal system. Sumerians understood complicated mathematics and astronomy. Their number systems used to tell time and measure the angles of a circle are still used today. Sumer was founded about 7,000 years ago, and you probably know everything I've said so far. This is common knowledge. What's also common knowledge is that Homo sapiens, or modern man, appeared about 300,000 years ago. Look at how much our technology has evolved since the Sumerians. It took only 7,000 years to go from discovering writing to landing a man on the moon. Okay, to landing something on the moon.
Better.
So what took so long? Why the sudden explosion of technology? What was modern man doing for the 225,000 years or so before ancient Sumer? Why did technology not progress? Ancient Sumerian texts tell us why. Technology couldn't progress because humans were busy working the mines.
Working on a coal mine, going down, down, down. Working on a coal mine, woo, I'm gonna slip down.
Oh, they weren't mining for coal, they were mining for gold. Gold is a miraculous metal. It's an excellent conductor, highly useful in electronics, and crucial to space travel. Radioactive gold isotopes can target and destroy cancer cells. Gold can also be used for data processing and transmission. Before the 20th century, humans had no practical use for gold. It's nice to look at, but they couldn't use it for anything. Have you ever wondered why a metal useless to ancient humans suddenly and only very recently became the most valuable metal in the world? Gold has other uses. Gold nanoparticles can clean the environment. Gold facilitates chemical reactions that purify water and air by leaching away toxic compounds. That's where the sky gods of Sumer come in, the Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
Why are you saying it like that?
Anunnaki. It's the new jingle, like we are farmers, bam, 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 yeah, I'm loving it. Anunnaki, Anunnaki, Anunnaki. You think it will stick?
No, that's just a ripoff of Hallelujah. Gold was more than the most valuable metal in the world. It was the most valuable metal in the solar system. The Anunnaki weren't gods. They were aliens from another planet. They needed gold to save their world from an environmental disaster. But gold was rare on their planet. They found a solution. About 450,000 years ago, the Anunnaki arrived on Earth not to help humans, but to use them. Gold is abundant on Earth. The Anunnaki knew this, and they wanted every ounce of it. So they bred us as a slave race to work the mines. The planet of the Anunnaki, hiding in the far reaches of our solar system, does exist. Not just according to ancient tablets, but according to NASA. The homeworld of the Anunnaki has been called the 12th planet by Zechariah Sitchin. NASA calls it Planet 9. Others call it Planet X. The Sumerians and the Anunnaki called their planet Nibiru. And the fates of Nibiru and Earth were about to be joined together forever. Anu stood on his balcony and laughed to himself. His laugh wasn't about anything funny. It was a sarcastic laugh. Anu wasn't his given name. Anu was his title, given to all leaders of his people, the Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
Please, no catchy jingles when I'm doing dramatic science fiction.
Sorry. Go ahead, Philip K. Dick.
50,000 years ago, when Anu was young and ambitious, he fought former King Alalu for the throne and won. The council elected him to see Nibiru through the crisis. But during his time as leader, conditions on the planet were only getting worse. Industry on Nibiru was highly controlled. Factories polluted the air. There was no way to avoid it, but they had the technology to control it. Skyscraper-sized air recyclers dotted the landscape around every urban area. However, a series of volcanic eruptions caught the Anunnaki by surprise. Ancient volcanoes spewed ash and toxic gas into the air, overwhelming the recyclers with mountain-sized pyroclastic flows. Within weeks, the recyclers began to fail. Within months, the atmosphere began breaking down. Nibiru's ozone layer was thin in most places and completely gone in others. The sky above Nibiru was a sickly yellow, and the atmosphere was thick and oppressive. Twin moons once shined brightly. Now they were barely visible through the haze. Stars that had once filled the night sky could no longer be seen. Anunnaki lived for 200,000 years. This long lifespan, once considered a gift, was now a curse. The older Anunnaki remembered a night sky filled with stars, but the young ones had never seen a star. The last brightest star disappeared behind the gloom years ago. In the cities of Nibiru, the towering spires of ancient buildings loomed over empty streets. The grand avenues, once lined with breathtaking sculptures and shimmering fountains, now seemed to taunt the Anunnaki, a painful reminder of an age of prosperity now long in the past. The gardens that once bloomed with exotic plants and flowers were now withered and brown. Formerly vibrant landscapes were barren and decayed, a casualty of the failing ecosystem. Anu and the Anunnaki people knew that their planet was dying and that they were running out of time. Anu had the greatest minds in the world working on this problem, but the outlook was grim. Then Anu's son Enlil burst into the room. He said, "Father, I know how we can save the planet." In the halls of learning, the greatest minds of Nibiru worked tirelessly to find a solution. They pored over ancient texts and conducted countless experiments, searching for a way to halt the decay of their world. And then, in a moment of desperation and brilliance, Anunnaki scientists discovered the answer: gold. The precious metal, rare on Nibiru, held the key to their salvation. When suspended in the atmosphere, microscopic gold reflects and absorbs the harmful radiation of the sun and space. It was the one chance to stabilize their atmosphere. It was a long shot and would take years, but it was their only hope. The Anunnaki mobilized all their resources and devised a plan. They sent expeditions to the far reaches of the solar system, searching for planets rich in gold. They would mine the gold, bring it back to their planet, and release it into the atmosphere in a desperate attempt to save their world. For years, probes went out, and probes found nothing. Probes traveled the inner solar system and found nothing but useless volcanic rock and toxic gas. But today, there was a glimmer of hope. One of the probes reported not just the presence of gold, but of many more life-saving resources. All the elders were present at the council meeting: Enki, Inanna, Ninhursag, and Utu. But it was Anu's son Enlil who spoke first.
Data from one of our probes has come in. There is a planet very close to the yellow star, rich in gold. It also has liquid water in abundance. Its atmosphere is thinner than ours, but it has a strong magnetic field that shields it from the radiation killing our planet. It's the third planet from the star.
Anu knew of this planet. They called it Kai, but would later become known as Earth. Earth revolved around the sun very quickly. Nibiru was also in orbit around the star, but it took 3,600 Earth years to complete one revolution. Anu thought Earth sounded perfect. The journey would be dangerous, but times were desperate. Soon Nibiru would be making a close approach to Earth. The timing was perfect. He urged them to depart immediately, but Enlil had more to say.
But Earth is teeming with life, including intelligent creatures, though still early in their development. These creatures are bipedal like us, but smaller than us, perhaps half our height.
The creatures Enlil spoke of were under 6 feet tall. Anunnaki were between 12 and 15 feet tall. This is because Nibiru's gravity wasn't as strong as Earth's. This was just math. More gravity means smaller life forms. Low gravity allows plants and animals to grow very tall. Aside from their small size, the Earth creatures were similar in appearance to the Anunnaki in other ways. The Anunnaki had larger eyes and larger skulls than the Earthlings, but the Earth beings had 2 arms, 2 legs, eyes, nose, mouth, just like the Anunnaki. Anu sensed concern in Enlil's voice.
Do these Earth creatures pose a threat to us and our project?
They are primitive but violent. Some eat animal flesh, if you can imagine. They have no interest in gold, but they may perceive us as a threat. They have no technology beyond wood and stone. Still, in numbers, they could be dangerous.
That's what the Ajiji are for.
The Ajiji were a race of slaves who served the Anunnaki in all things, from operating the factories to maintaining order. They were an intelligent and obedient workforce, and they could surely handle primitive creatures half their size. The council convened, the decision was made, and 300 Anunnaki and 600 Ajiji were loaded onto great ships. It was time to make the journey sunward. It was time to make the journey to Earth. After a brief stop on Mars, the Anunnaki fleet arrived in Earth's orbit. The crew was stunned. The planet was a vibrant blue and green with swirling white clouds. Vast glimmering oceans seemed to go on forever. The planet was full of life in the sky, on land, and the sea below.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
The Anunnaki marveled at Earth's beauty, but also felt sadness. Their home planet Nibiru was dying, and its people were suffering. But that sadness renewed their resolve. They were here for a purpose: mine all the gold needed to heal their atmosphere.
Anunnaki.
A few ships remained in orbit, while others scouted the planet for a suitable landing site. Eventually, they settled on the lush green plains between the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers. Later, this area would become known as Mesopotamia, the Greek word for between 2 rivers. The ships landed, and the Ajiji were put to work. The Ajiji were a race of aliens that the Anunnaki conquered long ago. After the Ajiji were defeated, they were enslaved. They've served the Anunnaki ever since. The Ajiji look similar to the Anunnaki, who look similar to modern humans.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
I'm getting there. Ajiji were between 12 and 15 feet tall and extremely strong. Where humans have somewhat round skulls, the Anunnaki and the Ajiji to some degree have very large and often elongated skulls. These elongated heads have been depicted many times in ancient carvings and frescoes. The Ajiji were given only 7 days to build the great city of Eridu, to be ruled by Anu's son, Enki. The Anunnaki were cruel and brutal to the Ajiji.
The gods' load was great, the toil grievous, the trouble excessive. The great Anunnaki, the 7, were making me Ajiji undertake the toil.
The city was completed on time. Then the Ajiji dug mines and began mining gold. They mined gold day after day, year after year, for 150,000 years. The Ajiji extracted gold by the ton, and ships began making round trips between Earth and Nibiru. Enki, ruling in his father Anu's name, was thrilled. He demanded more output. The slave masters used weapons like particle beams to force the Ajiji to work harder and faster. Enki didn't want to abuse the workforce this way, but felt he had no choice. The atmosphere on Nibiru was all but stripped away. He wasn't sure the gold would get back home in time. Then, against his better judgment, Enki demanded even more output from the mines. The slave masters were told to use any means necessary to get this done, including torture. Soon, whispers of dissent circulated among the Ajiji. Then the whispers became shouts. No longer would the Ajiji allow themselves to be tortured, and no longer would they work the mines. Atrahasis, a famous leader of the Ajiji, made the decision to rebel.
For too long have we languished under the yoke of the Anunnaki. We were born of the stars, yet condemned to the dark. It is time we seek the light. Now proclaim war. Let us combine hostilities and battle.
The rebellion was swift. The Ajiji were intelligent and strong. They turned their tools into weapons, broke their chains, and fought the Anunnaki for their freedom. The city of Eridu became a battlefield, and gold mines collapsed from the uprising. The Ajiji fought bravely, but they failed and were put back in chains. Enki's brother Enlil had been overseeing the mining operations. He was furious. He wanted the Ajiji killed for treason, but Enki felt differently. The Anunnaki and the Ajiji had thousands of years of shared history.
Shall we meet defiance with tyranny, or can we forge a new destiny together?
The Ajiji could not return to the mines, and Enki knew this. They would continue to rebel. But someone had to work the mines and do all the labor a large city requires. So Enki had an idea. In the forests were ape-like hominids. They had large brains, walked on two legs, and could use simple tools. They weren't intelligent enough to do the work the Anunnaki needed, but maybe they could become intelligent with just a little genetic engineering. There were groups of hominids living in the forest around the Anunnaki cities. These were our ancestors. They were either Homo heidelbergensis or Homo erectus.
Yeah.
Stop it. The Anunnaki took one of the hominid males and attempted to cross his genetics with the Anunnaki.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
Enki wanted to create a creature that would be intelligent like the Ajiji, but not too intelligent. They would be strong, but much smaller than the Ajiji. They would be engineered to be submissive and much easier to control. The first experiments were done in a lab, and the results were horrific. Instead of creating a perfect being, the genetic experiments created monsters. Gorgons, Cyclops, Banshees, and two-headed giants. These monsters still live on in ancient stories. The Anunnaki changed their approach. They genetically spliced their DNA with that of a hominid female. Then, rather than grow the embryo in a lab, they implanted it in the female. It worked. Less than a year later, a child was born, a boy. He looked more like the Anunnaki than the ape-like creatures roaming the forest. They named the child Adamu.
Adamu, like Adam from Adam and Eve?
Yep. Adamu means first man. In Hebrew, the word also means from the ground or earth. In Genesis, God made Adam in his own image from the dust on the ground. In ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian texts, the creation of man is described the same way. Man is created in the image of the god or gods by mixing the blood of a god with the clay of the earth. Ancient Egyptians had a story of man being created by mixing a tear of a god with the clay of the earth. Blood, or even a tear, would contain DNA. And clay in ancient writings doesn't mean actual clay, it refers to all life on earth. Every culture and religion has some variation of this story.
Not a coincidence.
Probably not. And there is that gap in history where hominids go from very simple primates to a very intelligent, advanced race. We're far more intelligent than any of the species before us. You'd think there'd be a slow but steady evolution of intelligence, but we don't see it. It's as if humans suddenly appeared. Dr. Ellis Silver wrote a book about this jump in evolution in his book, Humans Are Not From Earth. His theory says that humans were brought here by aliens. Now, whether brought here or created here, the theory says humans were genetically engineered using alien DNA. Dr. Silver claims that humans are not well suited to Earth's environment, while every other animal is. Why did we lose our fur? Human skin is very sensitive to sunlight and UV radiation. If we spend too much time in the sun, it leads to serious diseases, especially skin cancer. No other animals get sunburned. Mammals have fur or thick skin. Fish scales, even birds' feathers, all offer protection from the sun. Sure, pigs, elephants, and even reptiles can get burned, but they protect themselves by rolling around in mud or changing their skin. Now we have sunblock, but what did humans do to protect their skin 100,000 years ago? Also, humans are more susceptible to illness, disease, and birth disorders than other animals. I have 2 cats. I've had cats for years. I can't remember them ever getting sick. Buddy eventually got sick, but then he died. For 14 years, he never had so much as a cold. Now, I know cats, dogs, and animals do get sick, but not at the rate humans do. Dr. Silver mentions that humans tend to crave food that's bad for us. Salt, sugar, fat, carbs. We're surrounded by vegetables, nuts, and fruit, but most people would rather have a cheeseburger, fries, and a milkshake. I know I would. Back pain is another reason Dr. Silver thinks humans are not from Earth. He claims we're not designed for Earth's gravity. It's too heavy. He believes we evolved on a planet with lower gravity.
Like Nibiru.
Right. The Anunnaki were very human-like, but they were about twice our height, 12 to 15 feet tall. This would indicate they evolved on a planet with lower gravity than Earth. He presents a very compelling case backed up by science. I link to his book below. It's believed that Homo sapiens first emerged about 300,000 years ago. This is exactly the time of the Ajiji Rebellion. So back to the first man, Adamu. The Anunnaki also created a female, Hiva, so they could...
When I get that feeling, I want sexual healing. Sexual healing. It's good for me. Continue.
The Anunnaki needed humans to procreate on their own, and they did, often. The Anunnaki guided this new race for a few hundred years. The population grew to thousands. The Anunnaki taught the new humans all the skills they needed to maintain the city, build homes, plant and harvest crops. But most importantly, the Anunnaki gave humans the skills to mine gold.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
The Anunnaki were so pleased with their creation that they allowed humans to visit their sacred garden, Eden.
So, Adamu and Hiva in the Garden of Eden, eh?
According to ancient Sumerian writing, yes.
Sounds familiar.
Yep, there is a lot of the Anunnaki story in every major religion in the world. But now we run into a problem. Humans didn't look like apes at all. They looked pretty much like Anunnaki, just smaller. And human women were beautiful.
Uh-oh, that always means trouble.
One of these women caught the eye of Enki, the Anunnaki ruler of the city Eridu.
Yeah, and there it is. Hey, Enki, her eyes are up here.
But relationships between Anunnaki, Ajiji, and humans were strictly forbidden.
Don't sleep with the help.
Oh, come on, that's rude.
I'm serious. You get in trouble when you party with your employees. Just ask Arnold, Ben Affleck.
So Enki broke the law and had a relationship with a human woman. From this relationship, a child was born, a boy named Adapa. Until now, humans were very simple, docile beings, intelligent enough to do the work the Anunnaki needed, but not intelligent enough to complain about it. The birth of Adapa changed everything. He was part human, part Anunnaki. He was extremely intelligent. He married a woman named Atiti.
Atiti?
Atiti.
What'd I say?
From the family of Adapa began a new line of highly intelligent humans, and they started asking questions. They inherited the Anunnaki's desire for gold and for power. But there was a bigger problem. Another trait emerged in this new line of intelligent humans, a trait that would shape the future of our entire species. That new trait was violence. In just a few years, the first generation submissive humans were gone. Some were murdered, but most just died out. The new humans had no interest in mating with them, but they still were interested in mating.
Get up, get up, get up, get up. Let's make love tonight.
Against the orders of the Anunnaki, these new, intelligent, violent humans procreated a lot.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, because you do it right.
Soon the city of Eridu was overrun. It could no longer sustain the human population. People were killing each other for food. The violence was out of control. Enlil was especially annoyed by the constant disturbance of humans. He decided to lessen the population by sending a series of plagues. First drought, then pestilence, and then famine. After each of these plagues, the humans appealed to the god who made them, Enki. He helped ease their suffering and return the earth to its natural state. By now, the Anunnaki had enough gold to heal their planet, and the humans had become a nuisance. The Anunnaki cast them out of Eden and out of Eridu, and from there the human race spread around the world. But not all humans left. Some stayed and had relationships with several Anunnaki. The children born of these relationships were extremely powerful demigods. Legendary figures like Gilgamesh, Samson, Hercules, and Perseus were the offspring of Anunnaki human unions. But some humans had relationships with the Igigi. These unions did not produce heroes. They produced monsters. These offspring were a race of giants called the Nephilim. They were cruel and brutal. They tormented and tortured humans, and in many cases, they ate them.
Nephilim episode link below.
Meanwhile, mankind flourished. Human settlements became cities, and cities became empires. Humans conquered all four corners of the earth. It was a prosperous, if not decadent time. But the human race didn't know their world was about to change, drastically. It first appeared in the night sky like any other star, but as the weeks passed, the object grew brighter and larger. Humans were confused and growing concerned. They had no idea what this object was, but the Anunnaki did. It was their home. Nibiru takes 3,600 years to orbit the sun, but its orbit is highly elliptical, so Nibiru travels way beyond Pluto nearly to the Kuiper Belt, then swings all the way back through the inner solar system. During this time, it comes very close to the Earth, so the Anunnaki started packing. They had enough gold to heal their atmosphere. There was no reason to stay on Earth anymore. Besides, when Nibiru got close to the Earth, they did not want to be on the surface.
Oh, this sounds ominous.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be bad.
How bad?
Well, imagine every disaster movie you've ever seen rolled into one cataclysmic event.
Okay, that's bad.
It's actually way worse.
Yeah, but what about the humans?
Oh, after Nibiru passes by the Earth, there won't be any humans left.
Oh no.
The farmer was startled awake. The sun was just rising over the mountains in the east. The animals always got restless at sunrise, eagerly awaiting their breakfast. But the animals were more than restless. They were going crazy. His wife groaned and rolled over as he launched himself out of bed. When he got to his barn, the farmer was shocked. His horses were literally screaming to get out of their stalls. One broke its neck trying to break free. His sheep were running in unison like a flock of birds, making a large circle within the pen. Occasionally, one would break off and throw itself against the stone corral. A few injured sheep limped around the perimeter. At least 2 were dead. It was madness. The farmer didn't know what caused the sudden alarm, but he was sure it had something to do with the object in the sky. His village first noticed it months ago when a new light appeared in the night sky. It looked like a star, as the sky gods called it. But the sky gods were gone now. After the new star appeared, they boarded great chariots that took them to the heavens. His people were on their own now. The object no longer looked like a star. It was almost the size of the moon. And like the moon, the farmer could see features on the great disk. Clouds were visible. He could see mountains and oceans. But unlike the moon, the object was visible during the day, constant and oppressive. He knew it was getting larger, or was it getting closer? It was difficult to tell. The farmer jumped when a flock of birds suddenly and loudly took flight. He scanned the forest and horizon beyond, and it seemed like every bird in the world had taken to the air. But there were no songs being sung. The birds were screeching. Then he felt it, a vibration. At first he thought it was his body trembling, but then realized the ground beneath his feet was trembling. The farmer felt the sound before he heard it, a hum so deep it was barely there, but the sound caused a wave of sickness to wash over him. He dropped to his knees to vomit when the world started tearing itself apart. He had experienced earthquakes before, some very powerful and frightening. Nothing compared to this. The ground shook and rolled like a boat at sea. Over his shoulder, he saw the barn crumble. He wondered how many of his horses were killed. He hoped his favorite horse survived. He wanted to run over and save what animals he could, but the tremor would not allow him to stand. Then his house collapsed. The farmer vomited again, knowing his wife and 3 children were still sleeping there. He hoped they slept through their death. They didn't. He heard his wife screaming from the rubble. He heard the wail of an infant. Then he heard himself screaming. But those sounds were suddenly overwhelmed by a great rumble as the ground lurched forward. The stone corral tumbled. Animals were knocked off their feet. Deafening thunder came next, but louder than any thunder he'd ever heard. The farmer covered his ears, but it was no help. What he couldn't hear, he could feel. He looked to the west. There was the grassy hill with the large olive tree. As far as he knew, the tree had been there forever. The graves of his parents and their parents were in the shade of that tree. He thought his grave might be there soon. Then from over that ridge, he saw what seemed to be mountains of fire. Flaming stones as big as houses were launched into the sky, through the clouds, and into the heavens. Hundreds of them, thousands maybe. Dark smoke billowed from something in that direction, and before he knew it, the blue sky had turned black. The morning sun had disappeared. But at least he didn't have to look at the great disk anymore. He finally got to his feet and staggered toward his house. All he could hear was the growl of the earth, but he knew his wife was still alive. If he could just get to her, maybe he could... Then, a hot coal landed beside him, the kind he'd seen in ovens at the market. It was bright red and aflame. Then another coal landed nearby, this one a bit larger. They hissed as they burned in the tall grass. He then realized the rocks of fire that were launched into the heavens were coming home. Soon stones made of fire were crashing all around him, and they were getting bigger. The barn disappeared in a hail of fire. On the ground, he saw the shadows. The stones were definitely getting larger, and they were bigger than houses, much bigger. The farmer stopped when one of the large shadows found him. He knew what was next. He said a prayer as the faint shadow in the grass grew larger and darker. He heard an approaching scream as the shadow spilled across his entire farm. Then everything went black. The fisherman was working frantically. The great disk in the sky was shaking the earth, and buildings were crumbling as if made of sand. He lashed ropes around a wooden pike to hold his boat in place. The waves were growing bigger, and his boat was thrashing violently. He hoped his knot would hold. Occasionally, a brick made of fire would drop from the sky and land in the water with an angry hiss. The fisherman was more confused than frightened. The morning was clear and peaceful, and the fish were biting. He was going to make a fortune at the market, but the storm had cut his trip short. Now a blanket of darkness covered the earth, and the wind was howling. Soon the wind's howl became a roar, and rain thrashed so violently that the drops left painful welts in his skin. The earth had been shaking for hours, or was it just minutes? He couldn't tell. When the small houses in the village fell, countless lives were lost, but there were some survivors. They were making their way to the caves nearby. The tremors made it slow going, but the fisherman was sure they'd make it. A gust of wind felt like a shove that knocked the fisherman off his feet. But this shove continued and continued. The wind was so strong, the man was pinned to the ground, face painfully pushing into the sand. Any houses that survived the quake would not survive this gale. He was being pelted with sand and debris, and boats that weren't tied down sailed through the air, exploding into splinters when they landed. He once again hoped that knot would hold. He managed to get to his feet as soil and dust whirled around him. He couldn't see more than 2 paces in any direction. Unsure of where to go, he followed the sound of a child crying. But that child sounded so far, far away. Then, as if the sky gods had commanded it, the wind and rain stopped. Debris fell to the ground as if dropped by the gods' hands. The earth stopped trembling, though he could still feel a rumble somewhere down deep. It could be the sound of hell itself. He saw a few stragglers wearing heavy packs on their way to the caves. Behind him, he heard a familiar sound, the sound of a river. But there were no rivers near the village. He turned around and saw that the sea had all but disappeared. Water was rushing away at a ferocious speed, but to where? Soon the ocean was a field of mud that stretched to the horizon. His boat dangled from the wooden pike. The knot held. Thousands of fish wriggled and flopped in the wet sand where the ocean used to be. He thought this would be the greatest feast the birds would ever see. Then he realized there were no birds, not a single one. With the water gone, the only sound was that of fish flipping over and over again, slowly drowning in the air. The fisherman's eyes continued to the horizon. He saw a great white cloud stretch from one end of the world to the other. He stood silently in awe. Then he realized it wasn't a cloud, it was a mountain, and it was growing. But how could it be a mountain? It was a mountain of water, a wave. The biggest wave he'd ever seen. The biggest wave anyone had ever seen. As it approached, its crest pierced the clouds, taller than any mountain, higher than any bird could fly, bigger than anything the fisherman had ever seen. His father had taught him how to steady his boat when a big wave hits, but his father never mentioned a wave that touched the heavens. Soon, what little light seeped through the gloom was snuffed out by the shadow of the wall of water. The wave rushed ahead at great speed. The man thought that not even the finest, fastest horse could outrun it. Within seconds, the wall of water was all he could see. It was coming. The man sighed and settled his breath. He'd been born by the sea, and he would die by the sea. This would be a good death. He closed his eyes, opened his arms wide, and smiled. In orbit, the Anunnaki watched the continents of the Earth sink beneath the ocean. Tiny islands, once the peaks of great mountains, appeared here and there, but there were too few for anyone to survive, for anything to survive. They knew the Great Flood was coming. Nibiru passes by the Earth every 3,600 years, but the distance varies. Sometimes Nibiru stays far outside the moon's orbit, and the effects on Earth are small. But sometimes, like this visit, Nibiru soared between the Earth and the moon at 40,000 miles per hour. The Anunnaki knew the Earth would be devastated. In the months prior, there was a lot of debate among the elder Anunnaki.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
At first, they decided to let humanity perish. Enlil said that humans served their purpose, and now were nothing but a nuisance. A great flood was just what the Earth needed, a fresh start. But Enki had grown to love humans. Remember, he married a human woman. Enki offered Enlil and the other Anunnaki a compromise. The flood would come as planned, but one man and his family would be spared. Utnapishtim, a wise and good man. He and his wife and family would build a large boat.
An ark.
Yes, and on that boat, they would take the seeds of all living creatures. When the flood came, all life on Earth was destroyed. But Utnapishtim, his family, and the contents of his boat survived. Every day, Utnapishtim released birds to find land. One day, a raven did not return. He sailed in that direction. After a few days, the boat came to rest on an island that, as the waters receded, became a mountaintop. And now life, including humanity, would start again.
That's the story of Noah's Ark.
It is. But this version is from the Epic of Gilgamesh, written at least 3,000 years earlier. And the story's probably much older than that. Every culture and religion on Earth has a flood myth, which are all very similar to the Sumerian flood myth. Some cultures tell the identical story just with different names. So mankind is reborn. But this time, the Anunnaki put in some safeguards. They shortened the human lifespan. They made us more susceptible to illness. They made childbirth dangerous for both mother and child. They would not let the human population get out of control.
Oh, Bill Gates and the World Economic Forum would be proud.
They would.
You're gonna live in a pod and eat bugs, you know.
I am not eating bugs.
Worms are pretty good.
I like sushi.
Your jibe cuts me, sir. It cuts me to the quick.
Soon, new settlements and villages emerged, but all of humanity's previous knowledge was lost to the sea. They were back to the Stone Age. Enki and even Enlil were impressed by the resilience of man and decided to visit the settlements. The Anunnaki descended from the heavens and rose from the seas to give people the gift of civilization. Humans are taught reading and writing, mathematics, astronomy, and even engineering. They're taught how to build great cities. and some believe the Anunnaki helped them build huge structures like pyramids and obelisks found in Egypt and South America. And those pyramids and obelisks were built for a specific purpose, by the way. Tesla might have figured it out, but that's another story.
Tesla pyramid link below.
The last time Nibiru passed by Earth was about 700 years ago. That time happens to coincide with the emergence of the Sumerian civilization, the first civilization on Earth. Or was it? Nibiru passes by Earth every 3,600 years. Sometimes Nibiru comes so close to the Earth that the planet is wiped clean. About 13,000 years ago, the end of the Younger Dryas, was the time of the Great Flood. This coincides with a time when Nibiru would be passing by. Some believe a meteor impact caused the flood. Others believe it was a major solar event. But what if it was Nibiru that caused the ice sheets to melt and flood the Earth? What if that's the exact story that we've heard today? The earliest Great Flood myth comes from ancient Sumer, about 7,000 years ago. However, tablets and tablets of Sumerian writing still exist, writing that fills books upon books. The Sumerians wrote down everything. They said the Great Flood story, which was told in the Epic of Gilgamesh, happened many years earlier. The dates work out. And if the Sumerians were right, there was a civilization on Earth before the flood, as many researchers like Graham Hancock claim. Now, that previous civilization didn't have advanced technology, but they certainly witnessed it. Carvings and texts from ancient Sumer, India, China, Japan, Egypt, Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, they all tell the same story. Gods who rode chariots in the sky, gods who created mankind, gods who destroyed the earth with a flood, and gods who helped us rebuild it. Nibiru is due to return around the year 2900. Now, maybe it will be a gentle transit, and humanity will continue to evolve and innovate. Maybe by then we'll have learned a way to communicate with the ancient sky gods.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
Or maybe Nibiru's next visit will be a violent one, bringing with it another cataclysm that wipes the earth clean. So does that mean all of humanity is destroyed and we have to start again? I don't think so. Technology is going to keep moving forward. By the time the year 2900 arrives, I'm sure we'll be building outposts on the Moon, Mars, Europa, Enceladus. We'll be mining asteroids and stopping at Europa to refuel and refill our water tanks. Humanity will be a spacefaring species. And like we've conquered every corner of the Earth, I believe with a little luck and a lot of cooperation, we can conquer every corner of our solar system. Nibiru may destroy the Earth in the year 2900, but that's okay, because by then, we'll be the sky gods. The Anunnaki, the sky gods from Nibiru who traveled to the Earth in search of gold, needed to save their planet. And while here, they created the human race as a slave species to mine that gold. Eventually, humans grew too intelligent, greedy, arrogant, and violent. Then they were wiped out in a global flood when Nibiru passed close to the Earth. This story is one of my all-time favorites, and it is a classic. The Ancient Aliens television series is built around this story. But is it true?
Ancient astronaut theorists say yes.
I know they do. Almost all the Anunnaki ancient alien story comes from the work of Zechariah Sitchin. His book, The 12th Planet, explained how the story is written word for word in ancient Sumerian texts. His first book was such a hit that he wrote a whole series about ancient aliens and their time here on Earth. Sitchin spent over 20 years studying Sumerian tablets and teaching himself ancient languages. He translated thousands of texts, and a legend was born. So, who was Zechariah Sitchin? A Sumerologist? An archaeologist? A philologist?
What in the name of Anu is a philologist?
A philologist studies languages that are no longer spoken, like Latin, Ancient Greek, Sanskrit, Sumerian, and many others. So, philologist, archaeologist, Sumerologist. Sitchin was none of these. He claimed to have an economics degree from the University of London, though that's never been confirmed. While he was working for a shipping company in New York, he taught himself Sumerian cuneiform. He then visited some ancient sites and started to piece together the ancient astronaut theory. Now, I'm a huge fan of Zechariah Sitchin. I've read all of his books many times, and they're brilliant. But he was wrong about just about everything.
Oh, no.
His translations of Sumerian writing are more interpretations than actual translations. He even gets the meaning of the word Anunnaki wrong.
In the ancient texts of Sumeria, the term Anunnaki means those who from the heavens came.
Yeah, that's wrong. The Ancient Aliens TV show uses Zechariah Sitchin's translation, not the real translation. Anunnaki actually means royal blood or royal seed. Anu was the king of the gods, and his consort was named Ki. The Anunnaki were descended from Anu and Ki. They became the gods in the Mesopotamian pantheon. Sitchin's book was released in 1976. There was no internet. There were no databases of ancient writing and cuneiform. But now there is. Because we now know so much about how the Sumerians spoke and wrote, we also know that Zechariah Sitchin wasn't a very good translator. He got even basic words and grammar wrong. In fact, the title, The 12th Planet, refers to the image on the Sumerian cylinder seal VA-243. On the seal, the sun is surrounded by 12 objects that appear to be planets. Sitchin claims that the Sumerians knew of all the planets in the solar system, plus Nibiru and a few other objects. Now, the truth is, the Sumerians did know about planets, but they didn't know of any beyond Saturn. They didn't have telescopes, and Saturn was all that they could see with the naked eye.
Maybe the Anunnaki told them.
Hang on, I'm getting there. Other things Sitchin got wrong. Not a single Sumerian text mentions a flying vehicle. Yes, we read about them in other cultures. Ancient Indians wrote extensively about Vimana, giant vessels that could soar above the clouds. And in researching this episode, I learned all kinds of interesting things about Vimana that I didn't know. And if you want a full video on that, let me know. It would be a good one. Back to Sitchin. The Sumerians wrote about gold a few times, but not that much. And there's nothing in the text about mining gold to heal the atmosphere on Nibiru. By the way, Nibiru means crossing. Sitchin interpreted this to mean it was a planet that crossed the Earth's orbit every 3,600 years, but that's not what Nibiru was. Nibiru, or the crossing, was often associated with a solstice. It could refer to an object in the sky that indicated a solstice, or it could mean the sun or possibly a star crossing a certain way during a solstice. Sitchin took this idea and ran with it. He interpreted Nibiru to be a planet, but it wasn't. I'm not sure how he came up with the 3,600-year orbit, but if a huge object roared past the Earth every 3,600 years, you'd think there'd be plenty of documentation.
Maybe it was lost in the flood.
Well, now the flood is interesting. Every culture and religion has a flood myth. I think the count is up to 140, and maybe more. And they're all very, very similar stories. Frequently, 8 people are saved, as in the stories of Noah, Utnapishtim, and many others. It's been said that all the flood myths are copied from the others, and that the flood in the Bible is derived from the Epic of Gilgamesh. But when the ancient Sumerians wrote about the flood, even to them, this was an event that happened in their ancient history.
The Younger Dryas.
It could be. I think it probably was. I think all these myths were referring to the same great flood, and they didn't copy each other. I think they all arose independently. The ancient Chinese, Mayans, Nordics, and Polynesians weren't intermingling in ancient times, yet they all tell the same story, probably because it happened. Also, almost as many cultures have a creation myth about a god adding his own essence to clay. The essence could be DNA, and the clay could represent early hominids. Zechariah Sitchin's ancient astronaut theory is considered pseudoscience. His work has been called far worse. So is the story of the Anunnaki and Nibiru debunked? Well, not so fast. Debunkers have been asking for hard evidence, physical proof of the Anunnaki. For thousands of years, the Sumerian cities of Eridu and Ur were myths, but they were eventually found. And in the city of Ur, a tomb was discovered. In the tomb was the skeleton of a queen of the first Sumerian dynasty.
The first queen?
Yep.
That would make her a human Anunnaki hybrid.
Well, according to the legend, it would.
Is she?
Sure looks like it.
Yahtzee!
The ancient Sumerian city of Ur had been lost for thousands of years, but in the early 20th century, it was discovered. In 1927, British archaeologist Leonard Woolley discovered the remains of Queen Puabi. She's queen of the first dynasty of Ur, which, if you believe the ancient astronaut theory, places her very close to when the Anunnaki started creating humans. It's been speculated that Queen Puabi was a human-Anunnaki hybrid. Her skull was huge, elongated, and the Anunnaki were described as having skulls just like this. There's currently an effort to have her DNA tested, but that project has been met with some resistance.
Yeah, predictable.
Now, Queen Puabi is not unique. Elongated skulls have been found all over the world. A large number of them have been found in Peru. They're called the Paracas skulls.
Now, let me guess. They're also against DNA testing.
They're actually not. Their DNA was tested in 2014, and the results were surprising. The skulls date back thousands of years and have DNA only found in people in the Middle East.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Peru is not in the Middle East, is it?
It's not. And listen to this. The DNA from the largest skull has genetics that originate in Mesopotamia.
They're real! Nah, they're not.
Well, mainstream science doesn't think so.
Mainstream science can go pound.
One of the researchers of the skulls, L.A. Marzulli, believes the skulls belong to Nephilim hybrids. And it's interesting that people with Middle Eastern DNA were in the jungles of South America thousands of years ago. Are they Nephilim?
Yep.
Anunnaki hybrids?
Yep.
I'll leave it to you to decide. Now, we know Sitchin was wrong about the planet Nibiru. But in 2015, Caltech researchers found evidence of a huge object deep in the solar system. It's a planet about the size of Neptune with an orbit so elliptical it reaches far beyond Pluto.
Just like Nibiru.
Yep. Now, there are no photographs of it yet, but it's so large that its gravity is affecting the orbits of objects in the Kuiper Belt. Researchers say there is a 98% chance the object is there.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
It was a long-held belief that Homo sapiens' large brain is what made us so intelligent, but a Neanderthal brain was the same size as ours. Now, they weren't simple cavemen. Neanderthals built families, societies, created art, music, and waged organized war. But Homo sapiens eventually wiped out Neanderthals. How? Neanderthals were extremely strong, far more physically powerful than humans, and they had the same sized brain. They should have destroyed us. Why didn't they? In 2013, Homo naledi was discovered. Homo naledi are an extinct species of early humans. They had very small brains, only about 1/3 the size of ours. Yet they knew how to make stone tools. They conducted funeral rituals, which implies they had religion, or some idea of an afterlife, which also implies they had language. They were very intelligent. So if brain size doesn't indicate intelligence, what does? Well, in 2020, a very interesting study was released by scientists at the Max Planck Institute of Cell Biology and Genetics. They identified a genetic mutation that triggered the faster creation of neurons in the Homo sapien brain. The gene is known as TKTL1. Other hominids also had this gene, including Neanderthals, but they all differ from the modern human gene by one amino acid. This small change wouldn't come from crossbreeding or years of evolution. The only time we see a single gene altered this specifically is when that gene is targeted and manipulated with technology, with genetic engineering. By altering this one gene, Homo sapiens are able to grow neurons much faster than any other hominid species, faster by far. For 300,000 years, Homo sapiens didn't change much. They didn't invent or innovate. In fact, Neanderthals were the dominant species on Earth up until about 50,000 years ago. Then something happened. Man suddenly started to create, reason, and invent. Within a few generations, Neanderthals were wiped out, and Homo sapiens conquered the world. And our species has been rapidly advancing ever since. That gene, TKTL1, with just a tiny tweak, acted like a turbo switch in our minds and made us who we are today. Now, you may not believe in the Anunnaki, but you still have to wonder, who flipped the switch? Thank you so much for hanging out today. My name is AJ. There's Hecklefish.
Hey, can somebody point me in the direction of Sandra Bullock?
This has been a Y-Files compilation. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor, like, subscribe, comment, share. That stuff, I think, helps the channel. Things are weird. Anyway, like every topic we cover, every topic you saw today was recommended by someone in the audience. So if there's something you want to see, go to theyfiles.com/tips. Remember, the Y-Files is also a podcast. Once, twice a week, I post episodes about the stuff we cover here on the channel, and sometimes post episodes that wouldn't be allowed on the channel. And those are labeled redacted. So it's called the Y-Files Operation Podcast, and it's available everywhere. And look, if you are listening on one of the audio platforms, click the like or the sub or whatever the buttons are. That really helps us. Now, if you want to make some new friends and need more Y-Files in your life, check out our Discord. We've got 80,000 members on there. So there's someone on there 24/7 talking about all the same weird stuff. It's a really supportive community. It's a lot of fun and it's free to join. Now, speaking of 24/7, if you go to the Y-Files backstage, we run episodes back to back all day, all night. And in between the episodes is some fun stuff. You might like it. So that's at the Y-Files backstage. I think it's linked below. If not, you'll have to find it. It's become a community all on its own. It's actually kind of fun. Special thanks to our Patreon members. You guys are the best. You keep us going. Every episode is dedicated to you. Couldn't do this without you. I appreciate every single one of you. And if you want to support the channel, join this amazing community, keep us going, then consider becoming a member on Patreon. For as little as $3 a month, you support us, but you get perks like episodes early with no commercials, access to merch only available to members. But I think the best perk is are the live streams. I do two private live streams every week just for Patreon members, and there's not that many people in there. So my camera's on, everybody's camera is on, the whole team, even yours. So we get to talk to each other like people. You can hop up on stage, tell a joke, recommend a topic, ask a follow-up question, whatever you want to do. The time is yours. I think it's a great perk. Another great way to support the channel is grab something from the Y-Files store.
Get yourself a fistable coffee mug that you stick your fist in, or a hoodie or something with my face on it. Or you can get one of these weird haunted voodoo dolls that, I don't know why we have these, but you can get one if you want. But you're the best thing in all the stores in the world. Timu's got some good stuff. No, don't go on there. Don't go on there. No, get a squeezy animal. Target a hagglfish. Target fish toy doll.
But if you're going to shop on the store, become a member on YouTube because you get a coupon for 10% off everything in the store. So if you're going to spend $40 on t-shirts, become a member on YouTube for $3. It pays for itself, and then you can cancel if you want. I don't mind. The membership is not a way for me to make money. It's a way for you to save money. So I don't keep any of it anyway. All the money goes to the team and helps keep them happy and keep us going. Man, I'm not editing any of this. I'm just going to let it fly. It's been a long night, and I have a lot of travel ahead. Did I get all the plugs? I think I got them. Until next time, be safe. Be kind. I'm doing the best I can. Know that you are appreciated. And if you stuck around this long, you really are.
I played Polybius in Area 51. A secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I fear the crap cat and got stuck inside Mel's hole with MK Ultra. I'll be an only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set with the shadow people there. The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fish. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi's helping me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agatha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planet Serpo 2, Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. We're in a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite, it told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fish. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and the Wi-Fi's helping me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and the Wi-Fi's helping me all through the night. So the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the Gertie loves to dance. Yeah, Gertie loves to dance on the dance floor because she is a camel, and camels love to dance when the feeling is right, always in time. Gertie loves to dance. Gertie loves to dance.
Chances are you've been to the doctor recently, and you probably handed over your insurance, your ID, and even your social security number. Your doctor is just one of many places that has your personal info, and if any of them accidentally expose your details, you could be at risk for identity theft. LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second. If you become a victim, they'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code IHEART, or go to lifelock.com/iHeart for 40% off. Terms apply.
This Labor Day, say goodbye to spills, stains, and overpriced furniture with WashableSofas.com, featuring Annabay, the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly pricing. Sofas start at just $6.99, making it the perfect time to upgrade your space. Annabay's pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and interchangeable slipcovers are made with high-performance fabric built for real life. You'll love the cloud-like comfort of hypoallergenic, high-resilience foam that never needs fluffing, and a durable steel frame that stands the test of time. With modular pieces, you can rearrange anytime. It's a sofa that adapts to your life. Now through Labor Day, get up to 60% off site-wide at washablesofas.com. Every order comes with a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping, no restocking fees, every penny back. Shop now at washablesofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint project, saving is at the top of your list. That's why when you shop today, you can buy one, get one free select Valspar and HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams one-coat coverage interior paints via rebate. Shop these deals in-store or online today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 8/21 through 9/3.